Chapter 927. Gu listened from beginning to end. He held the glass cup and stared blankly at Li Yi, not saying a word. He understood. Before the Tang dynasty cut off the Silk Road on the land, they used technology to trade with the western regions. Silk and tea leaves were exchanged for precious things. After listening to Li Yi's explanation, he understood that this was called system theory. It was much better than simply thinking that your own things were good and that others needed them. Gu understood why it was like this and where the extra money came from. It turned out that it was the added value of technology. After a while, Li Yi began to refill the cup. Gu said, "The Tang dynasty has been taking advantage of others?" "That's not necessarily true." Li Yi waved his hand. "In addition to the added value of technology, there is also the cost of labor. 2 hours of work for a farmer is different from 2 hours of work for a commoner." Li Yi began to talk about the cost of labor for Gu again. The commoners of the Tang dynasty were paid 30 coins for a day's work. The commoners of the Japanese Empire were paid 5 coins for a day's work in the Tang dynasty. The commoners of the Japanese Empire did not lose anything, and neither did the imperial court of the Japanese Empire. They got the goods of the Tang dynasty that they needed, and they paid the normal cost of labor. The ironware of the Tang dynasty was of better quality than that of the Japanese Empire. After the Japanese Empire bought it, they used it to make labor tools and improve labor efficiency. The commoners of the Tang dynasty cut pig grass to feed pigs and raised chickens in the mountains to eat. They sold it at the same price, plus the cost of labor. The Japanese Empire also fed pigs and raised chickens locally. They sent the pigs and chickens to the Tang dynasty to be sold, and the good things they obtained made up for the loss of trade deficit. The purchasing power of the Japanese Empire's copper coins in their own country was not as great as the things they bought in the Tang dynasty. As long as the Japanese Empire was willing to bear the loss of mineral resources, they could still make a profit. Is it that complicated? Gu put down his cup and rubbed his face with both hands. He felt that he had lived for decades in vain. As the Chancellor's assistant, Li Yi knew how to play with anything that could be done. Li Yi was dumbfounded when he heard what Li Yi was doing. He had originally thought that, as the Prime Minister, he was a chess player, but in the end, Li Yi was using the world as a chessboard to set up a trap. It's quite simple, but there are more complicated ones. In the later stage, we can transfer the economic pressure of the Tang dynasty to the outside world. Li Yi shook his head. This was only the beginning. Go on and learn. Gu looked at the luohan fruit floating on the water. Through such trade, the biggest gain is the low-priced products. No. Through the trade with the Japanese Empire, the greatest gain was teaching the merchants to go to more places to obtain resources. Li Yi placed the matter with the Japanese Empire on the back burner. It was more important to cultivate sea trade talents. Gu rubbed his temples. I won't ask first. I can't remember. My head hurts. Make a copy for me. Gu's last words were for the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs were recording. After recording, each of them made a copy of what they had written and pieced it together for Gu. The original copy would be pasted and sent to Li Longji. Li Longji needed to learn. After the copying was done, Gu did not plan to eat in Zhuangzi. He took 2 thermos bottles and left. He said that he was going to give them to his 2 sisters. His sisters did not live with him, so they did not have thermos bottles at home. Old Bai, you don't want the kerosene lamps? Li Yi asked. I'm sorry to take too much at once. I'll come again next time. Gu swung the thermos bottles out. Why don't I feel like you're sorry? Li Yi watched Gu walk away and muttered. It's Dongzhu. It's not convenient for him to take them. His attendant did not come in. Cui Lu said. Be careful. If he hears it, he'll complain about you. Li Yi laughed. He can't control me. I'm not afraid. Cui Lu stuck out her tongue and acted as if she had someone to rely on. Gu crossed the bridge and got on the car to return to the government hall. Fill the 2 thermos bottles with hot water and plug them. See if they leak. If they leak, go to Li family Zhuangzi and ask for new thermos stoppers. Bai Gu pointed at the 2 thermos bottles and ordered his subordinates. There was no problem with the flask. If there was a problem, the flask would not be able to leave the factory. The cost of the flask was fixed. The outer shell of the thermos bottle was made of different materials. Some were made of good wood and then inlaid with jade. Li family Zhuangzi's thermos bottles were all made of bamboo. If they accidentally fell on the ground, the bamboo would cushion them and would not break easily. So, do you collect taxes? Song Jing and Su Yi went to Bai Gu's office together. No, there's not much. But we can help the Japanese Empire and let their currency circulate. Bai Gu told the two about the Li family Zhuangzi helping to print the currency and trade the goods of the Tang dynasty. He did not mention the idea of letting the Japanese Empire use copper coins at half price. This idea was good, but it would help the Japanese Empire's currency circulate in the country. They were not related to the Japanese Empire. Why should they help the Japanese Empire? It would not benefit the Tang dynasty. Song Jing and Su Yi also had a headache. What added value, labor costs, trade structure, balance? The only thing they knew was that if they followed Li Yi's plan, the Tang dynasty would benefit. Li Yi could suffer losses when facing the people of the Tang dynasty. When facing other countries or tribes, the Tang dynasty could not suffer losses. Li Yi was willing to tolerate internally, but Li Yi was tough on external affairs. Find an opportunity to leak some information to the Japanese Empire's envoys and ask them to come to us. Otherwise, they will be suspicious. Song Jing also learned from Li Yi. In history, he was not good at dealing with external affairs. He was afraid that the Tang dynasty's soldiers would take the initiative to attack and cause trouble. Now, he was even more afraid of joining the League. He realized that as long as he adopted a policy of retreat, Li Yi would be able to get him into the League. The Tang dynasty did not have a prime minister. All of the prime ministers had to act according to Li Yi's will. Su Yi said, "I heard from His Majesty that the Japanese Empire's envoys made Princess Yongmu uneasy." Princess Yongmu wrote a letter to Li Yi. She said that the Japanese Empire's envoys came to East City. When they looked at her, she felt that they were coveting her. With such thoughts, can they stop having thoughts that they shouldn't have? Because the other party had a lot of people, they looked very imposing. It was probably because of this that they had other thoughts. If she quickly hid and did not show up, there would not be any problems and she could live a peaceful life. Princess Yongmu looked very wronged. I think the Japanese Empire's envoys are going to be unlucky. Su Yi said what Li Longji said to him. Li Longji was angry and scared his daughter. Su Yi said and laughed. He did not think that Princess Yongmu would be in danger. Li Yi was famous for being protective of his children. When Songda was bullied, how did Li Yi fight back? He defeated shopkeeper Liang and the others in one go. Where did he start and where did he end? He was so domineering. I hope no one dies. Song Jing was afraid that Li Yi would kill someone. He killed the Japanese Empire's envoys without any evidence. What would others think? Bai Gu had the right to speak. Xiao Yi will not kill anyone. He only scared the Tubo and Turkic envoys. He did not kill them. When two countries are at war, they will not kill envoys. Moreover, the Japanese Empire and the Tang dynasty are not at war now. Xiao Yi knows what to do. Chapter 928. This place looks more orderly than the East Market. Is this the Li family Zhuangzi's place? The Japanese Empire's envoys strolled from the East Market to the Qingnan Market. It was already noon, and they were looking for a place to eat. They returned to the Four Quarters Embassy to eat. Naturally, it was free of charge since the Tang dynasty's imperial court provided it. They came out on their own. Last time, they were accompanied by people from the Honglu Temple, and the imperial court paid for whatever they wanted to buy. This time, the Honglu Temple's officials accompanied them, and they had no intention of paying at all. You can spend your own money outside. There were still many empty places in the Qingnan market that were ready to be rented out. Most of the existing places were operated by the Li family Zhuangzi, and there were many restaurants. The group of more than 500 people was huge. As soon as they entered the market, the people all looked at them. They recognized that they were the Japanese Empire's envoys, but they didn't care. The people of the Tang dynasty had a kind of pride that came from the depths of their souls toward outsiders. The Tang dynasty was the strongest. All of their confidence came from fighting. If Li Yi was here, he would say that he understood. Just like his own countrymen, the people of other countries were afraid when they mentioned the militarily powerful countries on earth. Many of his countrymen were not afraid, especially when it came to fighting. They dared to fight with all their might. The source of their confidence was that they had helped a peninsular country in a war, and another was that they had helped a country next to Shannon in a war. In both wars, the army of Li Yi's country had paid a heavy price, but they had won both times and achieved their strategic goals. If it weren't for the blood and sacrifice of the soldiers in both wars, the people of his country wouldn't have dared to fight against other countries. The current Tang dynasty was like this. They had always been fighting, and they had won against anyone. Why would they care about the Japanese Empire? The Japanese Empire's envoys didn't care about how others looked at them. Their purpose in coming to the Tang dynasty was clear: to learn advanced technology, culture, and political experience. Then, they walked to an area with many small tables and chairs. This was the dining area. No matter where they bought their food, they could eat here. This place didn't belong to any shop. There was a window selling fried chicken legs, chicken breast, and chicken breast wrapped in bread crumbs to be fried. In addition, there was also soda with ice, which was delivered from the drunken immortal house. The soda was sealed in a sealed jar. There was a tap below, and some sugar and fruits would be placed in the bamboo cups to make fructose powder. If someone wants to drink, add 2 ice cubes and fill half the container. It was carbonated drinks, but the carbonation was not as strong as Li Yi's. Li Yi could have mixed his own carbonated water, but he didn't want to. He just wanted to drink some hot spring water. There were also sausages in bread, vegetable leaves, and jam. There were also people who wanted to eat fried rice, but it wasn't really fried. He fried the eggs with oil and mixed them with other ingredients. Then, he poured the steamed rice into it and stirred it with his hands. After stirring, it looked like one grain after another. Li Yi's fast food restaurants also did this. No one really put in the effort to cook that kind of golden fried rice. However, the stir-fried noodles were really stir-fried. After the noodles were cooked, they were placed in a large spoon and stir-fried with supplementary ingredients. He asked the customers if they wanted to add vinegar or soy sauce. The envoy from the Japanese Empire had never eaten such bread, fried chicken, and drinks before, so he chose to eat them for lunch today. Fujiwara Mayang took a bag from his subordinate and took out the silver coins. It was made of silver, which was no longer cast in the Japanese Empire. "Do you accept it?" Fujiwara Mayang asked the person who seemed to be the leader of the bomb shop. "Yes, how much silver?" "1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1,130 copper coins now. If it's 90% silver, it's 1,017 copper coins." The person in charge was the Li family Zhuangzi's landlord. He gave the exchange rate. The copper in a copper coin definitely couldn't reach 100% purity, but 1 copper coin was calculated in terms of pure copper. Silver was currently in short supply in the Tang dynasty, but it wasn't in circulation, so the price fluctuated. Recently, the current technology was able to achieve a purity of 1,130 copper coins. The price set by the gold and silver shop was not set by the Li family Zhuangzi. It's a little higher than 90% silver. 1,080 copper coins. Fujiwara Mayang bargained. "Deal." The Li family Zhuangzi weighed the silver a few times. It was about enough. So some of the Japanese Empire's envoys ate this, and Fujiwara Mayang continued to go to other places to buy things with the silver. Other places didn't accept the silver. First, they couldn't tell if it was real or fake, and second, they weren't familiar with the price. Moreover, once the silver was out, it involved a lot of money, so the stalls didn't dare to accept it. The market in the south of the city belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. Not to mention dozens of taels of silver, they could accept tens of thousands of taels of silver. After walking around, Fujiwara Ma Yang chose the food and waited for others to deliver it one after another. He asked people to gather the small bags and found the place where bread was sold. There's about 100 taels of silver here. Can I exchange it for a certificate? Yes, as long as it's real, whether it's gold, silver, or copper, we can exchange it for anything. The person in charge didn't care about the amount and wasn't afraid of the other party faking it either. After receiving the silver, he looked at the quality and weighed it. He wrote a note and sent someone to bring the silver back to the Li family Zhuangzi to withdraw the money. The Japanese Empire's envoys sat down to eat after the food was delivered one after another. The people from the Honglu temple refused to be invited. He paid for it himself. Give me a big chicken drumstick. Okay, take the money back. The person in charge agreed, but he didn't accept the money. The officials of the Tang dynasty didn't accept the Japanese Empire's invitation to eat, which meant that they were honest to outsiders. The officials paid for it, so they couldn't accept it. The Li family Zhuangzi lacked this kind of thing. The official smiled and put the money away. He didn't give it back and asked, "Do you have mustard and pickled vegetables?" "I'm not used to that jam." "Go to the other side. There's pickled vegetables there, but I don't have any here." "Hey! Old 7, get some pickled vegetables. The people from the Honglu temple want to eat them." The person in charge shouted to the other side, who was 30 meters away. "Got it. I'll send it over now." The other side shouted back. The official from the Honglu temple felt very proud at this moment. The next time the Li Dongzhu wanted to cheat someone, he had to continue to help and do it properly. A woman came over with 2 children. The older one was 7 or 8 years old, and the younger one was 4 or 5 years old. The older one was a girl, and the younger one was a boy. She smiled and said to the person in charge, "The girl has good grades in school. She wants to eat chicken necks. How much can I exchange for?" "Give some to the boy in the family too. He owes his sister a favor." "Madam, you look familiar." The person in charge frowned as if he couldn't remember. "My son's father is a clerk in Wanyan County. I'm going to Zhuangzi to get something." The woman smiled and replied, "Then what's the point of talking about grades? Just keep it. You can choose what you want to eat. Don't leave anything behind. I'll make the decision." The person in charge knew that it was the official's family, so he smiled. If the official came in person, he could get a discount. If the official's immediate family came, he couldn't accept the money. Giving the official a discount proved that the official was honest and paid for the meal. If the official's family came, it was considered a subsidy. How could the official's family not eat well? If the official's family ate free food today, he would definitely tell the official when he returned home. The official understood that he was still an official. If he made a mistake and was punished, he would lose his benefits. Chapter 929. The envoy from the Japanese Empire who had eaten such food for the first time felt it was very novel and thought it tasted good. During Li Yi's time, this food was considered junk food. No one would treat it as a proper meal. But now, it was different. Chickens were not grown quickly. They were raised slowly. As for the oil, they would throw it away and use it to make soap. Li Yi did not have oil filter powder. He could only use this method to make Zhuangzi's fried food healthier. Other people could not learn this method. They would add oil when the oil was low. Who would be willing to throw oil away? Most of the restaurants during his time did not throw oil away. Some restaurants even bought gutter oil. When they sold lunch boxes, they used gutter oil. At the same time, they had their own stalls and could order separately. The same dish would cost 2 yuan more to order separately because the oil used was different. The people of the Tang dynasty also knew that the oil was not good for the body if the food was fried for too long. Although they knew, they still had to buy when they saw other people fried food. In Lantian County's Drunken Immortal restaurant, there would sometimes be a big iron pot at the door to fry some food. The people would line up to buy, and the price was the same as other places. When the oil was not good, they would change everything. When it was the turn of the Chengnan market, the people would come by car to buy some children's favorite fried food. They would not go to the East and West markets. If the price was different, the fried food in the East and West markets would be cheaper. No one would buy Li family Zhuangzi's fried food. This was called bad money drives out good money. Li family Zhuangzi's price was the same as other people's. This was called good money drives out bad money. Even if it was a little more expensive, the people would still accept it. If the oil was used for a long time, the fried food would taste different from the freshly fried food. The former tasted like saliva, and the fried noodles tasted bitter. This malatang is too expensive. It's just a small pot with some things added. It's actually 30 yuan. The next person was eating malatang. There were chrysanthemum flour, bean sprouts, dried shredded tofu, fried beans, a little monkey head mushroom, and 2 pieces of pork belly. Then it was 30 yuan. He saw many people of the Tang dynasty eating it. He looked at the bowl and did not understand why it was so expensive. Takagi Junichiro chose the same food. He didn't think it was expensive and said, "There's sesame oil and chili oil, as well as a boiled egg and rice noodles. But 30 renminbi can buy a lot of rice." Next, Dao Jinbei was thinking about other things. When you go to earthly paradise in 2 days, you will find it more expensive. At the very least, the profits from eating now aren't very high. Takagi Junichiro agreed with the price of the food he was eating now. There was chili oil and monkey head mushrooms. According to his estimation, the profit of a serving of malatang was about 3 to 4 yuan. It belonged to the normal consumption range. If it was in the heavenly earth, it was not a meal at all. The next time Jinbei took a bite, he was suddenly hit by the spiciness. He, who had never eaten chili before, felt the charm of chili. This smell. He wanted to describe it, but he couldn't find the right words. It's not just the taste. There's also a destructive stimulation. The newspaper said that the spiciness of chili is not the taste, but the fragrance of chili is the taste. Other than chili, all other spicy things had the same attributes. Yes, they were called attributes. Therefore, eating spicy food is harmful to the body. Try to regulate it. But in a humid place, the harm of spicy food to the human body is not as good as the help of spicy food to the human body. Takagi Junichiro explained to the people at the same table. It was written in the newspaper. The newspaper never said that something could not be eaten, but told the people what it contained. It didn't matter whether the newspaper was owned or not. What was really valuable was the content recorded in the newspaper. Abita Nakamaro listened to Takagi Junichiro's words and pulled out a set of newspapers from his sleeve. I've read it. The newspaper sold by Li family Zhuangzi in Chang and of the Tang dynasty is really good. I can learn from it in Japan. But I don't know how to print and how to make paper. Abita Nakamaro knew that in the former Tang dynasty, there were court bulletins. The official documents were transmitted by copying, and it was impossible to engrave and print. What's the matter with the engraving of the Tang dynasty? Engraving once a day. Movable type printing is the same as movable type. Today, the Tang dynasty has 3 sets. One set is used by the imperial court to print history books, and one set is in the hands of Princess Jingxian to print scriptures. The other set is in the hands of Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi has the most sets to print newspapers. I already know how to make the paper, but I don't know how to make the ink. Takagi Junichiro was an envoy to the Tang dynasty. He shouldered a heavy responsibility and knew a lot of things. Can't we just bribe the officials of the Tang dynasty and Princess Jingxian? An envoy next to him whispered. Takagi Junichiro shook his head helplessly. The ink used by the imperial court and Princess Jinxian needs to be bought from Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi does not provide the manufacturing technology. Because it involves the layout and printing of the exchange coupons, the ink and special exchange coupons are the key. Can we find the highest official in the Honglu Temple and get the method from Li family Zhuangzi? Fujiwara Mayang still wanted to bribe. Takagi Junichiro shook his head again. Unless we can find the Tang emperors and get their approval. Others can't. He has that much power. Yamamoto Masato instantly understood. Li Yi of Li family Zhuangzi didn't give face to anyone except the Tang emperors. Takagi Junichiro shrugged. There was no need to prove it with words. Whether he had that much power or not, wouldn't it be obvious by looking at the current market? What does he like? Abe Nakamaro felt that he had found a breakthrough. Li Yi had a lot of power, so could he get any benefits from Li Yi? If he liked money, give him money. If he liked women, find beautiful women from the country. He likes. Takagi Junichiro was in a dilemma. He didn't know what Li Yi liked. What he knew was, money is useless. Li Yi has a lot of money himself, more than our country's imperial court. Women are even more useless. There are beautiful and talented women in Pyongkong Square waiting for him at any time, but he's indifferent. And power, he has power now. Yes, he really does. He likes to study new things, such as hot air balloons. Takagi Junichiro suddenly thought of Li Yi's hobby. But after he finished speaking, he sighed again. Sigh. No, he knows ordinary technology, and he knows even things that others don't know. If there's really a powerful technology that he doesn't know, would anyone be willing to give it to him? He's a learned man, and it seems that there's nothing he doesn't know. Even if you want to bribe him, you can't find a place to do so. Takagi Junichiro was tired. He passed on this tiredness to his colleagues. Everyone was depressed together. What the Japanese Empire needs the most now is a direction that can guide the emperor's administration. After the emergence of so many countries, the emperor's actual power has been reduced. Under the social rules of slavery, what the emperor needs the most is to gather power. I believe that after they understand the Winged Knights, they will imitate the Winged Knights and create a centralized military force. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi and Li Longji were talking. After Li Longji understood the things that Li Yi and Bai Gu had discussed, he came over and asked about the Japanese Empire's situation and administrative problems. Asking a youth from his own country about the specific problems of another country and how to solve them was generally an idiotic behavior. Li Longji didn't think that he was an idiot. What's wrong with the Japanese Empire? I don't know what's going on over there, but I have Brother E. If the Japanese Empire can't figure out a problem, I believe that Brother E will know how to solve it. Sure enough, when there's a question, there's an answer. Chapter 930. Is the Japanese Empire a threat to the Tang dynasty? Li Longji was even more certain. Li Yi didn't seem to have a good impression of the Japanese Empire. Li Yi shook his head. Not at the moment. They can't beat us. Li Yi was sure that the Japanese Empire was scared by the Tang dynasty in the Battle of Baijiankou. After that, the Tang dynasty developed rapidly, and the Japanese Empire began to study hard. The Japanese Empire is a nation that is good at learning. They won't attack the Tang dynasty if they can't build a fleet that can defeat it. Li Yi mentioned the war more than 50 years ago. The Japanese Empire used mortise and tenon construction on ships, while the Tang dynasty used mortise and tenon with iron nails. The Tang dynasty's ships were tall, big, and sturdy. The Japanese Empire's small ships didn't work well with the wolf pack strategy, and the Tang dynasty's generals at that time were also very powerful. If it weren't for the strong enemies outside and the chaos inside, the direction of history would have been different. So, Brother E wants to profit from this trade? Li Longji was relieved. The Japanese Empire is short of natural resources, but they have a lot of copper and silver mines. They also have iron mines, but the Tang dynasty doesn't lack iron. Besides, Japan has gold mines. Li Yi remembered something else. Japan was short of resources, but they had everything they needed. Is the smelting technology good? Li Longji wanted to know more about the Japanese Empire from Li Yi. There's no coal. The Japanese Empire has very few coal mines, and they haven't been found yet. The smelting temperature is not high enough, so they need to be forged. Li Yi gave a shortcoming of Japan. The furnace temperature was not high enough, so they could only use the method of burning and hammering to make good weapons. It was similar to the Tang dynasty. Even if they had the method of frying steel, the production was still not enough. No one used the method of frying steel to make farm tools. Frying steel had only one use, and that was to make weapons. Can we sell them coal? Li Longji knew that there was a lot of coal in the Tang dynasty and he could sell it for money. After asking the question, he vetoed it. No, with coal, they can make better weapons. We have to strengthen the coastal patrol. We can't let them take away the species of our Tang dynasty, such as the new seeds of indica rice and medicinal herbs. Li Yi raised a request from another aspect. He actually didn't care about the export of coal. How much could a small boat like the Japanese Empire possibly hold? The key was that he didn't point out the coal mines in the coastal areas of the Tang dynasty. Who will pay for the transportation from the land to the seaside? The people of the Tang dynasty had jobs to do. Thinking of this, Li Yi suggested, "Third brother, we can sell coal to the Japanese Empire, and the Japanese Empire will pay the people of the Tang dynasty for their labor." Li Longji was stunned. I don't think the Japanese Empire will agree. It will cost a lot to transport a cart of coal to the Japanese Empire. He understood. How much would it cost to transport a cart of coal to Luoyang, let alone the Japanese Empire? The Japanese Empire would have to exchange a carload of copper for a carload of coal. Even if the coal was replaced with coke, how much ore could they refine? Sigh. We can't earn money from the Japanese Empire. They're poor. Li Longji was full of regret. Li Yi wanted to laugh. It was as if the Tang dynasty was rich. Third brother, it's actually not difficult to earn money from the Japanese Empire. The people of the Japanese Empire are poor, and the slaves don't have much property. The Japanese Empire's court is rich. Li Yi narrowed his eyes. He was thinking about how to get benefits from the Japanese Empire. They had sent 557 envoys. It was a huge lineup. If he didn't help the Japanese Empire develop its economy, he would be letting the Japanese Empire down. Li Longji was familiar with Li Yi's current state, the rhythm before he wanted to trick someone. How do we earn money? He asked. Sell them good farm tools and kitchen knives. Buy their copper and silver ingots. We don't want ore. If it's ore, the price will be even lower. Li Yi began to consider trading technology for resources. The Japanese Empire's own smelting technology wasn't good enough. It was now the Nara era. It was not until the Asuka era that the Japanese improved their smelting technology. It was during that time that Japanese knives were established. After a few more generations of development, they became a system. Do we use kitchen knives and farm tools to exchange for low-quality ore? Or simply smelted copper and silver? Li Longji believed that as long as there was enough of a price difference, business could be done. Li Yi shook his head. We're not exchanging. We're selling to them. They're selling to us. They sell to us, and we give them money. They can use the money to buy other Tang dynasty items. Li Yi emphasized that the process was not bartering. They needed a currency. Without Li Longji asking, Li Yi continued, I originally wanted to help the Japanese Empire print money. If they sell things to us, they can also use the exchange coupons to spend back in China. Li Yi told Li Longji that the exchange coupons and the Tang dynasty's banknotes could become international currencies. If they used the Tang dynasty's banknotes to buy other people's things, they couldn't use their own banknotes to spend in the Tang dynasty. Others only had one channel, which was to sell things to the Tang dynasty and obtain the Tang dynasty's currency. Only then could they buy the Tang dynasty's products. Otherwise, merchants would go out and use the Tang dynasty's currency to buy things, and the other party would use it to buy things from the Tang dynasty. Li Longji listened with a look of anticipation. With the great Tang seal's money, no matter where he went, others would accept it. If he printed more money, wouldn't it be, Brother Yi, can we print more money? Li Longji asked Li Yi's opinion on financial issues. Yes, take it out and spend it. Some places use the Tang dynasty's currency as their own. That money actually doesn't need to be used in the Tang dynasty to pay for the same amount of goods. Yes, they took the internal circulation, fell into the water, and accidentally burned it. It has nothing to do with the Tang dynasty. Li Longji thought of other people breaking the money and wearing it out after a long time. Li Yi nodded. In addition, we also have to collect their customs duties and taxes at the coastal border. Use this method to stabilize the value of the overissued money. Li Yi copied it skillfully. Back then, the countries on Earth did this as well. In order to get the other party's money, his country was simply selling blood. A pair of leather shoes produced by them could be sold for hundreds of yuan in China. If it was outside, they would give the leather shoes to others for a few minutes. This way, they could get foreign exchange. The lost money would be subsidized by the state. Now that the Tang dynasty was the strongest in the world, the Tang dynasty's currency must become an international currency. Others would have to pay taxes if they sold things cheaply. After that, they could also carry out anti-subsidy and anti-dumping investigations on other countries' products and make a lot of money. Li Longji didn't know the various follow-up measures, but he felt that what he heard now was enough. Starting from the Japanese Empire. He rubbed his hands together, looking very excited. Bohai Sea, Khitan, Shi tribe. Li Yi pointed to the northeast. That's fine too. Li Longji pointed to the southwest. Having received useful information, Li Longji happily ate a meal, packed 2 servings, and left happily. He wanted to implement it and let the officials of the Tang dynasty make arrangements according to this good method. Li Yi went to the workshop to see the production of the litmus test paper, and then sold it to Baigu. Baigu distributed it to the prefectures and counties. You must pay attention to safety. Every step of the operation must be stable. When you find that you can't concentrate, take the initiative to step back. Li Yi first called for everyone to stop working and held a small meeting to emphasize safety. There was sulfuric acid and caustic soda, which were relatively pure. Dongzhu, sulfuric acid is also useful in war, right? A craftsman pointed to the beaker of sulfuric acid and asked. Chapter 931. Throwing gold from the city wall can also kill people, Li Yi said and went to teach the nurses with his hands behind his back. The Japanese Empire's delegation continued to stroll around the market in the south of the city. Takagi Junichiro took out a notebook and a pencil. Nowadays, many people in the Tang dynasty have learned how to use pencils. The papermaking technology of the Tang dynasty has improved greatly. Takagi Junichiro had a look of reverence on his face. He respected the Tang dynasty from the bottom of his heart. Abe, Nakamaro, and the others also admired the culture and technology of the Tang dynasty. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the Japanese Empire being defeated by the Tang dynasty more than 50 years ago. Knowing that their skills were inferior made them want to learn more. Many people in the Japanese Empire couldn't speak the Tang dynasty's language, but there were many people who could speak the Tang dynasty's language. This included the embroidery of the Tang dynasty. The embroidery of the Tang dynasty was better than painting. There were shadows, and the embroidery looked like real things. The embroidery of Sichuan and the embroidery of Hangzhou and Suzhou was beautiful. It wasn't as simple as silk or satin. The embroidery of the embroidery workers was the best in the world. The silk sold on the Silk Road amazed the people of the western regions, and embroidery was a treasure in the western regions. The embroidery of the Japanese Empire at this time was trying to get closer to the embroidery of the Tang dynasty. The embroidery of the Japanese Empire in the Nara period was also beautiful. The Japanese Empire's envoys weren't thinking about embroidery at this time. They were admiring the prosperity of the Tang dynasty's Chang'an. That little girl is teaching the child to read? Shinichi Jinbei suddenly pointed at a place as he walked. A young woman with a 3 or 4-year-old boy was holding a newspaper and teaching the child to read. Takagi Junichiro nodded vigorously. Yes, Lee is teaching people to read pinyin in the newspaper and also printing dictionaries. There are too few illiterate people in the capital today. As soon as he said this, the envoys were envious again. Now, the Japanese Empire's reading tools were still placed together with the Tang dynasties. In other words, most of the content was from the Tang dynasty. This included early dictionaries with Chinese characters on the cover. Just like the countries with the Taiji diagram on the peninsula, Chinese characters were the most important. Even the names of their cities were all in Chinese characters. Now that they saw that they could learn something else, they were thinking about it again. They hoped that they could learn it, including the dictionary, and send it back to Japan. Therefore, they strolled around for an entire afternoon before returning to the Four Quarters Embassy for dinner. They planned to hold a meeting to discuss what they should learn from the Tang dynasty. It would be best if I could get some seeds, a method to make paper money, and medical books too. Fujiwara Mayang actually liked everything he saw and wanted to take it back. Based on the treatment of the previous diplomatic missions to the Tang dynasty, he believed that whatever he wanted to learn would be taught in the Tang dynasty. It was the same now. If Lee can go to Japan to teach, we will treat him with the highest courtesy. Abe Nakamura was still thinking about how to get Lee there. His idea was simple. He didn't need Lee to stay in Japan for a long time. A year or 2 would be enough. If possible, he wanted to find many beautiful women to serve Lee and have children with Lee. Why don't we ask to see the Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty tomorrow? The rest of you can continue to look at things in Chang'an. Shimoto Jinbei suggested. The rest time was enough for them to understand the situation a little. He didn't want to waste time. Everyone dispersed to look for things they could learn and things they wanted to learn. At the same time, Li Longji invited the 3 prime ministers and Wei Zhigu to a banquet. The 4 of them were more familiar with Li Yi than with the others. As for the others, there was no need. It was best not to have any interactions with Li Yi. Li talked about the internationalization of currency today. It will be helpful for the foreign trade and cultural promotion of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji invited the 4 ministers to eat the Mandarin duck pot, which was a carp pot. Although Li Longji's surname was Li, he still ate carp and didn't restrict others from eating it. Even the people of the Tang dynasty liked to eat carp sashimi. His poems all had carp in them. It was a test of knife skills. Carp had many bones. A carp was cut in half and placed into the Mandarin duck pot. After the chicken soup boiled, the meat and vegetables were boiled. As they ate, the fish was cooked. Using mutton to boil it was delicious. The Japanese Empire might accept it, but the barbarians might not. Su Yi believed in Li Yi's ability. As long as the Japanese Empire's envoy was in Chang'an, Li Yi would have a way to make the other party accept it. The overseas barbarians in Canton had no use for the Li family's exchange coupons even if they were to use them. What the barbarians wanted more was goods. They could bring a ship of goods over and exchange it for a ship of goods back to make money. Baigu had a different opinion. Zhang Jiuling is in charge of the shipping department. Xiao Yi asked people who trade with the barbarians to form an organization and raise the price as a whole. This might be a breakthrough point. It's difficult. Even if we use the exchange coupons to buy goods from the other party and the other party agrees, the other party will still have to spend all the coupons to buy goods and ship them back. Song Jing supported Su Yi's opinion. The barbarians wanted the exchange coupons, but they couldn't exchange them for money. What they needed were goods. Take it slow, officials. Li Longji was not in a hurry. He believed that if the officials were in a difficult situation, he could ask Li Yi later and solve it. The most important thing now was to make the Japanese Empire accept it first. Whether it was to print money for the Japanese Empire or to use the exchange coupons for the Japanese Empire. Li Longji held his wine cup. He was in a good mood. The Japanese Empire had just arrived, and everything had been arranged. Next, he just had to wait for the Japanese Empire to cooperate with the Tang dynasty bit by bit and sell the good things from the Japanese Empire to the Tang dynasty. Zhang Jialing was also eating fish in the department of shipping that was mentioned by several people. Guangzhou had a lot of sea fish, and he was eating steamed fish. He was drinking yellow rice wine, which had been warmed. His hometown was not far from here, and he had adapted to the climate. It was more humid, and he just had to get used to it. The road was repaired, and the number of people coming and going increased, especially in the current month, when the north was not cold. When the caravans came from other places and saw the barbarians' ships docked, they would wait for the barbarians to take out their goods to sell. At the same time, they would also sell their goods to the barbarians. In the past, the barbarians and the merchants would negotiate the price alone. Now, all the merchants had to take out their goods. They would divide the goods into different types and grades, and set the price. No one was allowed to sell alone. At the same time, the shipping department would collect taxes from the barbarians. If the barbarians did not have money, they would deduct 1/10 of the goods. At first, the barbarians were unwilling and wanted to talk to the merchants of the Tang dynasty alone. After some of them were caught and most of their goods were confiscated, the other barbarians agreed. Needless to say, the merchants of the Tang dynasty were a lowly profession, and the government could punish them if they wanted to. Moreover, they all knew that the capital government collected taxes, and the money used for their daily transactions was the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. "I found the person. You've got back the money you were cheated of, and you've also fined them 3 times the amount. Let's do it," Zhang Jialing said to Wei Yefeng, who was sitting in front of him, as he used his chopsticks to scoop out a bit of beef chili sauce from a glass bottle and put it into his mouth. Wei Yefeng was the one who brought the onion seeds to scam the barbarians, and was caught by Li Yi in the end. When he came back, he brought back the goods that Li Yi had given him, as well as a letter for Zhang Jialing. Yesterday, he had caught the barbarians who had scammed him, and the shipping department had come forward to catch them. The barbarians had confessed and were willing to compensate. They had also said that the seeds were not bad and were different from green onions. Chapter 932. Zhang Shibua, actually, Li Dongzhu said that those things were really good. Wei Yefeng also felt that the barbarians were wronged. Whether the things are good or not is secondary. The main thing is that the barbarians can't sell them and use them to cheat. Zhang Jialing had his own judgment. Some people treated gems as stones and used them to increase their value when selling goods. The gems were valuable, but that didn't mean that the person was right. "I'll listen to Zhang Shibua." Wei Yefeng didn't refute. In any case, he had made up for the lost money. As for the fine, it was up to the Ministry of Shipping. However, he was worried. "Zhang Shibua, the imperial court didn't ask you to collect taxes. Now, they want you to clarify the situation of the Ministry of Shipping. It's already clear. It was Li Yi who wrote the letter that told me to collect taxes when the time was right. In the past month, the Ministry of Shipping has collected 32,000 taels worth of goods. The total trade volume is 320,000 taels. If it wasn't for the lack of coupons, I would have let the barbarians accept coupons instead of bartering." Zhang Jialing had a stubborn temper. He didn't want to be an official and didn't want to be an official. When he returned to his hometown, he wanted to fix the roads. He wrote a letter to the imperial court and became a road builder. History was changed by Li Yi. On his way back, Li Yi sent people to catch up with him and told him to fix the roads. He even gave him a lot of money. According to history, he shouldn't have written a letter to the imperial court yet. In the end, he was arranged to be in charge of the Ministry of Shipping in Guangzhou. The Guangzhou government couldn't control the Ministry of Shipping and had to cooperate with the Ministry of Shipping to crack down on smuggling. At first, the Ministry of Shipping didn't have its own people. Zhang Jialing found people from his hometown to help while learning. His hometown was Shaozhou's Zhujiang, which was relatively close to Guangzhou. When he fixed the roads, everyone thought of him. When he called for help, people would follow him. Therefore, he listened to Li Yi and collected taxes for the imperial court. He didn't sell the things he collected in Guangzhou. When the quantity increased, he sent a team to Chang'an and handed it to Li Yi. Zhang Jiling didn't feel at ease letting Li Yi exchange it for money for the imperial court. Even if he gave it to the Ministry of Revenue, he felt that the Ministry of Revenue wouldn't sell it. As for whether or not Li Yi would be greedy, that was a joke. How much money did Li Yi take out? Would he care about something that was worth tens of thousands of taels? Wei Yefeng also reached out his chopsticks to scoop up some beef chili sauce. I'll wait for them to sell the soap and scented soap they brought from Chang'an, and then I'll raise the price. You have to guard your little mirror well. Sometimes, when the barbarians see a profit, they will hire the locals to rob it, Zhang Jiling reminded him. The natives weren't stupid. Sometimes, they would join forces, and sometimes, they would hire local people to work for them. The barbarians used their own things to exchange for things from the Tang dynasty and some food. Then, they used the food to hire people. The local people with household registration didn't dare to do anything bad, but the mountain people without household registration were fierce. Wei Yufeng wasn't afraid. I've also found a lot of people and told them that I'll give them some of the things I sell. Li Dongzhu also gave me a lot of malaria pills. Since they had malaria, I gave them to them for free. They said that Your Majesty ordered someone to make it and give it to them. They are very grateful to Your Majesty. Wei Yefeng was confident that everyone's relationship with each other could be good. 6 of the villagers who had contracted malaria were cured by him with pills. Yes, Your Majesty. I want to write a letter to Li Yi. No matter how much he wants, it's a pity that he doesn't have any pigeons to send over. When Zhang Jiling talked about pigeons, he felt a little regretful. He had raised pigeons. A few days ago, he sent someone to send a pigeon cage to Chang'an and handed it to Li Yi. When Li Yi had something to do, or something to do in the imperial court, he would release a few pigeons to send a letter back. However, Li Yi said that he also raised pigeons in Chang'an, but he didn't see them. He thought that they must have been sent to the border. Zhang Shirbois, according to the previous situation, there will be more barbarians in 2 months' time. We have to guard against merchants who contact the barbarians and go to other seaside to trade. Wei Yefeng reminded him. The 10% tax was too high. The barbarians would rather pay 5% of the profits to the merchants and keep 5%, which was less than paying taxes. Baigu nodded. This is easy. Send out a notice and let everyone know. If any merchants are found to be trading with the barbarians, the informant will get half the value of the goods. That's great. Wei Yefeng admitted that this was a good idea. Half the value of the goods was unbelievable. It was money that many locals couldn't earn in a few lifetimes. He believed that once the notice was sent out, countless people would be watching everywhere, hoping to catch one. They would become rich overnight and become a big family. Wei Yefeng knew that once the notice was sent out, the merchants wouldn't dare to trade with others in private. The difference between getting a little profit and taking a risk was too big. If the informant got half of the goods, how would the government deal with the merchants? Would they confiscate all the goods? Dream on. The government would confiscate their property. I wonder what Chang'an is like this year. Zhang Jiling missed Chang'an.
When he was in Chang'an, he saw the Li family Zhuangzi constantly bringing out good things. When he left, the water network was completed. The merchants who came in winter said that they started to have sleds. Wei Yefeng shook his head. When I came back, it was about the same as before. However, a large area in the south of the city was built with houses. I'll ask tomorrow. Zhang Jiling raised his wine cup. The next day, the notice was sent out for everyone to report. They also sent people to other places to spread the news. Few people were literate, so they mainly spread the news by word of mouth. Just as he thought, many mountain people came out and stared at the notice. The fishermen stared even more. I'm looking forward to a private trade. Let me live a good life. The merchants kept quiet out of fear. This was too ruthless. The more rewards there were, the more they would be punished when they were caught. Are there any merchants from Chang'an? My Zhang Wang wants to know something. Zhang Jiuling's housekeeper came to the place where the merchants gathered and shouted. I am from Chang and Tong family. My Dongzhu and Li Dongzhu have a good relationship. I know. Immediately, someone stood out and reported his name. He felt that his family's name was not very useful. He felt that he was talking about Li Dongzhu. Follow me. The housekeeper waved. The merchant who was sent out hurriedly followed. He had to establish a good relationship with the Department of Shipping. Brother Tong. Someone in the crowd shouted. Wait a minute, there is someone else. The person who called me is the housekeeper of shopkeeper Liang's family. He was given a surname like me. The person stopped and turned around to introduce to Zhang Jiuling's housekeeper. Come with me. The housekeeper agreed. The person ran out and cupped his fists to the Tong family to express his gratitude. They were with the main family. If they did well, they would be given the main family's surname. It turned out that the surname was not important. If they followed the main family's surname, they would be part of the family. The two of them walked over and stopped outside the door. The housekeeper went in first to inform Zhang Jiuling. After a while, he came out and said, Come in. No lies. No, what's there to fake? The Tong clan's people said. We know that Li Dongzhu and Zhang Wang are on good terms. He gave Zhang Wang money to build roads and arranged for the winged knights to escort him. No, it was arranged by His Majesty. The Liang family member said. He quickly corrected himself. His Majesty had the highest authority. Only His Majesty could mobilize the winged knights. When they entered, Zhang Jiuling gestured, Please take a seat. Servants, serve tea. How is Chang'an?
Chapter 933. The Li family Zhuangzi has built many warehouses. Kerosene lamps and thermos bottles are selling well. Last year, it snowed heavily and many houses collapsed. The winged knights were dispatched, and the Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of logistics. The 10 miles inn is being built. It will be here soon. Everyone is raising insects now. Bean worms are called bean sky moths. Don't confuse them with frost sky moths. There are 30,000 recruits in Taibai Mountain. I heard they are not weak. Those who escape to the capital will be registered as refugees. The Huku waterfall of the Yellow River has been built. Many surrendered households have come. They are all arranged by Li Dongzhu. When we came out, the Li family Zhuangzi continued to collect tea. They should be collecting wormwood in a few days. At night, all the places in and around Chang'an will be lit up. The Li family Zhuangzi will pay for it. We brought many newspapers over. If Mr. Zhang wants to read them, we will bring them over. The two of them talked about what happened when they came out. They did not know what happened after that. Zhang Jiuling listened and tried to imagine what the two of them were talking about in his mind. What about Li Yi? Zhang Jiuling wanted to know what Li Yi had done. You mean Li Dongzhu? Li Dongzhu did not do anything. The Li family Zhuangzi is not accessible to ordinary people. I know a little. Li Dongzhu sold many horses to the court. Then he dug wells further north to cross the desert. Yes. That happened. Li Dongzhu sent the 220 people who passed the imperial examination last year to the villages of the capital. Yes. That happened. Li Dongzhu hired many people to process things. Yes. That happened. The Liang family was talking, and the Tong family was echoing. Zhang Jiuling asked some more questions and asked the housekeeper to send the two of them away. I really want to go back and take a look. With Li Yi around, the capital office changes every year. No, it changes every month. When Zhang Jiuling found out about this matter, he sighed emotionally. He also wanted to see the capital magistrate's office become different every day, and the commoners live better and better lives. Unfortunately, he couldn't go back now. Even though Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan had gone down, Lu Huaishan had gone down as well. Back then, it was because of these two people that he had resigned from his position. As he had wished, the two of them had lost their positions as prime minister. It was actually not difficult for him to go back now. But he couldn't leave. If he left, who would be the city shipping commissioner? Every day, a large number of goods were traded, and every transaction was not a small sum. In a few days, as Wei Yefeng had said, even more ships would arrive. Wouldn't that be 100,000 taels of tax every month? In a year, just the Guangzhou City Shipping Division alone was worth millions. 1 million taels of silver could allow the Tang dynasty to fight a big war, the kind that had sufficient logistical supplies. I have to stay here until the imperial court sends someone over. I can only leave after I've taught the successor well. Zhang Jiuling was afraid that if he left, the successor would not do his job well. He was even more worried that the successor would accept bribes. Just as he was thinking, the butler came in again. Dongzhu, Li family Zhuangzi is here. The pigeon breeder has brought 80 pigeons and other things. Quickly invite him in. Zhang Jiuling stood up and wanted to personally welcome him. He was not here to welcome anyone, but to receive the pigeons. Previously, he had thought that Li Yi would send the pigeons to the border, but he didn't expect them to be sent to Guangzhou. The pigeon breeder seemed to be more important. The pigeons were used to him and listened to his orders. The pigeons couldn't be released, so they could only stay in the pigeon house. Once released, they would run away. If someone else were to take care of them, the pigeons would not be familiar with them and would cause problems. When he walked to the gate of the city shipping division, the pigeon breeder and the others had just arrived. Zhang Wang. The other party very tacitly cupped their fists together. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Jiuling looked at the pigeon house. The pigeons also looked around curiously as they cooed. Quickly, go and build a new pigeon house. Guangzhou is humid, and the pigeons are not used to it. If they want to fatten up, go and get some pigeon food. Zhang Jiuling smiled. The pigeons were not bad. They didn't lose weight because of the long journey. This showed that the pigeon breeder had taken good care of them on the way. The Li family Zhuangzi's people were indeed extraordinary. Greetings, Zhang Wang. I am Wang Fangzheng from the Li family Zhuangzi. This is the pigeon breeder, Pang Xian. The leader of the team came forward and introduced himself and the pigeon breeder. There was no need to introduce the others. He was the leader of the team. Good, quickly come in. Zhang Jiuling paid enough attention to them. The people sent by the Li family Zhuangzi were not ordinary. They could be the county magistrate in any county. A lot of things were moved in. Zhang Jiuling's butler also brought the pigeon food. There were many boxes with different things in them. Pang Xian ignored the others and went to take things from the boxes. He looked, smelled, and ate. Zhang Jiuling looked at him with a satisfied expression. This was a pigeon breeder. Wang Fangzheng followed Zhang Jiuling in while the others checked the items outside. How is Chang Hen? Zhang Jiuling sat on the chair opposite Wang Fangzheng. There was a tea table between them. He asked anxiously even before the water was given. Replying to Zhang Wang, everything is fine. This time, we have 200,000 yuan in exchange coupons of various denominations. Dongzhu had overdrawn the money for the bicycles in advance. It is not considered an overpayment. It is used to circulate the goods in Guangzhou City. The money belongs to the Li family Zhuangzi. In the process of circulation, it will offset taxes. Wang Fangzheng talked about the money first. In fact, it was fine to overpay. The overpaid coupons could be used to buy things. These things could be used as collateral. As long as the coupons were not misappropriated, even if the other party used the money to buy other things, the coupons would still be valuable. If the imperial court did this, with the addition of the 10% tariff, the excess coupons would be earned back after every 10 transactions. Then, there would be a circulating currency equivalent to the overpaid coupons. In other words, as long as the foreign goods supplier recognized the coupons would not be overpaid. Every time the coupons were printed, they could be used to buy the same thing. If the profits from the goods sold in the Tang dynasty were taken into account, the overpaid coupons would increase in value. This was the advantage of a country's currency becoming an international currency. It was a very unreasonable capital plunder. Li Yi was now using Guangzhou City's shipping department to try it out. If you said he was overpaying, he was overdrawing. However, overdraft was reflected when the currency was issued. When he bought something from someone else and the other party paid the tariff, the degree of overdraft would change accordingly. The function of the tariff was to turn the overpaid coupons into the standard currency. It needed a circulation process. The higher the tariff, the faster the return of the standard currency under the condition that the value of the foreign goods did not change. When the ratio of the tax multiplied by the number of overpaid coupons was equal to the overpaid coupons, the credit coupons of the overpaid coupons would become the standard currency. The Tang dynasty's currency was stable, and other countries would bear the losses in the process of this transaction. This was the reason why the currency of the countries on the other side of the world depreciated very little at Li Yi's time. They were international currencies, and they had this innate advantage. In theory, the currency of that country should not depreciate. The reason why it depreciated meant that the domestic consumption demand was greater than the total amount of currency issued. Chapter 934. When our country's production technology is unable to form an absolute advantage over other countries, our country's currency will depreciate if we spend too much in advance. After dawn, Li Longji went to the Li family Zhuangzi. He wanted to discuss the Japanese Empire's trade and currency issues with Li Yi. But Li Yi started talking about currency theory. It was not purely financial. It included production technology and productivity. What he said was the reason why the countries on Earth tried to suppress his country's electronic products and tertiary industry. Electronic products belong to the field of technology. Once they are in operation, the cost will be lower than the actual value. It will have an impact on the country. The tertiary industry is services. Electronic services are apps. Once the scale is large, there will be an outflow of capital. So what is the most direct consequence? The country's currency will depreciate. That's why the crazy president of the country on Earth wants to clean up Li Yi's industry. If he doesn't clean up, the stability of the currency will be broken. Then, the currency will depreciate and lose its international status. The consequences of currency devaluation would lead to a serious problem of currency backflow for international currencies. For example, $M is an international currency. It is worth 1 trillion yuan. It buys a lot of products from other countries, and these products are consumed in the country. After 20 cycles, this 1 trillion yuan is not overpaid. There is no need to depreciate, and the money is earned back. The products that other countries sold to him in the past were all physical objects. Ores, metals, leather, small commodities. The physical objects have value, even if they will be damaged. But one day, a country's app is sold. The app is not a physical object, and it will make money crazily. The money earned can be used to buy things in other countries. If it is bought in one go, the domestic goods will be exported. If they want to buy food, so much money will be spent. The domestic food prices will increase, and $M will be inflated. More similar things will happen. $M will continue to depreciate. In terms of high-tech, it will lose its dominance. What will happen? The depreciation will be too great, and the credibility will be reduced. Then, more countries will hold $M and use them to buy things in other countries. $M is not a standard currency. It is a credit currency. The overpayment needs to be balanced. Once everyone uses the money to buy things in that country, the prices of things in that country will increase. Inflation will occur, and the people will have to bear this loss. The citizens' hard-earned money was worthless. Their purchasing power fell, and the economic crisis broke out. This was the result of losing the technological lead, and at the same time, the tertiary industry of other countries stealing the value of their currency. Therefore, they had to punish you and force you to sell the app. Otherwise, their currency system would collapse. Money would flow back, resources would be spent, and inflation would occur. That is to say, a country had once used its technological advantage to release an excessive amount of credit currency. When technology was unable to govern, the credit currency would cause great harm to the country itself. Li Yi didn't talk about his past. He just explained the concept to Li Longji in an easy-to-understand way. Li Longji understood. He now wanted to enshrine all the people from the Li family Zhuangzi who had died. You guys are too great. So many of you died, but in the end, you brought Li Yi over to take over Zhuangzi. That was how we got to know Brother Yi. Oh, and Big Brother as well. It was Big Brother who went to the imperial plantation first and found out about the situation. Brother Yi, are you saying that with our technological advantage, we can use technology to make up for the excessive amount of currency? Li Longji couldn't wait to set up a specialized technology research and development organization. Yes, including the difference in technology, price, and tariffs. If the other party sells us things that don't have any technological content, we will charge them tariffs. If we sell them things with technology, they won't dare to charge us tariffs. If we don't sell them things with high technological content, they won't accept it no matter how much they pay. For example, lathes. The lathes in Zhuangzi are constantly improving. Then, the things made with the lathes are also very high-tech. The lathes are definitely not to be sold. The tools made with the lathes are restricted even if others want to buy them. Li Yi admitted that this was the case. His country back then was restricted by all kinds of technology. Not to mention lathes, even derivative products were not allowed. However, his country back then was awesome. If you restrict me, I will fight in that aspect. If you don't let me enter the space station to cooperate, I will launch the space station myself. If you don't give me a 100,000-ton hydraulic press, I will build it myself and then sell a 200,000-ton hydraulic press. Thank you for the adversity you have given us. We are like kites that soar into the sky in the face of adversity. You don't sell the 5-axis linkage to us. Now, we also have 3D printing technology. There is a limit to the development of technology. 10 years of development is leaps and bounds. After 10 years, every step will be difficult. Our country will chase after these 10 years and then stand with you at every step. We will even overtake you at the corners, faster than you, because our foundation was more solid in those 10 years. You can stop us for a while, but can you stop us for a lifetime? As Li Yi thought about it, he revealed a proud expression. The Tang dynasty's technology is limited. You can't catch up in 100 years, and the Japanese Empire can't either. The Japanese Empire is good at learning, but it depends on who the opponent is. Our country is better at learning. The Japanese Empire can bear hardships and brag to other countries, but in front of our country, you are still not good enough. Li Longji didn't know what Brother Yi was thinking, but he suddenly noticed that Brother Yi's state was different. On the surface, he looked more peaceful, but the look in his eyes gave people a feeling that he was about to soar. Brother Yi? Li Longji said carefully. What? Li Yi also lowered his voice. Do you need to strengthen the defense of your mother bed? Li Longji was worried. I built 3 sets, 2 of which are underground. Once they can be improved and upgraded, I will put them underground. Actually, there is no need to do this. I am just being cautious. Others can't break in. Even if a few of them fight to the death to get in, it will be useless. That thing can't be fixed just by looking. Li Yi was never worried about problems with his mother bed. In addition, he has enough theoretical support. After a while, he can produce semiconductors. At most 2 years, maybe 1 year. We don't need to send messages 10 miles away. We have to maintain the logistics. I will take something out, and we can send a telegram. Li Yi revealed something in advance. He had enough technology to send a telegram, and it was hardware. He doesn't need to take detours. He has the technology, and he can send it directly. What is a telegram? Li Longji had seen good lathes. They were not as good as the equipment in Li Yi's hospital, but they were good things that he could build himself. I am writing to you from thousands of miles away. Yes, even if I am writing a letter, you will receive the letter after a few breaths. This is a telegram. Li thought about his words and tried to explain it to Li Longji in a simple way. Chapter 935. There's such a magical thing. Is it easy to make? Li Longji finally understood. It was called a telegraph. If two people were far apart, they could send messages to each other in the blink of an eye. It's not easy. Without the triode, the transmission distance is limited. We need to set up a telegraph receiving station in the middle of the road. Li shook his head gently. Semiconductors were developed to increase the transmission distance of telegraph signals. Otherwise, if they set up a point dozens of kilometers away and received the message from the previous point, they would not need to translate it and send it directly. The transmission would continue until the destination was reached. This speed was actually quite fast. At least, it was faster than riding a horse. The disadvantage was that there were too many relay stations. If one of them had a problem, the message would be inaccurate. How long will it take? Li Longji became anxious again. 1 year if it's fast, 2 or 3 years if it's slow. It's easy to say. The main thing is the electronic components. Otherwise, I can make a simple one for you now. It uses batteries. Li had a simple telegraph mechanism and did not need to amplify the signal. More advanced than surveillance technology. Li Longji remembered the set in the palace and the one in Zhuangzi. Li opened his eyes wide and shook his head vigorously. It's too far away. Even if you give me 10 years, I won't be able to make that set. If his technology had reached the level of making surveillance equipment, he would have made an atomic bomb long ago. How many basic industries would that involve? No, there was no need to make an atomic bomb. The munitions factory would make AK series rifles and remake bullets. There was no need for cannons. A few thousand people with an AK each could destroy a country. Oh! Li Longji was a little disappointed. He really hoped that there would be more of those things so that he could monitor the entire Chang'an. If the distance could be further, he would just throw it at the Protectorate General. He did not know that what he was thinking of was already used by Li Yi at that time. If he installed surveillance cameras at home, as long as there was a signal, no matter where he was, he would be able to see it on his phone. Right now, the most important thing is to build the relay station. Even if there is a telegraph, it's only for transmitting messages. The relay station is more important for the military and the people's livelihood. Li Yi did not want to bite off more than he could chew. Starting from the basics, the only thing that the Tang dynasty did not need technology was the relay station. It should be completed before autumn. At the same time, the newspapers will be officially published. Speaking of this, Li Longji seemed to be in a good mood. In the Tang dynasty, relay stations were being set up. Other places were a little slower, but the border was about to be set up. At the same time, the best horses were assigned to the courier stations from the border to Chang'an, so that they could send messages using the extreme speed of the horses. Where the horse could not go, the speed of the courier was tested. What the courier needed to do was to run from one point to another. By the time they reached their destination, they would have no strength at all. Hand over the letter and relay it to the relay station. Of course, he couldn't be alone every time. What if he fell on the road, was bitten by a snake, or was taken away by a tiger? Brother Yi, tell me about the goods that you want to sell to the Japanese Empire. Li Longji knew about the currency and was preparing to trade with the Japanese Empire. The first time he went there, he bartered. Li family Zhuangzi's tea leaves, embroidery, good kitchen knives, short curved plows, soap, rock sugar, chili powder, and dried diced carrots. Li Yi thought for a while and said a few things. Li Longji did not care about other things, but he was interested in plows. Give them good farming tools. For trade, they must be led by people from the Japanese Empire. They must replenish their water at some places before going to Pingcheng or the capital. Li Yi explained the reason. He believed that the envoys of the various states and countries had already collected the things that the people of the Tang dynasty used. If he did not give them to them, would they not say anything? He could restrict the physical objects, but he could not erase their memories. Since he could not stop them, he might as well be generous. Currently, the capital of the Japanese Empire was in Nara, so they had to go around Kyushu. There were coal mines in Kyushu, and another place with many coal mines was in Hokkaido. There was a place on Kyushu that was specially used to receive envoys from other countries. It was Fukuoka Prefecture, and it was also an important military base. However, trading with Kyushu would not make much money. Pingcheng or the capital was the key. The goods could be transported by sea to a place called Osaka by Li Yi in the Gyeonggi district. After traveling for dozens of miles, the goods could be transported to the capital of the Japanese Empire. The capital there was like the capital of the Tang dynasty. The people there were relatively rich. What do you want? Li Longji was indifferent. Anyway, since Li Yi said to prepare these goods, he would prepare them. Copper, silver, and ores are also fine. Adjust the price. In addition, I want raw silk, cooked silk, and silk fabrics from the Japanese Empire. Li Yi gave him the things he needed. The current smelting and embroidery technology of the Japanese Empire was still not good enough. Historical records showed that for decades, this was how the trade was done.
The Japanese Empire used silk to weave cloth and exchanged it for embroidery from the Tang dynasty. Copper was also given to the Tang dynasty to exchange for copper coins from the Tang dynasty, Kaiyuan Tongbao. Silver was even more so. If the technology was not good enough, they would be at a disadvantage in trade. At the thought that the Japanese Empire was willing to exchange for Kaiyuan Tongbao, Li Yi added, "Bring Zhuangzi's exchange coupons over. The coupons are also very exquisite. They won't accept it, right?" Li Longji felt that if other countries gave him paper money, he would not accept it. Give it to them for free. When the next batch of goods is sent over, allow them to use the coupons to buy things. Li Yi thought of a good idea. When the coupons were sent over, the people of the Japanese Empire would be curious about them and write the amount of money on them. The key was that the paper money was beautiful and could not be copied. If they knew that they could use it to buy goods from the Tang dynasty next time, would they try to trade it themselves? Even if they did not trade, the paper money would not be thrown away. The next time they went to the Tang dynasty, they would allow people with paper money to buy things. The credibility of the paper money would be guaranteed. They would even bring some merchants and goods from the Japanese Empire to the Tang dynasty and let them see the use of the exchange coupons in the Tang dynasty. Li Longji took this matter seriously. He learned how to use money to bully people. This is a good idea. Li Longji got what he wanted and left happily. 2 days later, Li Longji officially received the envoys from the Japanese Empire. The Japanese Empire was not a vassal state of the Tang dynasty, so the letter of credence was equal. The envoys gave something, and Li Longji gave something in return and rewarded the envoys. The banquet continued. Everyone ate and drank. Li Longji asked some questions about the Japanese Empire. After the banquet, the envoys from the Japanese Empire returned to the Four Quarters Embassy happily. The Tang dynasty was not bad, and the emperor of the Tang dynasty was also friendly. Then, it was time to move on to the next step. They found the person in charge and asked to write a letter to the Prime Minister. They were anxious and wanted to confirm some technology as soon as possible. They did not count on gunpowder. It was used for war, and the formula could not be given to their own country. They should be able to print it, right? They said they were going back to print books and Buddhist scriptures from the Tang dynasty. They did not know if they could give the hot air balloon. What reason could they give? Could they fly from Japan to the Tang dynasty? Could they pass the message quickly? Also, it was best to send someone to teach them medical books. Reading books was not as good as having someone teach them.
Then, they asked Li Yi if he was willing to be the Japanese envoy of the Tang dynasty to Japan for an exchange. When they passed by Hunan, they were planting a new kind of rice. It was said that it had a short maturity period. Could they bring a ship of seeds back? With these thoughts in mind, Abita Nakamaro wrote a letter to Song Jing and asked an official to deliver it. Song Jing saw the letter and shook his head helplessly. Dream on. Li Yi will not agree. Chapter 936. Song Jing said that if Li Yi didn't agree, the technology of printing newspapers could be passed on. He believed that many people in the imperial court would also think that the seeds should be brought back to the Japanese Empire. This was the case in the past. For example, many of the crops of the Tang dynasty didn't exist before and were brought back from the western regions by the previous dynasty. The grapes were sent over decades ago and were then planted in the Tang dynasty. The price of grape wine was very high. When it came to Li Yi seemed to think that everything was a treasure and couldn't be given to others. If Xiao Yi doesn't agree, what can others do? The ink is in his hands, and the imperial court can only get the printed books from the Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Go explained who had researched this thing and who had helped to find the seeds. If Xiao Yi didn't want more people to eat carrots, he wouldn't take out the seeds for others to plant. He didn't give the chili and used it to make money. The seeds didn't belong to him. The Japanese Empire lacked the ability to mix other things in the seeds, and it was difficult to detect it in a short period of time. Su Yi supported Li Yi on this point. If we give them the printed materials, what if the other party researched the exchange coupons and printed fake money? The Tang dynasty won't be able to bear it. Tell them that the hot air balloon is too dangerous and will lose your life if you fall from the sky. It's not suitable to give it to others. Some of the seeds may be able to reduce the Japanese Empire's food production. In order to protect the Japanese Empire's food, they can't be taken out. Let them think of their own medical books. If the imperial court doesn't have enough medical books, they can buy them themselves. As for medical skills, they can attend the lectures together if they want to exchange knowledge. It's not good to refuse. Song Jing thought of a few reasons that weren't reasonable. He believed that the Japanese Empire would understand. If the Japanese Empire still wanted the seeds, they could find a way to send them to the beach. The coastline was so long that it couldn't stop them. I'll write a letter to Xiao Yi. Bai Gu wanted to ask. Li Yi had the most say in this matter. When Li Yi received the letter, he was making a spring-loaded toy gun. It could be used to hit soybeans or small stones. Big brother, if we sell it to the children of wealthy families, the sales should be good, right? Li Yi assembled a pistol made of bamboo. It was not painted yet and looked very beautiful. It was a single-shot gun. Every time he pulled the trigger, he would fire a shot. You can also use springs to make continuous shots, but the range is very short. It's not fun. Li Qingqi tried it a few times. In the summer, children use pumps to fight in the water. The trade union received a lot of orders, and some businessmen saw a business opportunity in it. He went on to say something else which proved that children like to play. The spring force of this gun is not strong. If you want to hit a stone, tell the child not to aim it at people. I'm afraid it will hit his eyes. Li Yi actually didn't think that a child would be hurt by such a gun. The children also threw stones and made small bows and arrows. Of course, the children understood that they could not shoot at people. Bai Gu wants you to make a list of what you can't teach to the Japanese Empire and what you can't bring out. Li Qingqi read the letter together and asked. Li Yi frowned. He was more conflicted. The Tang dynasty's maritime blockade was not good. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, he still had ships to smuggle at sea. The coastline was long, and there were too many places to manage. In addition, fishermen would fish near the coast. The small fishing boats had no serial number, no positioning system, and no radar in the Tang dynasty. Don't worry about the medicinal materials. If the Japanese Empire wants to transport, they can collect them themselves. The more we restrict them, the better they will think things are. Li Yi gave up on stopping them. He opened the door and let the Japanese Empire operate it themselves. Li Chengqi also thought of this. That's the only way. If the Tang dynasty has good things, others will covet them. He believed that the Japanese Empire would learn from railroads, ships, and sleds. Brother Yi, are there many rivers in the Japanese Empire? Li Chengqi thought of ships and asked about the water system of the Japanese Empire. Li Yi nodded. There are many small rivers. Many of them are short and the current is rapid. Because there are many mountains, ships are actually very suitable for traveling on them. Going against the current is feasible. Will they build many ships? Li Chengqi was reluctant. No, they are poor, have many slaves, and have many forces. There will be chaos in the future. Li shook his head again. He did not think that the current Japanese Empire had a lot of money to build ships. Why did they have to transport on the river? The current situation of the Japanese Empire is similar to that of some remote places in the Tang dynasty. Pingcheng is similar to Yangzhou and Izhou. It is not comparable to the Kyoto prefecture. Li talked about the current situation of the Japanese Empire. Compared to the Tang dynasty, it was inferior in all aspects and had a small population. The population density was higher than that of the Tang dynasty. Many places in the Tang dynasty were uninhabited. The Japanese Empire's Hokkaido was less populated. It was cold and snowy in winter. Who would want to stay there? Li Chengqi put down the spring gun. Pitiful. Pitiful. As long as they have the chance, they will think of ways to fight others. They have a strong sense of nationality. Although the envoys and exchange students here are polite, they are actually proud. Li Yi was not in the mood to pity others. Many people in the Tang dynasty did not have enough food to eat and clothes to cover their bodies. They had to fight wild animals all day and guard against mosquitoes and poisonous snakes. It was so cold in winter. There was no fire or quilt. They used grass to cover the ground. This was pitiful. In the Tang dynasty, only the people in the Kyoto prefecture had a good life. Once they develop, they will fight the Tang dynasty. Didn't they fight before? They lost. The Japanese Empire has always coveted Silla. The Tang dynasty helped Silla defeat the Japanese Empire. Silla unified the whole area. Countries with close ties to the Tang dynasty, including the Bohai kingdom, will be tempted once the Tang dynasty is weak. Li Yi's understanding of this world was that the weak were prey to the strong. If you did not fight others, others would fight you. There had never been an exception, including him. If he did not have enough military strength, he would have been beaten long ago. Countries with no ability had to bow to others. Those who did not bow to others had to ensure their fighting strength. When will the world be peaceful? Li Chengqi said with a compassionate look. Li looked at him in surprise. Big brother, occupying the world and then fighting is a civil war. Li Yi did not think that the Tang dynasty could exist forever. Once the world was occupied, the people of the Tang dynasty would colonize the world. At a certain time, when something happened in the imperial court, each country would guarantee independence. However, that was a matter for the future. It had nothing to do with the present. Even so, the Chinese civilization was still passed down in each country. Pearl cultivation is in progress. Pepper cultivation in Xiongzhou and Liizhou has begun. The navy is rushing to build, so we use both oars and sails. Li Chengqi changed the topic. He was here to talk about this. He wanted to ask Li Yi what else he needed to pay attention to, especially the navy, which was going to sail long distances. The use of oars was to deal with the windless sea and also to deal with strong winds. In strong winds, the sails must be lowered. If it was still dangerous, the masts must be cut. Li Yi listened and felt confident. The Tang dynasty's shipbuilding technology was good. The bottom of the ship was not flat. Flat-bottomed ships were suitable for navigation in internal rivers. The waves on the sea were strong. Once a strong wind blew, the flat-bottomed ship would capsize. For example, when the Yuan dynasty fought the Japanese Empire, the flat-bottomed ship would be overturned every time. Every time, it was so coincidental that they would encounter a hurricane. If it were a large ship, even if there was a hurricane, the damage would not be too heavy. Chapter 937. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of March in the lunar calendar and the middle of May in the solar calendar. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The boys of the capital government wore half-sleeved shirts, big pants, and small sandals woven from grass. The children of the rich wore small leather shoes and held spring pistols, looking for enemies to attack. A spring pistol cost 2 pieces. The most expensive thing was the spring. The others were worthless. If the pistols broke, they could be replaced for free. It's time to eat. Come and wash your hands. A school teacher called the children. The children ran to the washing place to soap their faces, wash their faces, and wait for the meal. From next month onwards, you don't have to pay. His Majesty will buy food for everyone. Go back and tell your family that His Majesty cares about every person of the Tang dynasty. The teacher took out the food. There were plates made of bamboo and small soup bowls with thick bamboo tubes. Today's food was more than twice as good as yesterday's. There were large pieces of fish and sweet. The children liked to eat sweet things now. The fish were caught from the water net. Li Longji sent people to catch them. If the people could catch them, why couldn't he? The fresh fish caught in the morning were made into different dishes. Li Longji was rich. Li pointed out a place with gold and found a new big gold sand mine. The other iron mines and coal mines given by Li Yi also began to operate. The iron produced was used to make farm tools, kitchen knives, sickles, spears, and arrows for the people. The people needed weapons to fight wild animals. The price was low, so it was still profitable. A part of the profit belonged to Li Longji. The children who sold newspapers in the morning went to school after selling newspapers. Only the children who shined shoes were still shining shoes. They couldn't go to school. They worked to support the family. Eat, little pimple. Today's meal. A handcart stopped in front of a shoeshine child. The person who pushed the cart called out and took out a plate. Got it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Uncle Rong. The little pimple quickly washed his hands in the wooden basin next to him. Then he saw braised fish. Uncle Song, there's braised fish today. The little pimple grinned. He liked to eat braised food, and it would be even better if it was braised meat. Unfortunately, he had only eaten it a few times. His Majesty sent people to fish in the river early in the morning. He said that starting from the day after tomorrow, on the first day of the 4th month, there will be large pieces of meat every day. Here's an oily salted duck egg. It's provided by the Li family Zhuangzi. It's not very salty. The person pushing the cart mentioned that it was not all given by His Majesty, but also by Li Dongzhu. He waited for the little pimple to scoop out the food for himself, then pushed the cart to the next place, and while he was at it, he yelled out his wares. If passers-by wanted to eat it, they would pay for it. He would scoop it for them, but they would need to pay a deposit of $2. They asked passers-by to deliver the tray to any shoeshine child, and the child would give them $2. I believe that in a few years, the entire Tang dynasty will be like this, the Tubo envoy Boxi said to Isinba. Recently, they had stopped and seized the time to write medical books. As for medical skills, no one taught them. They also collected carrot seeds and sent them back to Tubo for planting. They also sent the daily newspapers back. This was the only thing they could do. The Tang dynasty changes almost every day. If Li Yi doesn't die, in a few years, with the development of the capital office, it will be difficult for Tubo to live. Isinba felt uncomfortable. He watched as the capital office implemented various measures. The people were busy with work with smiles on their faces. The officials of the capital office were diligent and honest. The root cause was one person. That person pushed the Tang dynasty forward. The people of the Japanese Empire are coming. Think of a way to make the Japanese Empire deal with Li Yi. Boxy knew that he couldn't do it. Li Yi didn't fall for the trick. He hid in his shell all day long like a turtle. Could he kill with a borrowed knife? Sao Discord. What good ideas do you have? Isinba was interested. Tell the people of the Japanese Empire that Li Yi wants the Tang dynasty to fight the Japanese Empire. Li Yi is making powerful weapons. Boxy told him his idea. There was no need to say it out loud. It was enough to hint. Other envoys couldn't enter the Li family Zhuangzi, but what about the Japanese Empire? The Japanese Empire wanted to enter and communicate. Would Li Yi meet them for the sake of the Tang dynasty? Could the envoys of the Japanese Empire search Li Yi when they see him? He would send a few people to hide in. Boxy was determined to die. He knew that if the Tang dynasty continued to develop, Tubo would have no way to survive. Even the Huku waterfall couldn't stop Li Yi's will. On the track, the ship carried the goods and went against the flow of the Yellow River. Tubo was at the other end of the Yellow River. If there was a big war, the Tang dynasty would transport soldiers and baggage from the Yellow River, the Yangtze River, and the land. Isinba thought for a moment and said, "It's best to ask the people of the Japanese Empire to call Li Yi out. For example, hold a bonfire party and watch the Japanese Empire sing and dance." Okay, let's give it a try. Boxy looked to the east. The Li family Zhuangzi was there. He wished he could grow wings and fly over there to die with Li Yi. According to the historical records of the Central Plains, if a country wanted to hide its strength and bide its time, it would take many years to see results. Then, it would defeat other countries in one fell swoop. This was the case for the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. If the Tang dynasty had Li Yi, how many years would it take? Li Yi madly threw out things that would benefit the people. It couldn't be seen anywhere else. In any case, the wealth of the people in the capital would double in a few months. Who would have thought that feeding chickens with maggots and bone powder would make them lay more eggs? There were also the bean worms that everyone was afraid of. They were pests that hurt soybeans and grapes. However, Li Yi told everyone that they could eat these things and even taught them how to raise them. The people listened to him. If he said they could eat these things, they would eat them. Using the loss of some soybeans in exchange for a large number of worms, he said that eating worms was better than eating meat. Isinba gritted his teeth and said, "As long as he comes out, we'll drag him with us even if we have to. He won't be able to escape even if he has wings." As soon as he finished speaking, a person not far away suddenly pointed to the sky and said, "Look, a large group of hot air balloons flying so high." Alerted by the shouting of passers-by, more people looked up. Hot air balloons floated over in the sky one after another. Everyone was curious. It had been a long time since a large number of hot air balloons appeared together. What were they doing this time? Something fell out. Is it parachuting? Winged knights parachuting? No, it's not a parachute. That thing is flying. There are people below. It looks like a kite. Kites can carry people. The onlookers suddenly started discussing. They watched as triangular hang gliders jumped from the hot air balloons and glided. Wings? Buju looked at Isinba. You said it was impossible to escape even if you had wings. Look, they're flying with kites. Kites can carry people. Isinba didn't think that kites could do this. But in fact, there were people below the kites in the sky. A gust of wind blew past. Some kites rose in altitude, some turned in other directions, and some continued to move forward slowly. In the sky above Chang'an, many kites flew back and forth. The people were dumbfounded. Some wanted to look for the kite string. Was there someone on the ground pulling the string? Chapter 938. Everyone in Chang and city saw it. Even the people in their houses were asked to come out and watch. The big kite carried people around. When there was wind, the kite could fly higher. When there was no wind, the kite would fly further away and lower. The envoys from various countries, including the people from the Japanese Empire, also looked up. There was a person under the kite. The kite was big, but it didn't feel very big. Some kites were bigger than this one, but no one said that it could carry people. Bai Gu and a group of people stood outside the political affairs hall. Each of them was holding a telescope. Xiao Yi finally trained a group of people. He trained on Mount Taibai. Why is he showing it now? Bai Gu had seen Li Yi's performance. He said that he would rather die than try it. Su Yi stared at the glider with the best control. Is this for the Japanese Empire? Impossible. Why would Li Yi perform for the Japanese Empire? He is trying to intimidate all the foreign envoys. Song Jing had some understanding of Li Yi. At the entrance of Wentian Orchid Pavilion, Li Yi and Princess Yongmu were watching. Good. Fly. The people of the Imperial Governor's office will feel more honored. Li Yi was watching Guozi operate the glider. Not everyone could lift their heads when facing wind. Some could only slide down. Guozi was different. Sports were not difficult for him. In Li Yi's opinion, Guozi was also an expert when it came to flying with bat wings. There was even a super big jump bed on the ground. Guozi could jump down from a high altitude and land in the middle of the jump bed by adjusting his body posture without opening his parachute. Someone overseas had done this before, and it was successful. The jump bed was different from other games. It could withstand a lot of weight. At the same time, it would gradually absorb the weight as the weight fell. At this moment, Guozi could pull the glider up and continue to hover if the wind was a little stronger. Princess Yongmu looked at them one by one. Li Lang, can you use this method to make the new people feel at ease? Of course, the main thing is public security. There are many new citizens, and there are many vicious people who use their martial arts to bully others. Let them see how powerful the capital government's army was, and they would become obedient. The kind-hearted commoners would no longer be afraid. If anyone dares to bully others, if the people have the guts to report them, they will be arrested and sent to the mines. Li Yi was certain that the stronger the army, the more assured the people would be. He showed it to the commoners who had just come to the capital office to live and work. Otherwise, some commoners wouldn't dare to make a sound when they were bullied. He was afraid of revenge, but he also felt that the person who bullied him was very powerful. Princess Yongmu's lips curled into a smile. That's good. We'll write about it in the newspaper tomorrow and tell the people to report it. Yes, we can't let the bullies hide. Li Yi admitted that Princess Yongmu had guessed correctly. What he wanted to do was to tell the people in the newspapers that as long as they caught the bullies, they would be sent away and never come back. Including the family members of the bullies, they would all be sent away. That was why protection was the most hateful thing, especially the protection from the upper echelons. When the commoners met the gangsters, they called the police. The police didn't care, and the gangsters came to beat them up again. The commoners were not happy and continued to report to the city. In the end, the city was also a protection, and the commoners were beaten up again. The commoners were still not happy and reported to the province. The province was still a protection, and the commoners were beaten up. The commoners gritted their teeth and wanted to go to the capital to petition. When they finally got to the capital, there were actually people in the capital who helped the local government catch the petitioners. The commoners became mentally ill. This was the most terrifying thing. The other commoners who didn't dare to report looked at this pitiful person and felt helpless. Didn't the emperor and the officials know about this? Did they think they were fools? Then why didn't they do anything? Li couldn't do anything in the past, but now he could. The newspaper said that the commoners didn't need to go to the Yamen, and could directly go to the Li family Zhuangzi. It was very easy, and they didn't need to report to the higher-ups. They were afraid of meeting some protection. With Li personally making a move, who would be able to suppress this matter? Others didn't know Li Yi's motive, but Song Jing thought that it was for all the envoys to see. Why would envoy Li Yi care? What was there to scare? A group of hang gliders flew in the sky, and the wind became weaker. They each looked for a place to land, and they were all outside the city. The Tubo and Turkic envoys' hearts turned cold. Hot air balloons were not enough, and now paratroopers had appeared. Paratroopers could jump from hot air balloons and float far away. In the end, paratroopers were not the most powerful. They used kites and could fly freely in the sky. How far could they fly? Quick, go back and write a letter. Boxy couldn't be bothered to wait and watch. He pulled Isinba back with him, and the other Tubo envoys followed behind. The Turkic envoys had the same reaction. Something big had happened, and the sky was about to fall. The Tang dynasty had a new type of soldier that could jump from hot air balloons and fly. There was a large group of them. Who on the battlefield would be willing to face an enemy army that suddenly appeared out of nowhere? When he returned to his place, Boxy looked for a pen and paper. Hot air balloons need to fly with the wind. They can't fly against the wind. In the past, I wrote to tell our people to be on guard against the wind. Now, this kite is the most powerful when it flies against the wind. It can fly higher and further, and can even control its direction. In addition to paratroopers, the Tang dynasty has all types of soldiers that can be used with the wind. Air attack. Boxy actually understood a new term, air attack. Of course, he still didn't know how to control the air. Isinba frowned. If we can't get the binoculars, can we attack a general with binoculars and snatch it? He knew about the existence of binoculars and was far away. He could find the other party first and set up in advance. In addition, the Tang dynasty's military shovels could be used. When the infantrymen met the Tubo cavalry and saw them with binoculars, not only would they have assembled and organized their troops, but they might even have dug a bunch of horse traps. The horse traps didn't need to be big. They just needed to be densely packed and dig holes bigger than the horses' hooves. The horses couldn't even walk, let alone charge. They would be crippled if they entered. Another Tubo man said, "We can also make a big kite. We've already seen the shape. When we try it, we should be able to find the key if a few people die." Yes, draw it out and let them do it. Boxy agreed. He really thought that a kite could be turned into a triangular hang glider. The angle, fabric, support, and technique of the hang glider were all carefully calculated. If the kite was big and sturdy enough, with a rope attached to the bottom, it could indeed allow people to fly and slowly learn how to control it. As long as they weren't afraid of death, they should be able to find something by sacrificing a few hundred warriors. The Tuju's side thought of the same thing. They drew it out and wrote a letter back to let their own people try it. The other envoys silently returned and wrote a letter. They didn't want their own people to try it. God knows how many of them would fall to their deaths. The key was that there were no hot air balloons. They could only jump from high mountains. What would they do when there were no mountains? The Japanese Empire's envoys had an idea. Could the Tang dynasty give them this? Japan needs it. The wind by the sea is strong. According to the kite just now, it could spin as long as there was wind. Chapter 939. The winged knights are really flying. They're spinning in the sky like a bird. I'll make a big kite later and see if it can fly. Do you think you're Li Dongzhu? How can a kite be the same as a kite? Li Dongzhu's kite doesn't use string. Did Li Dongzhu make it? I guarantee it's him. Only Li Dongzhu is willing to try new things. Bring a big firework up there, light it and throw it at the enemy. It's windy in the sky. It's not easy to light it. Li Dongzhu knows how to light a hot air balloon. the people inside and outside of Chang and expressed their opinions on this matter. They were all very excited. The winged knights were powerful, so they felt safe. If their own army could fly, then they would ask the enemy if they were afraid. The people were the most easily satisfied. They found a sense of honor when they saw something that could fly in the sky. They walked more briskly than before and worked more energetically. Not only the ordinary people, but the ministers who saw the hang gliders for the first time were also excited. They knew that Li Yi could fly. There was only one of them, and the army couldn't equip it. At present, there were dozens of winged knights flying together. In the future, there would be hundreds and thousands of them flying together. "I'm very relieved," Li Longji said to the ministers who came to salute him when they saw him. "Your Majesty, there's no need to deploy a large number of armed troops. The enemy knows that the Tang dynasty has this kind of troop and will be at a loss." Song Jing congratulated him. He was no longer conservative. In history, he was always worried that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty would start a war and make it difficult for him as the prime minister. Now he didn't care. Just fight. He had money and good weapons to support him. His words were agreed by everyone. Yes, there was no need to deploy. It was enough for the enemy to know. It was like Li Yi's army. They didn't have an air force. Knowing that the enemy had an air force, they had to be careful. It was best to walk in the woods, wear camouflage, and hide as soon as they heard the sound of the enemy's aircraft. As for Tubo and the Turks, the envoys saw the hang gliders and sent a letter back. If Tubo sends troops again, what will happen to baggage? When the team was running fast and the horses were tired, wouldn't they be afraid that divine soldiers would suddenly descend from the sky when they were resting? If the army in the city went out to attack the cities of the Tang dynasty, and the army of the Tang dynasty flew into the city and seized the city, would the troops that went out still be able to come back? Your Majesty, are there any explosives on board? The assistant minister of the Ministry of War knew that there were skyscraping monkeys, explosives, and grenades on the front line. He wanted to know how many things he could carry while flying. In his opinion, one bag of explosives was enough. Li Longji nodded. It's a triangular glider that's bigger. It can carry 2 people. Once he said this, the ministers knew that those who were older could bring 2 people and not one other person. They could bring several packs of explosives. Su Yi said, "In future wars, we should compete for air supremacy. Whoever controls the sky will have the advantage first." He was now the Minister of War. In reality, he had no control over the deployment of troops. He didn't know anything about it. In the past, Yao Chong didn't know anything about it either. He just cooperated with the soldiers at the front line and analyzed the strategy. The generals outside were always the generals outside and didn't listen to the emperor's orders. The generals of the Tang dynasty were so awesome. When they saw an opportunity, they didn't care what the imperial court thought. They just wanted to send a report to the emperor. At critical moments, the military governors and regional commanders never waited for the imperial court to reply. They would talk about it after the battle. And if they won, the imperial court would reward them. If they lost, the generals would be captured. Even if they were released, the imperial court would behead them and humiliate the country. Therefore, the generals of the Tang dynasty in the early stage of the Kaiyuan era were rarely captured alive. They all risked their lives and would rather die on the battlefield. If they died in battle, their families would be treated well by the imperial court. If they were captured, their families wouldn't be able to raise their heads. The Japanese Empire in the future learned the spirit of the Tang dynasty. It was rare to get flags in battle, let alone capture generals alive. Your Majesty, please announce that we want to send flying troops to the Tubo and Turkic borders. The minister of the Ministry of War came out. He wanted to scare the enemy. After announcing that they had sent out the flying troops, the Turkic and Tubo would have a headache when they heard the news. What should they do? Okay. Li Longji agreed and said, "Li family Zhuangzi, write about it in the newspaper." Your Majesty, I want to eat hot pot for lunch. Bai Gu suddenly said. Eat, I will give you a double hot pot. Li Longji was generous. He waved his hand and treated them to a meal. The weather is hot. We had water rice and noodles with soy sauce at noon today. We can't eat hot pot on such a hot day. That would be stupid. Outside Wentian Orchid Pavilion, Li Yi said to the others. They had prepared well today. There were enough tables and chairs. Then, they would eat water rice. There was rice and sorghum rice in the pot next to them. There was also boiling water and noodles. The noodles were all belt noodles. The noodles with soy sauce were all belt noodles. It was refreshing and flat. The dishes were cucumbers with garlic paste, garlic eggplant, cowpeas, pickled vegetables, salted beans, green onions in soy sauce, basil leaves, spicy cabbage with pear shreds, century eggs and tofu. The meat was sauced beef, pork tendons without any smell, chicken with saliva, fish jelly, mixed pig ears, spicy duck. There was a big pile of food, but none of them were hot. There were even iced fruit juices and soft drinks at the side. Li Yi made himself a glass of iced wine and ate it like this for lunch. Not only did he eat it himself, but he also sold it to others. According to him, the profits from the dishes sold today were enough to cover the cost of their meals. Princess Yongmu was happy. She felt that it was very interesting. He ate it himself and sold it to others. This was the first time she saw someone eat like this. Hey, hey! I'm coming, ha ha ha. A child's voice could be heard. His pronunciation was not very accurate. Li Yi did not need to look to know who it was from the voice. He smiled and went over to carry the child. You didn't eat at home. Empress Wang followed behind him. We all ate hot pot. The fire is very strong. I brought him to you. Did you eat eggs in the morning? Li Yi asked the child. One, boiled. The child gave the answer. Can you eat half at noon? Li Yi still wanted the child to eat more eggs. Duck, oil. The child agreed, but he had a request. He wanted to eat oily salted duck eggs. I'll give you 2 salted duck eggs. The clear ones are still a bit salty for you. Li Yi decided. Princess Yongmu took 2 salted duck eggs, peeled them, dug out the yolks and put them on the plate. Thank you, sister. The child's saliva flowed down the corner of his mouth. He rubbed it with the handkerchief in front of his chest. It would be considered pretty good if only one child of the same age could do such a thing. Empress Wang did not care anymore. After washing her hands, she sat down and hesitated whether to eat rice or cold noodles. Then she chose to eat cold noodles. Cold noodles made of buckwheat and cold noodle soup with ice stubble. Other things like shredded cucumber were not put on the table. There was a pile of dishes on the table. Today, everyone saw the winged knights fly with gliders. The Tubo and Turkic envoys of the foreign countries did not look good. Empress Wang drank a big mouthful of cold noodle soup and felt comfortable. She told Li Yi about the situation at Honglu Temple. Li Yi used his chopsticks to pick up the salted duck egg yolks. He picked up a little and put it into the child's mouth. The child showed an expression of absolute satisfaction. The winged knight's performance was not targeted at them. They thought too much. The number of foreigners in the capital has increased. Some people are local tyrants and think that they can solve all problems with their fists. Li Yi said as he scattered the 2 egg yolks and poured them on the boiled rice. The child struggled to sit by himself and used a spoon to eat the rice and egg yolks. Brothers and sisters, cast a monthly vote. The farmer bowed. Chapter 940. A stall was set up outside Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. People who felt that the weather was hot saw the cool food and could not walk anymore. They asked about the price and paid for it. They found a seat and sat down. Those with more money chose meat dishes. Those with less money directly ordered a bowl of noodles with garlic and slowly tasted it. More people were willing to buy the cold noodles with ice stubble. Those without spicy cabbage and with only shredded cucumber and half an egg were 5 yuan. Those with spicy cabbage were 10 yuan. Those who ate felt that they had made a profit. There was ice stubble in the cold noodle soup. They drank it in one mouthful and felt cold. While everyone was eating, a 7 or 8-year-old child walked over with a 4 or 5-year-old child. The two children each held a lotus leaf in their hands. There was food on the lotus leaf. "Good Samaritan, please do a good deed and give us food to eat," the younger child said to Princess Yongmu. Li looked at the food on the two lotus leaves. There were fried sandwiches, stuffed pan-fried buns, and 2 braised chicken feet. The other older child had more or less the same thing on the lotus leaf. There was also an extra braised egg. The two children wore shabby hemp clothes and were barefoot. The older child's face was dirty, but the younger child looked cleaner. "The two of you are not enough." Princess Yongmu also noticed the situation. The two children could not finish the food on the lotus leaf. The older child shook his head and did not speak. The younger child spoke again. "Can you give us 2 yuan in exchange coupons? Do you want money or not?" Li noticed the situation and asked the child. The two children lowered their heads together, as if unwilling to answer this question. "You two stay. In the future, eat well and change your clothes," Li said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man ran out from the crowd. He looked to be 1.9 meters tall and had a full beard. No need. The children in my family have food, but they insist on working. Who would have thought that they are asking for money? Embarrassing. I will take them away." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the two children. Just as he reached out, a hand grabbed his wrist. He struggled twice but could not break free. What is the meaning of this? I will take the children in my family back. The burly man was anxious. Looking at the person who was half a head shorter than him, he did not understand why the other party was so strong. Li tilted his head and looked at the man. Is he your child? I'm the child's uncle, aren't I? The big man replied to Li, and then stared at the two children. The two children averted their eyes. The man shouted again, Your mother is sick. Didn't you say that you would listen to your uncle? Do you still want to treat your mother? Hearing his words, the two children finally nodded gently. The big man then said to Li, Look, a family. Do you take me for a fool? Li was so angry that he laughed. Come, you two, tell me what happened. I'll make the decision for you. You have a sick mother, right? The two children looked at him together. The big man's face darkened. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't meddle in. Is the shop behind yours? If you fall into the water, you'll die. Clang! 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 Ouch! Don't! My bones are broken. Don't pinch them. The big man shouted and used his other hand to grab the winged knight's hand that was grabbing his wrist, trying to pry it away. Ha, 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 well done. There are people in Chang and who stand with sticks. Good job. Let's see what you can do. Li stood up and pulled the two children closer to him, one in each hand. Good job. The little girl turned her head sideways and repeated to the big man. Ha, ha, ha. Everyone laughed. Take him to a place where no one is around and treat him well. Li Yi's smile did not change. The winged knights grabbed the big man's hand and twisted it. The big man screamed and bent over. The other winged knights grabbed the other arm of the big man and also pulled him back. The big man was restrained. The person who bought the food was surprised. The two people who were shorter than the big man were stronger than him and didn't look as meaty as the big man. Li Yi asked the two children to sit down and put the lotus leaf on the table. Tell me what happened. I know a high-ranking official in the government. He's the county magistrate. Last year, my father died. My mother brought me and my brother here. When we were about to reach the place, my mother fell sick. That person asked us to beg for something. The older child finally spoke. Once he spoke, he was a girl. The other children also said that the big man was overbearing. The others didn't dare to say anything. They only gave their mother the things they asked for. When they asked for more, they would find someone to treat her. How could he do that? He's bullying us. Why didn't she go to Grieffield Square when she was sick? That person threatened them. They didn't dare to say anything and no one cared. Poor children. They still have to suffer when they reach Chang'an. Child, where is your mother? Let's carry her to Grieffield Square. You don't have to pay for treatment. When the surrounding diners heard this, they were filled with righteous indignation. When they criticized the big man, they showed a look of pity. When they were almost done, Li coughed and everyone quieted down. Where is your mother now? Li Yi's voice was gentle. In the south, behind the official's house. The girl pointed to the south of the city. The bad guy has an accomplice? Li Yi asked again. Yes. The two children nodded. The girl added, they don't let us meet the people from the government office. So they built a shack there. Send a few more men. If we catch them, we'll get to mine for free again. Li Yi didn't look angry. He squinted his eyes. Yes, we'll send 30 men. A winged knight took the order. He turned around and pointed at the people he pointed at. Whoever he pointed at stood up. Including him, 30 men ran and set off. Send another man to the county magistrate of Wanyan County to settle those people down. Also, tell him that I'm angry because the government office didn't take the initiative to help. Li Yi ordered again. A man from Zhuangzi village ran away. When Tian, bring the two children to wash up and change their clothes. Li Yi didn't want to bait the girls. The boys were small and it was fine. I'll go too. Xiao Lan stood up and pulled the children into Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion. Why didn't those people report to the government office? Empress Wang was very puzzled. If they were bullied, they would meet someone and ask for help. They just arrived and are not familiar with the capital office. I think they didn't pass by any villages on the way. Many people were restrained. The big man and his men went to ask for things. Li Yi knew the reason. The people who were threatened didn't understand the situation. If no one helped them after they asked for help, they would suffer a lot. For those people, they only had one chance to ask for help. They only dared to take risks when they were confident. The big man and his men cut off their contact with the outside world. Perhaps they felt that the two children were easy to control, so they followed a man to hide in the dark. The child did not know that there was an official in the East City. Otherwise, he would have gone straight to the official. It was also possible that the officials at the child's side didn't care about the situation at all. Even if they knew that there were officials, they wouldn't make a sound. Fortunately, they had come here to ask for money. If they had come any later, their mother might have died of illness. What about those people? Empress Wang was referring to Big Han's group. Those who are afraid to drink to steal money are also afraid to drink to be considered as thieves. Although there is no need to fear them, the rich man is afraid and follows suit, which is the same. If one were to judge by the standard of robbers, it would be 2 years for those who are not rich, 3 years for those who are 1 foot for those who are poor, 2 horses plus 1, 10 horses plus 1, those who are guilty of wounding others are hanged, those who kill others are beheaded. The one who holds the weapon, although he doesn't get the money, he will flee 3,000 li. If there are 5 horses, he will be hanged. If he injures others, he will be beheaded. Li Yi recited the law of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 941. Empress Wang nodded, it was definitely not bad. It meant that for money, they would threaten others, adding another level to the crime of being a thief. As for the crime of being a thief, if they did not get anything, they would be sentenced to 2 years. If they got a foot of cloth or something of similar value, they would be sentenced to 3 years. If they got 2 bolts of cloth, they would be sentenced to 10 bolts of cloth. If they hurt someone, they would be hanged. If they killed someone, they would be beheaded. If they did not succeed in threatening someone with a stick, they would be exiled 3,000 miles away. If they got 5 bolts of cloth, they would be hanged. If they hurt someone, they would be beheaded. If so many people were threatened, their crimes would be increased. If they did not have a stick, they would be sentenced the same as if they had one. If they had a stick and got some money, they would be hanged. If they got 5 bolts of cloth, they would be beheaded. Li continued, everyone is a robber, robber, robber. If they do not agree, they are robbers. If they are below 10 years old, although they agree, they are still robbers. Hanged. This was even more serious. If they robbed someone or sold someone, they would be hanged. How to define robbing? If the other party did not agree, they would be punished. If the child below 10 years old agreed, they would be punished according to robbing. Those 2 children were not even 10 years old and were sentenced to death. The Tang dynasty's child abduction was a crime. They did not even need to be sold. If there were partners, they would also bear the responsibility if they cheated. However, it was clear that none of the burly man's group could escape the death penalty. However, Li did not want to kill them. He needed people to mine. If he killed them, where would he find free labor? He did not need to give them anything delicious. Black bread was enough. He also gave them some wild vegetables made with the worst salt. There was no need to wash the vegetables. They would dig every day. If they did not dig, they would be beaten to death. Anyway, they were all people that he had to kill. If not for the fear that they would not have the strength to work, he would not even give them salt. I am prepared to save their lives. I will also find work for them. If they get sick, medicine is cheap. If they get sick and need surgery, someone will do it for them. Li said to Empress Wang that he had already thought about what would happen if they got sick in the future. Empress Wang did not object. Look at that burly man, he has a lot of strength. He has to take care of himself when he sleeps at night. There must be straw. Otherwise, if he gets sick, it will affect his mining. She came up with the idea. Now, many people who had been sentenced to death had been sent to the mines. Those who had been imprisoned or exiled were also sent to the mines. However, normally, they would be released after a certain period of imprisonment. Those who were exiled would dig for a few more years. Mining was not only tiring but also dangerous. Of course, if those people were crippled or killed by others, they had to be killed. They would rather have fewer miners. Not long after, the large man was brought back first. His arms and legs were tied up with ropes, but they were only a foot long, so he had to move a bit to walk. There are 12 people in total, and 75 people in charge. 19 of them are under the age of 10, and 4 of them are sick, the winged knights reported. The burly man lowered his head. He hadn't even tortured him yet. He had only laid out a few torture tools, and he had already confessed. Li carefully sized up the burly man with a smile on his face. Not bad, you have a good physique and a lot of blood. If you cut off your head, the blood that spilled out would fill a large basin. The burly man fell to his knees. Don't kill me, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. That's what all those who were caught and beheaded say. It's not that I want to kill you, it's the law. Your crime is too great. Li continued to scare him. The people who had been sent to check on the burly man had confirmed that if there was a need to kill him, they would behead him and hang his head up for everyone to see. While they were speaking, 2 children were brought out. The little boy's eyes were bright but his face was pale. The little girl, on the other hand, looked delicate and pretty. She wore a dress and looked a little shy. When the little boy saw the burly man, he trembled in fear. He then realized that the burly man had been tied up and was kneeling on the ground. He rushed forward with his calves and kicked the big man. The first kick was aimed at the right spot. The burly man's hands were tied up, and he groaned in pain. After a few kicks, he fell to the ground. His legs were clamped together, and he rubbed his lower body against the ground to relieve the pain. At this time, you should be squatting down. It's more effective. Li looked at the burly man and felt that his lower body was hurting. He wished he could squat down a few times. Eat first. Your mother will be sent here soon. As long as she's still alive when she arrives in front of me, the chances of her dying are very small. Li asked the children to eat something. The two of them were still a little panicked. The two children each drank a few mouthfuls of cold noodle soup and stopped eating. They waited anxiously. Empress Wang also stopped eating. The little boy ate by himself. He was hungry, and he didn't know how to worry about others. The people who bought the food ate as usual. They didn't leave after eating, waiting to watch the show. They waited for half an hour before a group of people came from the market. Among them, 11 people had bruises all over their faces. 8 of them were divided into 4 groups, carrying 4 stretchers. The rest were adults carrying children. Some of the older children were carried by the winged knights. Even the elderly were carried on their backs. Reporting, 11 suspects and 73 civilians have all arrived. We didn't hit the suspects. The leader of the winged knights reported. If they didn't hit the suspects, then it must be the civilians. It's okay. There's no need to treat them. Let me take a look at these 4 people. As Li spoke, Qing Song opened the suitcase and put it aside. Li put on a mask and gloves for himself first. He felt that the woman's illness was the most serious. Her eyes were slightly open. She wanted to talk to the 2 children, but she couldn't speak. Li took out the stethoscope and pressed it against the woman's chest through her clothes. He then put it under her throat. Her upper respiratory tract is seriously infected. Her throat is swollen. Li opened the woman's mouth and used the flashlight and laryngoscope. He had asked the 2 children about other things before. The mother was not injured. It's okay. It's just painful. Also, there's a lot of phlegm. There's a respiratory passage. Let me aspirate your phlegm first. Li took out the phlegm aspirator. After a lot of phlegm was sucked out, the woman panted heavily. Her expression was not as painful as before. I'll give you antibiotics directly. Glucose and sodium chloride injection. At the same time, I'll supplement you with salt and glucose. At the same time, I'll apply a cold compress to make your breathing smoother. Otherwise, if it swells again, you'll have to be intubated. Li said as he put her on an 4-drip. At the same time, someone brought ice and cold water, wet a towel, wrapped it with ice, and stuck it on the woman's throat. He told the children to take turns holding the towel. He then went to see the other 3 patients. One of them had a fever and swelling caused by an external injury on the right thigh. He was given an injection first, then debrided and applied medicine. The other patient had a severe fever. He was also given antibiotics and other supportive treatment, such as acetaminophen injection. The last patient was old and malnourished for a long time. He had no strength and even had trouble eating. He was given nutrient solution first, then high-protein liquid food. After the 4 of them were done, they were sent to the table next to them to rest. Who else is in pain? Come on. Li looked at the others. My eyes hurt. A brawny man pointed at his eye that was beaten. It was swollen, there was a cut on his brow bone, and half of his face was bleeding. Yours doesn't count. Li refused treatment. It was not a big deal to take care of it himself. My stomach hurts. It's growling. A child touched his stomach and said. Just eat a bowl of noodles. Li did not even need to look. He was hungry. The people who came later washed their hands and ate. From time to time, they would look at the 4 people lying down. The 2 children took turns to eat. Now, they could eat. The 12 suspects were not hungry. Li said that they were not allowed to eat. Chapter 942. An hour later, the guards guarding the windows of Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion left. The rest of the people left and closed the shop. Those who were rescued and those who were arrested followed behind. When they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, those who were arrested were terrified. Those who were rescued did not know what was going on. How would they know what the Li family Zhuangzi was like? On the other hand, the county magistrates of Wanyan County and Chang'an County had already rushed out with their men. They ran to the place where outsiders were staying and interrogated them. Everyone looked like bad guys. The problem was serious. With Li personally intervening, would this year's assessment be affected? They really caught a lot of people. Those people relied on their strong bodies to flaunt their strength to others. When they wanted to assign temporary residences, these people would order others to work for them. They looked like they would beat them up if they did not do it. Those who were bullied did not dare to say anything. If they did not want to fight, they would fight normally. If they could not win, they would sneak attack. What if the Yamen sentenced them? Now, the Yamen came to ask directly. After confirming their identity, they arrested them. That night, Li Longji came to look for his wife and children. Brother Yi, Chang'an County and Wanyan County arrested a lot of people. Their crimes are not serious, but some of them can be exiled. Some of them will be beaten on the back. Li Longji knew the cause of the incident. The Yamen was also venting. Do you think that they came here to live a good life, but in the end, they were exiled to a faraway place? Li Yi wanted to laugh. Some people would not dare to come here in the future. More importantly, those people had families. They had parents, wives, and children. Would their families be exiled 3,000 miles? It was not easy to come here, but they were going to be naturalized. Li Longji nodded helplessly, yes. It's easy. They did not cause too much harm to society. There is a punishment that I came up with. It's called community service. Li thought of a solution. Didn't those people scare others and make them work for them? Now, they had to work for others. It was an eye for an eye. He explained. Li Longji understood, they have to change into special clothes. Otherwise, others will think that they are doing good deeds. He began to think over the details, and agreed to release the prisoners and get back to work. In addition, we can make some clothes for those who are willing to work so that others will know that they are volunteers. When Li Yi heard the community service uniform, he thought of the volunteers' uniforms. What if someone felt that they were being punished for not wearing special clothes? All right. Li Longji agreed. Those who can't do heavy work should be rewarded for helping to clean up. Now that Li Longji had money, he wanted to help more people. Apart from the Grief Field Square, the local government offices and clans were also responsible for those who could not earn enough food through normal labor. Right now, he wanted to give more benefits in the capital office, but he was powerless to do anything further. Li pondered for a moment. If it is true that some people are temporarily unable to work due to accidents or illnesses, we can provide them with a minimum wage. What is the minimum wage? Li Longji couldn't analyze the specific content from these two words. The minimum wage. For example, a man who has lost a leg and has 3 children. If his wife is unable to support the children, he will be given a certain amount of money every month. There is also a man who has lost a leg. If he sets up a stall, because he is a minimum wage worker, he will not be charged any fees. If his wife sets up a stall, she will try her best to help. This includes families with sick people. Li Yi suggested the method he used at that time. As for unemployment benefits, there was no such thing as unemployment benefits. There was no unemployment in the capital office. If there was a job for you, you could do it but not do it. Even if you starved to death, no one would care. The money earned is not enough to support a family. Without free soup and black bread? Li Longji had never heard of anyone who couldn't eat. Black bread was 1 coin per piece. It was enough to satisfy hunger. There was some oil in the free soup, as well as salt and vegetables. Hunger includes the situation where I don't give them a job. Li Yi removed himself from the situation. If there was a day where he couldn't arrange a job to make money, he believed that more people would have a hard time. Let's investigate first. See which families in the capital office have a hard time. How much money should we give them per month? Li Longji said that he was going to investigate, but in reality, he agreed 200 coins is enough. The price of grain is low, and the price of salt is not high. If you need to take medicine, you can come to Li family Zhuangzi to get it if you can't afford ordinary cheap medicine. Li Yi estimated that by the end of this year, indica rice would cost around 10 coins per bushel. 1 bushel was 10 liters. If 1 liter was converted to the current weight of rice, it should be more than 15 kilograms. If it was used to buy indica rice, there would be less oil and more consumption. If it was used to buy black bread, it would be enough to eat. Black bread wasn't nutritious. If it was made alone, the cost would be more than 1 coin. This was a benefit that belonged to Li family Zhuangzi. Oh, there was also Zhangsun Xian. Zhangsun Xian was a good person. He learned from Li family Zhuangzi. He processed flour and conveniently sold black bread. In Lantian County, Inspector Zhang Sun was praised, even though he couldn't patrol much now. An inspector who didn't do his job went to Lantian County to start a business and even developed it. Li Longji frowned, 200 coins. There are many people at home. We can only eat rice and pickled vegetables. We can't eat meat. Under normal circumstances, not everyone is allowed to eat meat every day in the capital office. Li Yi had checked the information before. Some officials' families couldn't eat meat all the time. When inviting others to a banquet, there were even many vegetarian dishes. There was no meat to be eaten. Third brother, we can ask His Majesty to distribute meat. Every 10 days, he will give half a caddy of pork or a caddy of chicken. Li Yi suggested. Yes, send meat. His Majesty will personally send people to send it. The people will remember His Majesty's kindness. Li Longji said. This was also approved. At the end of this year, the supply of pork will increase. Next year, it will be even more. The main thing is some straw that was thrown away before. Now, after processing, it can be fed to pigs. Currently, there are many chickens, ducks, and geese. The cost of raising maggots is low. Everyone knows how to feed them bone powder. The rate of egg production has increased. With the emergence of a water network, the cost of raising ducks and geese has also decreased. Especially geese, they just need to feed grass and some bran. The geese will slowly lay eggs. Li talked about the problem of raising poultry and livestock to solve the needs of the people. Brother Yi, the artificial incubation method you gave us is the solution to the problem of raising poultry. Li Longji brought up the old matter again. The artificial incubation technology was definitely the most powerful. The most troublesome thing was the chickens hugging the nests. The newspaper wrote about how to deal with it and then carried out artificial incubation. The number of chickens, ducks, and geese that came out was obviously several times more than the normal nests. With the chickens and ducks, even if it was free range, the chickens, ducks, and geese would not starve to death. Otherwise, the people would be waiting for the nests. It would take a long time for a batch of seedlings to come out. When the hens hugged the nests, there would be dead eggs. Artificial incubation. If they encountered dead eggs, they would know in advance and eat them. The ones hatched by the hens could only be thrown away. It's good to raise them free range. When they look for food outside, their immune system is high. Intensive breeding, they have to be specially fed medicine. The key is to choose the next breed. Li Yi advocated free-range breeding. Free-range chickens were not easy to get sick. Now, Zhuangzi had been choosing which chicken laid the most eggs. The eggs laid by the chicken that laid the most eggs were hatched separately. Then, they would find out which chicken laid the most eggs. Generation after generation, the number of eggs laid finally increased. There were also chickens that grew quickly and were hatched separately. Chapter 943. After settling a few things, Li Longji stayed at Zhuangzi that night. After dinner, Li Yi went to see the 4 patients. The 4 of them still needed to be hospitalized. Fortunately, a small dose of antibiotics was very effective against the bacteria. The mother of the 2 children could speak a few words and eat meat porridge. Her throat still hurt when she swallowed, but the swelling had reduced. When she continued to apply cold compress, Li Yi gave her throat pain and inflammation pills. It had an anesthetic effect and there was toad in it. Previously, Li Yi did not dare to give it to the woman. After the anesthesia process, it would stimulate the capillaries and increase the swelling. After the anesthesia, it would make her feel that her breathing channel was blocked. As a result, she would suffocate and have to be intubated. The 2 children ate half a bowl of rice at night and were very happy. The siblings had been worried about their mother's death and were not relieved when they were in East City. Until they entered the Li family Zhuangzi and found out that this was the Li family Zhuangzi and the doctor who treated their mother was Li Dongzhu himself. The siblings were relieved. It was said that Li Dongzhu could even save the dead, but it would take many years of Li Dongzhu's life. Others were sleeping soundly, but the 12 of them were on tenterhooks, afraid of being beheaded. Death was different from death. Hanging was death, beheading was also death. If they could not avoid death, they would rather be hanged and leave their bodies intact. The burly man who was not beaten by the people finally knew why he was not as strong as others. It was because of the winged knights. They heard that the winged knights were powerful, but they did not expect them to be this powerful. Tonight was the most difficult night for them. They could not sleep at all. We will reach Huayuan in about 15 minutes. Don't stop. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. You can only relax when you reach Huayuan Pier. On the Yellow River, ships moved forward against the current. It was the beginning of April. There was no moon in the sky, and the stars were extra bright. The sound of the ship's wheels hitting the water covered the sound of insects and beasts on both sides of the river. The people on the ship took turns to step forward. The speed was not fast, but they kept moving forward. The diesel lamp on the bow attracted a lot of insects. The moths that came out early hit the glass cover again and again. The crew smelled of toilet water to prevent mosquitoes from biting them. If he were to be stung with malaria, he would have to consume the malaria pills that he had given to the people in front of him. Every place would give out some pills, telling people to take them quickly if they got malaria. After sailing for a while, they saw a light ahead. It was the torch of the wharf of Huayuan County. Huayuan County was an important military area, which was used to guard against the Turks. The local people did not have a good life. The temperature in Chang and city was high now, but the local area was still cold. Huayuan was located at the entrance of the Great Wall in Li Yi's Yinchuan region. The Helan Mountain was the most famous and largest mountain in the area. In the later years, Yu Fei wrote about this place in Man Jianghong's Man Jianghong. The Tang dynasty had not been lost yet. It belonged to him. However, there was no Shuafang Jidushi either. In history, it would take a few years before there would be one. Li Yi did not need any regional commanders, so he probably would not have one anymore. The Huku waterfall was open to navigation. Giving Jidushi that much power? There were many fishing boats at the Huayuan wharf. Some people went fishing and went home. Some people slept on the boats with canopies. When the people on the boats saw the torch at the Huayuan wharf, the people on the wharf also saw the light on the water. Old man, get up quickly. What is that? Ghost fire? A soldier who was guarding the wharf shouted to the person who was supposed to be on night duty with him. The wharf also functioned as a relay station. It was called a water relay station. In case of an emergency, they would ferry to the other side of the river. The relay station on the other side of the river would send fast horses and then cross the mountains to Chang'an. The road was not easy to travel. It was said that there would be a relay station every 20 miles. Some places could not be found even 30 miles away. However, there were people building relay stations now. The imperial court had spent a lot of money to build one relay station every 10 miles. The person who was called opened his eyes and rubbed them. He looked. Boat, it's a boat. Look carefully. I can't see clearly. My eyes become blurry at night. The non-commissioned officer looked hard again. It was indeed blurry. Didn't the newspapers say that you lack some vitamins? You have to eat liver and carrots. The carrots were planted a few days ago. You can eat them in 2 months. Old man stood up. There are many boats. Hurry, hurry up. The soldier who called him up immediately took a gong and banged it with all his might. Hurry up and welcome them. Who told you to hit the gong? Old man was about to cry. As soon as the gong sounded, everyone woke up. The soldiers panicked and took out their weapons. The person in charge of the water relay station immediately loosened the rope and was ready to ferry at any time. He did not care about whether the current was fast or not. The military situation was like fire. The fisherman who was sleeping on the boat held a knife and stood at the bow of the boat. If there were foreign enemies, he would rush to the shore and kill them. Either he would kill the enemy or he would be killed. It was not that he was patriotic, but his family was on the shore. If the Turks attacked, it would be useless to kneel. There was only life and death on both sides. There was no third choice. If he ran away, his family would be killed and humiliated. What was the point of living? The reason why he stayed on the boat was because there were prawn cages. There were some fish intestines in the cages. He wanted to see how many prawns there would be in the morning. As soon as the gong sounded, the people on the shore followed suit. The people on the shore all brought out their weapons. The children were all holding spears. The old man did not have the strength to fight. He took out a fire scythe and was prepared to set the house on fire. The women carried their children in their arms. Their hands were holding awls and scissors. If they could not hold on any longer, they would kill their children first before committing suicide. They would not fight with the enemy. Once they were injured and lost the ability to fight, they would be finished. Are they here to welcome us? Someone on the leading boat said. Bullshit. This is a battle gong. Who the hell is hitting it? Why would the enemy attack us from above? Even if the enemy had a boat, they would not be so stupid. The leader of the boat, Ding Min, was extremely depressed. Were there any Turks who would go against the current to attack them? To fight like that, how skilled would the Turks need to be? Weren't they afraid of setting the boats on fire? Hit the drum, steady yourself. Ding Min personally went to find the drum and hit it. Dong 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 was a sign that they were not the enemy. As soon as the drum sounded, the sound of the gong stopped. After some time, the sound of drums could be heard from the shore. Ding Min hit the drum in response. Both parties had finished communicating, and the crisis had been resolved. The old man put down his fire scythe. The woman was comforting the crying child. The fisherman threw the scythe back and stood at the bow of the boat. Who hit the gong? I can't beat him to death. That's a boat that came from downstream. Are you blind? Are you eating liver? Old man, the person who hit the gong knew that he had made a huge mistake. He felt that he would be beheaded. It's nothing. It's a boat. It was written on the newspaper that Huku waterfall was on land. This is a boat from the imperial court. You said that it was a surprise for everyone to welcome the first batch of boats from the imperial court. At such a time, it's not suitable to kill anyone. It's inauspicious. How can there be blood when the imperial court is here? Old man comforted the non-commissioned officer beside him. He was not afraid. Even if I am hanged, I can't do it. I am still young. The non-commissioned officer heard that there would be blood. Dead people can't do it. Give me the gong. Old man snatched the gong from the non-commissioned officer's hands. Old man, you. The non-commissioned officer's eyes turned red and wanted to snatch the gong back. Chapter 944. The fleet of ships approached and prepared to dock. Old Man Z was talking to Zhong Han. I knocked it. I was too happy and knocked it wrong. Zhong Han looked at Old Man Z and kicked the young non-commissioned officers. But, I asked you to eat liver, but you didn't eat it. Are you blind? I will eat as much as I can tomorrow. If you have liver, leave it to me. Non-commissioned officer did not dare to dodge. You don't lack liver, you lack heart. The Turks dare to attack us from downstream? And they even sail at night. How many people do they have to die? Zhong Han kicked the non-commissioned officer again before calling for help to dock the ships. The soldier smiled. It was fine. Getting kicked twice was considered a punishment. Once it was done, there would be no second punishment. Old Man Z, I will kill a chicken and treat you to a drink. Non-commissioned officer said gratefully to Old Man Z. Leave it for your wife. Your wife's stomach is so big. She is going to give birth soon. Old Man Z put down the gong and the stick and went to receive the ships. Non-commissioned officer followed behind him. It's not that big. Didn't the newspaper say not to eat too much? If it's big, it will be difficult to give birth. Zhong Han ordered people to shout. Everyone, wake up. Come and receive the ships. They have arrived today. The shout was repeated over and over again. The people on the shore also shouted and came to the dock to take a look. This was the first time a fleet had solved the navigation problem of Hukou Waterfall. The local people came out as expected. They had been woken up by the noise. The 50 ships docked one after another. More torches were lit as everyone admired the ships. There were pictures in the newspaper, but it was not as good as seeing the real thing. His Majesty has given everyone a caddy of dried oysters. Take it back and soak it. You can boil it, steam it, mix it with cold dishes, or stir-fry it with garlic and chives. The person in charge of the fleet, Ding Min, asked people to move the gifts down. The local people were guarding the borders of the Tang dynasty and should be given some benefits. When they heard that there was something to receive, and it was dried oysters, the people were excited and prepared to take it back home. They knew that oysters were from the sea. There were merchants who sent them by land. The price was very expensive and normal people could not afford it. Today, His Majesty actually gave it to her. One caddy should be quite a lot, right? Children, come here. These are lollipops from the Li family Zhuangzi. Children who are too young shouldn't eat too much. 3 sticks for each child. Ding Min shouted again. Li Yi had specially prepared candies for the children. The big round candies could be licked with the tongue. When they heard that there were sweets, the parents didn't care if their children could eat more. It was already good enough to have sweets. Some children were only a few months old, but their parents also received 3 sticks. Because there were older children at home, the younger ones could not eat it, so they gave it to the older ones. In addition, there are other marine products. Put a batch here. Everyone, use local products to exchange. Desert Sistanch is the best. You can exchange for a lot of them. Zhong Han had people continuously move things down to trade with the locals. Now, there was no need to directly take things. The group still had to continue moving forward. Now, they could take some things that they didn't have in front of them, but there were some here. Even some of the things that they didn't have on their way here were brought over to trade. The desert sistanch here was not bad. It was produced in the desert in the northwest. It was wild. It was better than the desert sistanch produced by the Turks and other tribes, which was Xinjiang. The northwest was the best place to produce desert sistanch in Li Yi's territory. The desert sistanch produced was called soft desert sistanch. Xinjiang produced hard desert sistanch, which was many times cheaper than soft desert sistanch. Now, the desert sistanch were all wild and there were not many of them. It was a Chinese medicine tonic. Li Yi wanted it. He didn't need this thing to make up for anything. He wanted to make it into robes, then plant it artificially and send it to the local area. Then, he would ask the local people to plant haloxylon, red willow, and other crops to fix the sand. At the same time, he would plant desert cistanche, which could be sold for a lot of money. You're leaving soon. Have a safe trip. The young non-commissioned officer who had hit the gong previously shouted from the side. Then, he was kicked again. You're really careless. It's not easy for us to reach the shore at night. Where are you going? Zhong Han was exasperated. Why did he have such a thing under his command? It was so embarrassing. Ding Min didn't care. He shouted, I'm not leaving. I'll treat everyone to a meal. We brought canned chestnut chicken. Heat it up. It'll be delicious. I'll go get the pot. Some people were happy when they heard that there were chestnuts. There were no chestnuts planted in Huayuan now. After the chestnuts were picked, they wouldn't be preserved for many days. It was impossible to sell them to Huayuan. It was too far away and couldn't be sold at a high price. Those who had eaten chestnuts in Huayuan had eaten them after going to the governor's office. When they came back, they would talk about the taste. They only heard about it and couldn't eat it, so they were even more greedy. New and similar ships are being built. In a few days, more ships will be sent with things from outside. Everyone can exchange things with things. His Majesty will give you things to eat. His Majesty said that everyone has worked hard to guard the border for the country. He will compensate everyone in the future. Ding Min repeated the same thing every time he went to a certain place. The people liked this. When they heard that His Majesty was thinking of them, many people's eyes turned red. His Majesty didn't just say it. He really sent things over. It would take a long time for the ship to travel so far. People near their homes brought pots. There was a stove on the dock. They lit a fire and asked for canned food. In the distance, the gong had just stopped. They knew that the fleet of the imperial court had come to deliver things and were rushing to the dock. As for further places, they couldn't contact them for the time being, but they could report the approximate number of households and children. They helped to carry things and put them on the dock first. The people in the team felt uncomfortable when they saw the pots. Many of them called them pots, but it was more like half of the pot stubble. Some pottery pots were missing a big hole and the cracked one was closed. The local people lived a hard life. Ding Min and the others were from the governor's office. Most of them lived in Chang'an. What did the people in the governor's office use? Now almost every family had an iron pot, unless they didn't cook. There were more pottery utensils, which were exchanged by kneading mud. The pot can't be used to heat canned food? Zhong Han saw the expressions of the people on the ship and was puzzled. Did canned food need a special pot? Yes, you can eat it cold. When we go back, we will convey the situation to His Majesty and Li Dongzhu. Ding Min nodded hard. What's the situation? It's okay. We are not afraid of the Turks. We can fight. Zhong Han thought it was a matter of fighting. Li Dongzhu knows. He will make many iron pots and give them to you. Ding Min pointed to the half-pot and said. Ah! Give iron pots? Iron pots cost a lot. The young non-commissioned officer said again. As soon as his voice fell, he dodged and dodged a kick. Li Dongzhu of Bahui City. He is willing to give us things. Old man wanted to get an answer. Reading the newspaper, Li family Zhuangzi of Bahui City made things almost every few days and gave them to the people of the governor's office. Ding Min looked serious and nodded, yes, the Li family Zhuangzi is rich. Li Dongzhu is kind and charitable. As long as you are a person of the Tang dynasty, Li Dongzhu is willing to help, let alone you who are guarding the border. Tell Li Dongzhu that we want a few big iron pots. It is enough for many people to eat. As long as we are alive, Huayuan will not be lost. Old man made the request and promised. Okay, we believe you. You are all good. Ding Min took a deep breath and said. Chapter 945. One after another, the people nearby arrived. The sleeping babies were also wrapped up tightly by their mothers. For the people of Huayuan, the arrival of the emperor's team was a blessing for the children to be exposed to food, even if they didn't eat it. Children would cry if they didn't sleep well. It was okay to cry a few times. Everyone went ashore. Many people brought firewood and lit a bonfire. They celebrated the opening of Huku Waterfall. In the future, they would need to go to Chang and buy water. The people on the ship took out their compressed biscuits and gave them to the people of Huayuan. They were tired of the biscuits. The people of Huayuan killed a sheep and roasted it over the bonfire. There were plains and plenty of water resources. Wheat was all grown there. Due to the limited manpower, they couldn't grow too much. Last year, they grew more, mainly because the tools provided by Li Yi were useful. In the past, one person could manage 30 mu of land. Now, he could manage 60 mu. There were many cattle and sheep, few poultry. There was no shortage of fish and vegetables. The climate was not very good. Summer and autumn were short and the sunshine was long. However, sunshine didn't mean it was warm. What they needed was logistics. With logistics, they could develop quickly. This was Yinchuan, the provincial capital of Li Yi's time. However, the northwest was Inner Mongolia, where Li Yi's time was the main production area. Economic development had little to do with natural resources. For example, Dongting Lake was such a good resource. Hunan and Hubei were now places where officials were banished. It was the same in the Song dynasty. Su Shi was banished to Hubei. He was the deputy commander of Huanggang in Hubei. There, Su Shi wrote, "The great river flows east, the waves end, the heroes of the ages." Then, he wrote, "Don't listen to the sound of leaves falling through the forest." Such a good place with natural resources was the place where officials were banished. Huayuan was a good place, but its economy couldn't develop. It was even worse than Hubei. If only Li Dongzhu was here. Lu Fangman, the second in command of the ship team, sighed with emotion as he looked at the local life. What can Li Dongzhu do if he comes? Don't kick me. The young non-commissioned officer hid after he finished speaking. He felt wronged. I'm just asking. There's no need for Li Dongzhu to come over. Go back and send a message to Li Dongzhu about the situation here. Li Dongzhu will come up with a good solution. Ding Min laughed. That young man was too interesting. He believed that Li Yi had many ways to increase the lives of the locals by several times. With Li Yi overseeing the capital magistrate, there was not even a beggar in the capital magistrate's office. Li promised to come up with new ways to make money when everyone felt that the days were tough. The key point was that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't lose money. Every time they made a lot of money, Li Yi would wave his hand and do good deeds for them. While they were talking, the canned chestnut chicken was heated up. The people on the ship didn't touch it. The locals scooped some for a taste. The taste of the canned food was different from the chestnut chicken stew. The ingredients were heavy, and it was fragrant. It had a unique fragrance. There were no bones in the chicken. It was made into canned meat. After heating it up, it would fall apart at a touch. Even children who had just turned one could eat it, let alone chestnuts. Even children with few teeth could crush them with their tongues. Chestnuts were sweet. When the baby woke up, he would cry. When the mother breastfed him, the baby would stop crying. When the child cried and ate the chestnut chicken, he would smile with tears on his face. Is the Huku waterfall easy to travel on? Zhong Han didn't see how the land boat traveled on the track, so he asked Ding Min. The higher-ranking officials didn't come. He was now the highest-ranking official in charge of the local area. Ding Min chewed the meat in his mouth and nodded. This meat was too greasy. The fattest part of a sheep was the meat at the back of its head. There was a bit of lean meat and the rest was all fat. When eating roasted sheep, only the noblest person could eat the first bite. There was a lot of fat. The reason for this was due to special circumstances. Raising sheep, one didn't want to kill the sheep, but the people needed to eat. What should they do? They would cut a hole in this part of the sheep and take out a bit of fat to eat raw. The sheep could continue to live, and so could the people. Therefore, whoever could eat the sheep would have a higher status. Just like a camel, when a person hurried through the desert with a camel and didn't have water or food for a short period of time, they would take some meat from the camel's hump. The camel wouldn't die because of this, and the person could continue to live after eating it. Therefore, roasted camel and roasted sheep were the same. This part of the meat was given to the noblest guest. It wasn't that the meat was delicious. It represented survival. The first bite was given to you. Weren't you the noblest existence? At Li Yi's time, many people only knew that it was a tradition. They only knew how it was done, but didn't know why it was done. Ding Min knew, but he really didn't want to eat it. He chewed a little and swallowed before answering Zhong Han's question. It's very fast. The boat is first put on a plank in the water, then pulled up and placed directly on the track. The animals pull the boat forward. A boat made of 100 stones can be easily dragged and its speed is also fast. When it reaches the place, it's even faster than a boat going against the current. In front of Li Dongzhu, nothing is impossible. He will always come up with a useful method. When the Prime Minister in the Imperial Court has something difficult to decide, he will go to Li family Zhuangzi to ask for advice. Every time he goes to ask, he will definitely get something. Ding Min praised Li Yi to the heavens. He knew some things that couldn't be told to others, so he didn't mention His Majesty. Zhong Han looked forward to it. I wonder when I can see his face. Does he have a feather fan and a silk scarf? No, Li Dongzhu likes to wear a white gown. Ding Min shook his head. What feather fan and silk scarf? The sky gradually brightened. Chang En was a few minutes earlier than Huayuan. Li Longji woke up. He didn't go to the morning court because he had a cold. Last night, he overworked himself and sweated. He found it too hot and fell asleep beside Empress Wang. Empress Wang built a stall for him, but he kicked it open in the middle of the night. He woke up early in the morning and felt sore all over. His nose was running and he was crying. Li Yi made him spicy soup. The main dish was pork and celery stuffed buns. He couldn't eat any more after eating one, but he drank all the spicy soup. Then he had a fever and vomited everything he ate. Fortunately, when he was about to vomit, Li Yi gave him 2 big bowls of water, so he endured for a few minutes. The water neutralized the stomach acid, so his throat didn't burn after vomiting. Brother Yi, am I okay? Li Longji was eating a popsicle. There was an ice handkerchief wrapped around his forehead to cool him down physically. It's okay. People can't not get sick. In front of me, I can solve this small illness for you, but you still need to adjust yourself. Li Yi had a way to cool Li Longji down quickly and then let him fall asleep. When he woke up, he would be fine. If he needed medicine, it was better to let Li Longji deal with it himself. If he did a blood test now, he could ensure that the white blood cells were high. I'm a little dizzy. Li Longji's expression was painful. If it was in the imperial court, he would never show his weak side. In other words, in front of Li Yi, he showed the real situation. I'm hungry. The temperature has dropped to 38 degrees Celsius. It was 39.4 degrees Celsius in the morning. Li Yi knew the reason. Vomiting could cool down, but eating too much popsicle would irritate the stomach. This irritating feeling was similar to hunger. Brother Yi, where do you think the ship fleet is now? Li Longji tried to divert his attention. They should have reached Huayuan. I don't know the specific situation there, but the most suitable area for development is animal husbandry. There are many water systems and fishing is also good. Li Yi was thinking about which area of Yinchuan's economy was good for development. Li Longji said, let's go swimming in Zhuangzi's swimming pool later. I'll put a pig's bubble behind your head. It's more reasonable to cool down, and the main thing is that your muscles won't be tired. Chapter 946. Hurry up and do it. If you dare to slack off, you'll be exiled for 3,000 miles. Dilly-dallying, it seems like you want to be flogged 80 times. Last warning, if you can't clean the streets for lunch, you'll be imprisoned for 3 years. While Li Longji was recuperating in the swimming pool, a group of people in labor uniforms were working hard. They were the people who were caught yesterday. They bullied others to do work, so they had to do more work today. It was called community service. The waistcoats made from gunny bags rubbed against the skin. It was painful and painful. The word labor was painted on the chest and back to prove their identity. The people who were scared before stood to the side and watched the show. They were not afraid anymore. If you have the ability, work for a while. If you bully me again, I'll catch you at customs. What are you looking at? Hurry up and deal with your own family matters. You have to pay rent for the house. The first month is free, and you'll get money every month. The bailiffs saw that there were too many people and shouted at the onlookers. Suddenly, everyone dispersed and found their own things to do. They had just arrived at the capital office and had nothing. The imperial court provided them with a free house for a month. The Li family Zhuangzi provided them with loans to buy clothes, furniture, tools, and rations. They had to figure out the rest by themselves. There was a lot of work. Picking tea leaves that were already old, picking wormwood on the side of the road or mountain, working at the docks, helping with transportation in the water network, weeding in other people's fields. Those with weak legs could sit at the door and do bamboo crafting work. Those who did not know how to handle bamboo were taught. As long as they were willing to work, there was guaranteed work. At present, the money earned from the workers was used to buy some meat to eat. However, no one spent extra money. They saved the money and waited for the next month to slowly repay the loans and pay rent. The newcomers had hope in their eyes. With a household register, they did not have to pay land rent. Those with skills and dexterity could find better jobs and enter the workers' union or the e-union. All children under the age of 10 had to go to school. It was compulsory, regardless of gender. Children above the age of 10 were willing to go to school. If they did not go, they had to help their families. At noon, a young couple came to the open space at the head of Ba Qiao with a small mountain of wormwood on their backs. The two put down the wormwood. The Li family Zhuangzi's people immediately came forward to check. The Li family Zhuangzi wanted all kinds of wormwood. The mugwort wormwood was the most expensive, and the rest were the same. In fact, wormwood should be the most expensive, as it could be used to make malaria-severing pills. Li didn't dare to give a price, otherwise others would immediately guess it. Under normal circumstances, those who had a higher proportion of Artemisia annua would pay more and say, "It's not easy, it's about this price." The couple had been out since yesterday afternoon. They went up the mountain and picked a batch of wormwood before dark. At night, they wrapped themselves in a sack and snuggled up to each other to spend the night. There was a 6-year-old girl and a 4-year-old boy at home. After school, the girl was responsible for looking after her younger brother. The security measures were left to the patrolling yamen runners. Early in the morning, the two of them ate 2 pieces of black bread by the stream and cut the wormwood again. By the time they reached the Li family Zhuangzi, it was noon. The two of them were so tired that they had no energy left. That big bundle of wormwood weighed more than 100 catties. When he walked, his waist was bent low, almost parallel to the ground. This set of wormwood is not bad. 160 coins. After the inspection, the farmer gave the price. If the other party agreed, he would pay. If not, he could deal with it himself. The couple nodded together with a happy expression on their faces. 160 coins for a whole day, which was more than what others earned in 3 or 4 days. "Husband, is this method good?" The girl used her freshly washed hands to stroke her hair and said with bright eyes. "It's good, but it's hard on you. You haven't had a good day with me. If it weren't for..." Alas! The man couldn't continue. His wife was originally very capable. But there was still an old man and an elder brother in the family. The elder brother was addicted to gambling and lost money time and time again. His wife ran away with the child. In the end, he lost the family business. His parents were angered to death. Then his elder brother ran away with gambling debts. No one knew where he went. The family of 4 rented the land that used to belong to their family to work. People came to collect debts every day. They had no choice but to run away with the child. In any case, they had nothing left. They received news that they could register at the capital government. As long as they were willing to work, there was a way to survive. They brought the child and other people to the capital government. Some people went to the counties. The girl was smart. She said that it was best to find work in Chang'an. They persevered until they reached Chang'an. They were given a house and sent the child to school. The next day, the girl thought of a way. She went to the mountain first, spent the night, and came back in the day. She could harvest a lot of wormwood at one time. The girl did the same work as the man and never complained. Husband, life will be better in the future. No one will come to collect debts. Eat. I'll go get the soup. The girl didn't care at all. I'll go. You sit here. The man pressed his wife down and ran to get 2 bowls of soup. He took out a piece of black bread and ate it with the soup. Husband, you can't go to the mountain this year. If you tire yourself out, what about the child? In the afternoon, help transport the coal slurry and go home to make the bricks. You have the skills. First, make our Kong mats. The girl arranged the next work. She was in high spirits and didn't seem to feel tired. Zhuangzi, who was harvesting the wormwood, heard the girl's words and interrupted, "If you are willing to make 10 pieces of coal, give 8 pieces to Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi will provide the coal slurry." The girl rolled her eyes and nodded. "Okay, it saves the effort of carrying coal. It's a good deal for my family." Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. She was even happier now. She didn't have a car, so she could only help others push the cart. She walked very far and could only come back at night to make the coal slurry. Now that she saved time, she could hand over 8 pieces of coal slurry. It was more than the coal she brought back. 2 people went to help. It was good enough if they could make 40 pieces of coal slurry. She believed that she could make 400 pieces of coal slurry in the afternoon and leave 80 pieces behind. The man in the family directly made the mats, which saved a lot of time. After the meal, Li family Zhuangzi lent them a cart. The 2 of them pushed it back. The other newcomers relied on their own skills. Some were smart and made money quickly. Some only knew how to copy others. It was better to be taught by others. Everyone chose different jobs and their efficiency was different. What was similar was that they had something to look forward to. They didn't have to pay rent, so there was no extra pressure. They didn't have to worry about people causing trouble. The security of the capital government was good. Even if they were sick, they could find people to treat them for free. If they needed to get medicine, they could ask Li family Zhuangzi for cheap medicine. Perhaps one day they would need to pay for medical treatment. Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't give them medicine. They believed that they had saved enough money. They didn't dare to think about such a life in the past. "Brother Yi, you always treat people for free." After a long time, doctors also need to eat. Li Longji floated for 3 hours and felt much better. He ate a light meal at noon and mentioned the free medical treatment. Now they are paying tuition. I copy medical books and sell them for money. Then I pay them to treat people. The process is the same. It's troublesome. There will be a way in the future. It's just 1 or 2 years. Li didn't worry about this. He had a way. Brothers and sisters who are reading outside the website, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Chidian to support and vote. Farmer bowed. Also, and leave your WeChat or Q number in the book review section. Chapter 947. Li Yi was considering subsidized medical treatment. Wherever taxes were paid, the government would take out a portion of the money to subsidize the doctors and patients. There would be a lot of problems involved, especially at the grassroots level. If someone falsely reported that there was no one to treat the patient, but insisted that there was and asked for subsidies. Different doctors had different fees, and there was never a fixed price. When a doctor treated a patient, the fee usually depended on the patient's financial situation. The herbs in each pharmacy were different. The local herbs were produced locally and the prices were lower. The herbs that needed to be transported from thousands of miles away were expensive. The age of the herbs was also rotated. Obviously, other herbs could be used instead, but ginseng was used. When patients found out that there were subsidies, who wouldn't want to take good medicine? Therefore, a perfect plan was needed to consider every point and plug the loopholes. As for medical insurance, he couldn't think about it for the time being. It was more troublesome. Third brother, for the time being, the capital government will maintain it like this. When giving medicine to others in Zhuangzi, you need to know the other party's identity and fingerprint. If someone who didn't have a good family background took the medicine for free, once it was discovered, they would have to pay 10 times the price of the medicine in Zhuangzi. The medicine in Zhuangzi is cheap, so there won't be any problems at the moment, even if there are many newcomers. Li Yi felt that it could support for a long time. If the outsiders were not in good health, they might die on the road. Some people left their hometown when their families were broken and went to other places to make a living. If a doctor gave free consultation to others, there would be a pharmacy behind him. No one was a doctor who specialized in making money by consulting others. If their medical skills were not good, there would be no pharmacy to invite them to see patients. If the people wanted to see a doctor, they would definitely go to the pharmacy. Moreover, if the rich were treated, they would be given extra benefits. Doctors didn't need money for consultation, but acupuncture still needed money. This is the only way. Li Longji couldn't think of a better idea. In the past, if people didn't have money, they couldn't see a doctor. If people died, so be it. Now, the people in the capital government wanted to live. If they paid the money for the medicine, the people who were alive could create more value. Li Longji continued to eat light dishes, rice, celery stir-fried with shredded pork, steamed fish, tofu, and cold bamboo shoots. Li Longji didn't like it. He wanted to eat meatballs or braised pork, which was what Li Yi was eating. In the political affairs hall, the food was rather bland. According to the imperial physician, the weather was hot now. They ate hot pot yesterday. If they ate something heavy with salt and oil, they would get heaty. Right now, the Tang dynasty is safe and sound. But there are rumors in Su Lu's territory that his troops are getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid that he's planning to rebel. After Su Yi took over the position of Minister of War, he immediately began to pay attention to his own work. Su Lu was a person's name. The tribe he led was called Tukashi. He was appointed as an official by the Tang dynasty and was asked to guard the border with his tribe. That place was actually Turpan City during Li Yi's time. It was considered an independent force there. However, the Tang dynasty also appointed other people. Unless they worked together to rebel, they would keep each other in check. News came that there hadn't been a war there for a long time. If there were too many tribes, it might be a problem. He probably won't dare. The Tang dynasty has hot air balloons and other good things. If he wants to rebel, won't he think twice? Song Jing was still a little conservative. He didn't want to fight. If they didn't rebel, wouldn't you be forcing the other tribes to rebel? Bai Gu picked up a daylily and said, some people don't care at all. If he thinks he can do it, he will dare to make a move. It's better to tell Anshi Protector General to strengthen the defenses. If the war starts, Tubo will definitely cause trouble. Maybe it's Tubo who instigated the rebellion. Su Yi gave his own analysis. Why don't? Bai Gu said 2 words and then stopped. He wanted to ask Xiao Yi. But after thinking about it, should he really ask Li Yi about everything? Whose political affairs hall was the political affairs hall? Song Jing and Su Yi didn't reply. They lowered their heads and ate. They decided not to ask Li Yi. After eating, Su Yi went to write an official letter. He wanted to send it to the Anchi Protectorate and ask them to keep a close eye on it. He didn't have any good ideas. He was too far away and couldn't mobilize troops from other places. Less than an hour after the letter was sent, a horse came from the border. Reporting. An urgent report from the Anchi Protectorate. Su Lu has led Tang Jiehui's troops, along with the Arabs and Tibetans, to the 4 garrisons and Dashi city. The Anchi Protectorate has already dispatched the soldiers of the 3 surnames Galulu and the soldiers offered by Ashina. When Su Yi received the report, he quickly went to find 2 more people. The 3 of them gathered together and looked at the letter. Song Jing sighed helplessly. Just as Bai Gu said, some people were just stupid. Quick, send the news to His Majesty. Bai Gu said and was about to write a letter. Give it to Li Yi. You can't give it to His Majesty directly. Song Jing reminded. Yes, give it to Xiao Yi. What Xiao Yi sees is what His Majesty sees. Bai Gu agreed. 15 minutes later, the letter was delivered to Li Yi. Li Yi was currently massaging Li Longji's head to alleviate his discomfort. When he received the letter, he stopped. Third brother, the battle has started. Why is it this month? After reading the letter, Li Yi passed the letter to Li Longji. He realized that the situation had changed. The battle was supposed to start in the 8th month. Even if there was a delay in the delivery of the letter, the battle would start in the 7th month. It was the 4th month now. What was Su Lu thinking? Had the warhorses finished eating? Had the grass grown? The point was that it was still quite cold over there. Didn't war depend on the weather? Li Longji looked at it and put it aside. Maybe Tubo is afraid. He is worried that the Tang dynasty will send troops when the weather is warm. If we can take them down, the Tang dynasty will face a disadvantageous situation. If we can't take them down, we have a lot of soldiers. Did Tubo send out a large number of troops? Then we have to deal with it quickly. Li Yi felt that Li Longji's analysis was reasonable. The Tang dynasty had been acting like they were going to fight since last year. They sent all kinds of things to the front line. When the front line was almost adjusted, they would definitely go to war. It was not comfortable to send troops now, but it was hard to judge. To put it bluntly, it was better to strike first. As long as the 4 towns and huge stone city were taken, the Tang dynasty would have a strategic space. Brother Yi, what do you think? Li Longji had an idea, but he still asked Li Yi. Let's fight. Ask Gua Zhiyun to send troops. We don't care. Send cotton clothes, leather clothes, and so on. There are also 2 days of food, hot air balloons, packs of explosives, catapults, and wooden arrows. Everything is ready. Li Yi was afraid that Tubo would send out a large number of troops to cooperate with Su Lu. If they did not attack Tubo now, Tubo would have the upper hand strategically. The Tang dynasty would regret it. Third brother, if Tubo does not send out a large number of troops, Su Lu will not be able to take them down. He will definitely be defeated and retreat. If Tubo sends out a large number of troops, Tubo will be empty and Tubo will be beaten silly. Li Yi explained the current situation. Anyway, they would not be at a disadvantage. If Tubo continued to attack the 4 towns and huge stone city, it was very likely that the country would be destroyed. They must go back to help. Tubo played a strategy. As long as he reminded Gua Zhiyun not to advance rashly, it would not be a problem to destroy Tubo, but it would not be a problem to achieve victory. You write back and tell them. Li Longji could not write a letter, so he let Li Yi do it. Chapter 948. A group of fast horses left Chang and city at a galloping speed. After a quarter of an hour, the group arrived at the relay station. The leader of the horses shouted, 6 horses, urgent report. The relay station staff brought out 6 horses as quickly as possible. The 6 of them changed horses and sped up. In a dozen breaths of time, they reached the fastest speed of the horses. After another quarter of an hour, they arrived at the second relay station and shouted the same thing. There were many relay stations in the capital government. In just an hour, the 6 people who came to deliver the news had covered a distance of more than 110 li. This was because of the delay caused by the change of horses. Otherwise, they would have been even faster. The people delivering the urgent report didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they were very excited. It was too satisfying. After 2 hours, the urgent report rushed out of the capital and headed northwest. The relay stations of the Anchi Protectorate hadn't been fully built yet. The group of messengers ran for 11 days. This was after they had covered more than half the distance and encountered a relay station for 10 li. Otherwise, they would have to run for half a month. If all of them were to use a relay station for 10 li, 6 days would be considered slow. The current group was running the same way they came. To Liangzhou, this was a distance of more than 1700 li. At this time, there were still 4 hours before the sky turned dark. The group wanted to reach Qinzhou before the sky turned completely dark. Then, they would use a kerosene lamp to slow down their speed and reach Jincheng in Lanzhou in the middle of the night. Crossing the Yellow River at night was still slower after reaching shore. At the same time, the sky was almost bright. After another 6 hours of running, the letter arrived at Liangzhou around noon. The longer the day, the faster the speed. It was indeed tiring to run for a day and a night, but it could be persevered. The 6 of them didn't stop and weren't afraid of exhausting the horses. The horses probably wouldn't even be satisfied before they reached the next destination. The messenger from the Anchi Protectorate was sleeping soundly. He didn't eat, only drinking a bowl of soup. They changed horses but didn't change people. After 11 days of running, there were 20 of them. They were afraid that someone would intercept them. When they fell asleep, the apprentices of the Imperial Physician Bureau massaged them to relieve their muscle fatigue. In the past, they didn't receive such treatment. They didn't think that the messenger needed to be massaged and just needed to sleep. Now that things had changed, they had to treat the soldiers well. In any case, the apprentices needed to practice and had their masters to guide them. Normally speaking, the person who delivered the message would still feel uncomfortable sleeping and would need to rest for a few days. Now, all of their eyebrows were relaxed, but they weren't snoring. After the massage, they would stop snoring as soon as someone touched them. They had straws in their noses and oxygen bags to give them oxygen. The massage apprentice changed the towel every once in a while. The wet towel. The towel that was replaced was thrown into the basin of water. Within a few breaths, the water in the basin turned black. His master was teaching him how to press the spot, thread, and face. The messenger was dirty, so it was just right. If the towel was removed, that place would be darker than the other side. The person who was sleeping soundly did not know that he had enjoyed an oxygen massage and even took a shower. If I'm not wrong, Guo will be able to launch his attack in 5 days. Bai Gu had a map in front of him. It was a map given to him by Li Yi. Su Yi looked as well. It doesn't look too far away. 2 days, unless the local army isn't ready. These are the mountains. There are 3 mountains, Guzhang South Mountain, Gold Mountain and Snowy Mountain. We have to go around them. Bai Gu pointed to the names of the mountains on the map. He then asked someone to bring over a thick dictionary-like thing and started to look for it. Look, there's an introduction to the mountains, their relative heights and the situation of the river valleys. Bai Gu asked Su Yi to look. Su Yi looked and nodded. Yes, it will take 5 days. After going around them, we will be able to advance. Song Jing pointed to the map. There are troops stationed on the west side of Snowy Mountain. This year's supplies are pretty good. If some of the troops go around, the troops on the west side of Snowy Mountain will attack directly. Once the news is out, it will take 2 days. The locations are pretty good. Sui finished speaking and saw the two of them looking at him strangely. He then laughed. He felt that his words were a little stupid. How could the provincial governor not know the local situation? It was guaranteed that they would choose places that were easy to defend and hard to attack. For example, in the Battle of Songzhou, there was a river behind Songzhou. If they wanted to attack Songzhou, they would have to cross the river. If they didn't attack Songzhou, they would have to cross the river directly. If Songzhou sent troops to attack them, they would be able to attack them halfway across the river. Therefore, if Tubo couldn't attack Songzhou, they would never cross the river. Otherwise, they would be attacked by the military forces of the Tang dynasty. If there was no river, Songzhou wouldn't be able to catch up with the cavalry and would have to go around the city. If Tubo wanted to attack Liangzhou, they would first attack the garrison of Snowy Mountain. If they wanted to attack the garrison of Snowy Mountain, they would have to cross a river called the Haomen River. The Haomen River was the main stream of the Huang River, which flowed into the Yellow River. This was the location they chose. If they wanted to attack, they would have to attack halfway across the river even if they had to pay a heavy price to defeat the army of the Tang dynasty. Would they be able to cross the Snowy Mountain afterwards? If they didn't, they would have to take a detour. If they took a detour, wouldn't the provincial governor of Longyu, who was very close below them, attack them from behind? In fact, there was an army stationed on the west side of the Haomen River. The whole place couldn't be attacked at all. That was why Wang Wei wrote the Liangzhou poem, "Lone smoke rises in the great desert, and the sun sets in the long river." In the beacon towers of the Tang dynasty, lone smoke represented peace. When a column of smoke rose, it meant that there was no war. The 2 days that Song Jing was talking about were when Liangzhou sent the order to attack to the army on the west side of Snowy Mountain and sent troops from there. Sui understood and was suddenly stunned. After a while, he said, "According to this, Li Yi has done a great service." He thought of the steamship. It was easy to go against the current. Even from Chang'an, they could send things to the front through the Yellow River. He finally understood the power of the steamship and what it meant that the Hukou waterfall could be navigated. Steamships were slow, but they could be built to send things to the front continuously. If there were any local specialties in the front, they could be loaded onto the steamship and sent back downstream. Not only would they provide baggage for the front line, but they would also solve the problems of the local people's livelihood and ensure that their income would increase a lot. The local things couldn't be transported out, so they would all be thrown away, including fruits, animal skins, and wild herbs. What was needed was an official team that could make profits from the Yellow River, which would be of great help to the front line. Xiao Yi is working for his own family. How can that be considered a contribution? When he can build a bigger kite and directly fly the things over, this old man will be convinced. Bai Gu was showing off again. "I'm the best. Third brother, look, there is less than 30 miles between these two rivers. If we dig it and connect it, we won't have to go through the Hukou waterfall." Li showed Li Longji the map in Zhuangzi. Longshui was connected to Wei River, and there was another river above it. That river was connected to the Yellow River and had a canal. It was much closer to the Hukou waterfall and had a man-made canal. Li Longji pointed at the location on the map. There are mountains. It's easier to have mountains. The valleys will naturally flow. If we connect the top and bottom, we won't even need to dig the valleys. The river is not very wide, so it's definitely not a problem to take the steamship. Li Yi was not afraid of mountains. If there were mountains, there would be valleys. How many wells were there in Xinjiang? A horizontal mountain would blast through it. It's dangerous, right? Li Longji was worried about death. Prisoners on death row either die or work. When we dig it out, the death penalty will be turned into a prison sentence. No matter what, they will benefit. Li Yi had a candidate in mind. Ask those who needed to be shot. Would they rather live in danger for an indefinite period of time or be shot? Chapter 949. Your captives. Li Longji thought that there were not many prisoners on death row. He thought of Li Yi's 11,000 captives. Teach the captives well and find a way to send them back. Then bring the whole place back to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi refused to let the captives of the southwest die. What he wanted was the southwest barbarian land. There were nearly 12,000 captives, and many of their families would be sent over in the autumn. A large group of people must be trained well to let them feel that the Tang dynasty was good, and that his place should be merged with the Tang dynasty. This way, the people of the southwest barbarian land could live a good life, and their lives would not be in vain. There are few death sentences. Li Longji was worried. Many people were beaten to death in the local area without an official in charge. If it's really not possible, there are still people who are exiled. They are unfamiliar with the place, remote and sparsely populated. Most of them will die if they go there. They will work for a year and become apprentices for 2 years. They will work for another year and work in the community for another year. They are also willing. Li Yi was short of manpower now, and he hoped to give them a chance to change. Otherwise, he would need to use explosives. What if the explosives misfired? Also, when digging the mountain, the land would collapse and water would leak. He did not have a tunneling machine. Would there be no accidents with a tunneling machine? How many years will it take to dig a river and capture some Tubo and Turkic captives? Li Longji agreed to include the exiled captives. It depends on how many people are used. The road built by Zhang Jiuling is directly in the middle of the mountain. As long as there are enough people, they can carry it out with poles. I will leave some soil on both sides to block the water. I will add explosives. Boom! The explosion will connect with the water. The position is high, and under normal circumstances, there is no need to worry about the Yellow River flowing backwards. Li thought that if there was no other way, he would dig from the top instead of digging a hole. Tens of thousands of people were sent out. Soon. The Suez Canal was dug for 10 years, and the people digging could not even drink much fresh water. Some of them died of thirst. Some could only eat a little food every day. If they continued to work, they would starve to death. 190 kilometers, more than 10 years. The Tang dynasty sent people to dig more than 10 kilometers of road and provided them with enough food and water. The men who dug the Suez Canal were always sick, all kinds of diseases, and the canal was very wide. The Tang dynasty did not need a 360-meter-long canal, nor did it need to be so deep. As long as they were paid well and provided with good support, they would be able to dig it out in less than a year. They would be able to use it next year. The places that needed to be bombed were the prisoners on death row and exiled people at the front line. There were duds for them to clean up. Li Yi had thought it through. Let's learn from Zhang Jiuling, let's not move mountains, let's not learn from Yugong. This way, we can recruit the local people. The local people have mediocre people. 20 days a year, they will be exempted from the transfer. Another 20 days. Li Longji was prepared to use the laws of the imperial court. Even if the capital office was exempt from the law, other places would not be exempt. I'll send my 10,000 captives over as well. I'll feed them meat every meal. A notice was sent out that anyone who was willing to work on the canal would be paid 30 coins a day. You only need to work for 10 hours a day, including meals. There will be meat for all 3 meals a day. Li Yi was going all out. Wasn't it just money? If this canal was completed, it would solve a historical problem. The imperial court's control over the area would increase by more than 10 times, and the people in the remote areas would benefit from it. At his time, sections of the Jingheng Grand Canal were still in use. When the Xiaolangdi Reservoir of the Yellow River was built, it was not considered that the entire Yellow River would be open to navigation. Later, it was regretted and redesigned. The remaining problems of the bridge on the river were not small. It was unknown how long it would take for the entire Yellow River to be open to navigation, because there were high-speed trains, highways, and airplanes. Li Longji lowered his head and thought for a while. Then, he simply lay down and gestured for Li Yi to continue massaging his head. Li Yi washed his hands and came back to massage him slowly. He was a patient, so he had to take care of his emotions. Brother Yi, this is feasible. From the looks of it, the Yellow River will be open to navigation next year. Li Longji was willing to spend money. The people worked so hard, but they were given 3 meals, wages, and meat to eat. When the Tubo and the Turks were dealt with, what could they not have? Large tracts of land and the Silk Road on land. They could push the army to the front and prepare to attack the Abbasid Caliphate. There was no rush to attack. The Tang dynasty should seize the time to develop the economy. They could raise more livestock in the Turks and Tubo areas, open up new fields, and plant more cotton. Then, they could wait for another 2,000 or 3,000 years to push the Abbasid Caliphate over. Li Longji thought about the future and fell asleep with a smile on his face. Li Yi continued to massage, but he did not use as much strength. He could not stop now. Once he stopped, Li Longji would wake up. Outside the door, Empress Wang and Princess Yongmu looked through the window and smiled. Empress Wang whispered to Princess Yongmu, "It's said that a father-in-law and son-in-law are not easy to get along with. This won't happen to you." Princess Yongmu blushed, but her eyes were filled with sweetness. Li Lang is someone who will do great things. It's just that when he's with me, he becomes like this. Princess Yongmu lowered her voice and said, "He's a young man. Can you stand him being so old? This is called ability. He can adjust his mentality. When he's with you, he's just playing with you." Empress Wang knew that Li Yi had a calm personality. When she interacted with him, she would automatically ignore his age. Only when he interacted with Yuan Shu would Li Yi change his appearance to match his current age. Yuan Shu was very happy every day when she interacted with Li Yi. What she learned in the past was to be dignified. What was the use of being dignified? Was it as fun as kicking shuttlecock? She was the empress, but she was playing with people in the imperial harem. She was just pretending to be the empress. Your imperial father must have come up with some good idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relaxed. Only when he's with the Li family Zhuangzi does he truly relax. Empress Wang said as she felt sorry for Li Longji. He had to worry all day, and he also had to scheme against the ministers and aristocratic families. He couldn't not take care of any of them. When he slept in the imperial city, he would suddenly wake up at night and talk in his sleep. Then he would go to Xingqing Palace, and occasionally he would suddenly wake up. Only when he was with the Li family Zhuangzi did he sleep soundly and eat well. The key was that he didn't have to worry or be afraid. When he saw the sudden news of the war at the front, Li Yi was there. Li Yi dealt with it. When he asked the ministers would say one thing after another. It sounded reasonable, and in the end, he still had to choose. The ministers didn't have Fang Zhengji or Du Duan. When it came to the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi alone solved all the problems. He had strategies and was more decisive. Like now, when it came to national affairs, he didn't even need to find an imperial physician. He directly arranged it. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui didn't know how to treat illnesses or play. Imperial mother, will imperial father be able to attend court tomorrow? Princess Yongmu was worried about her father's condition. Yes, Li Yi guarantees that he will take care of it. Even if he doesn't attend court, it's fine. If there's a problem in court, he can just send a letter. Empress Wang wasn't worried about court affairs, and Zhuangzi wasn't far from the court. Just like today, they could send a letter and send a reply, and the problem would be solved. Princess Yongmu nodded. If the world can be peaceful, everyone won't have to work so hard. The world can't be peaceful. There are still many countries in the Abbasid Caliphate that want to fight with us. But don't worry, Li Yi is already planning. Empress Wang was still indifferent. It was just a war. Chapter 950. The next morning, Li Longji still had a slight fever. Li Yi did not give him any medicine. He drank half a bowl of chicken and vegetable porridge and ate some salted vegetables before going to court. He took a thermos and a watermelon. The thermos was filled with salt water. Watermelon was naturally watermelon. Other people did not have watermelons, but the Li family Zhuangzi could still provide watermelons. The watermelons from the south were ready, but distant water could not quench the immediate thirst. After 10 days, the watermelons from the capital government were ready. It just so happened that the Li family Zhuangzi's watermelons were ready. At court, the officials were discussing the war with Su Lu. Your Majesty, Su Lu led the Abbasid Caliphate and Tubo to attack. I think he should be reprimanded. The Minister of Rights stood out. Li Longji looked at him and said, no need, just beat him. He was decisive. What was the use of reprimanding him? If you rebel, I will beat you. Do you think I am afraid of you? If you force me into a corner, I will ask Brother Yi to bring the winged knights to capture you alive. Do you think I don't have a trump card? Your Majesty, please build more 100-stone boats for the border. Su Yi stood out. He had discovered the benefits of boats. I have something to say. Li Longji began to talk about his canal to connect to the Yellow River. This is the Pujin crossing. Originally, there was a bamboo pontoon bridge. Now, it is replaced by a metal chain. Minister of Honglu Temple, Lu Tong, introduced it to the Japanese exchange team. They came last night and saw the terraced fields planted by more than 220,000 surrendered households. Today, after breakfast, they were going to Huku waterfall. When they passed by the metal chain pontoon bridge, Lu Tong explained. Lu San, is that cement? Abataka Maru looked at the bridge and felt that it was useful. It was suitable for Japan. Concrete. There are steel bars, pebbles, and cement inside. Lu Tong explained in detail. Is Lu San familiar with the method of making cement? Abataka Maru asked. I don't know. The Li family Zhuangzi is keeping it a secret. Lantian County is under military control. Outsiders are not allowed to ask. Lu Tong looked at the people of the Japanese Empire. The people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies already knew what Li Yi meant. Secrets that should not be leaked must not be leaked. Moreover, he really didn't know how cement was made. Everyone who made cement only knew their own job. The envoys from the Japanese Empire all had expressions of regret on their faces. Of course, they understood why they had to keep it a secret. The construction of the city wall with cement was very fast. It would take a few days to build a city wall. According to Takagi Junichiro, the Tang dynasty sent a lot of cement to the border to build a city there to defend against the enemy. Lu Tong laughed in his heart and said, the method of making it cannot be passed down. However, if you want to buy it, you can sell it. A caddy of cement only costs 1 coin. He followed Li family Zhuangzi's instructions to promote the cement. The Li family Zhuangzi's base price was 3 caddies of cement for 1 coin. There was a small profit which was 5%. Is it cheaper to buy more? Shinbei felt that it was a little expensive. It was not that he felt that the cement was not worth the money, but that he needed too much and had to ship it back to Japan. Lu Tong nodded. 10,000 caddies, 3 caddies of cement for 2 coins. 100,000 caddies, 2 caddies of cement for 1 coin. 500,000 caddies, 5 caddies of cement for 2 coins. He still didn't say the base price. All he knew was that if he wanted to build a city, it wouldn't be enough without a few 100 million caddies of cement. If the city was bigger, more cement would be used. Building a house in the south of Chang'an was a mix of cement and sand. A normal house, according to Li Dongzhu's instructions, was 10 feet tall, made of bricks, and had an area of 50 square meters. If he used it sparingly, it would cost 500 caddies of cement. If it was replaced with reinforced concrete, it would cost more than 10,000 caddies of cement for the same height and area. The difference was that big. It depended on which aspect you used the cement for. Building houses now was the cheapest kind. Who would want reinforced concrete? The reinforced concrete foundation by the river was forced. Adding up both sides of the river, more than 26 million caddies of cement were used. It was only that heavy, so it was naturally less used for plastering. However, the price wasn't too high. It wasn't as expensive as iron chains. Cement cost 8 million caddies, and 8,000 caddies. Was that considered money? Reinforced concrete and iron chains were more than 10 times the cost. If it was replaced with iron, it would be more than 100 times the cost. Fortunately, there was cement, which saved money. Building a city required plastering. Otherwise, the amount of cement used, the people of the Japanese Empire didn't know the situation. When they heard how many caddies of cement, they felt that it was enough to build a lot of cities. Lusan, 60 million caddies, 20 million caddies. Abita Nakamaro gritted his teeth and bargained. Lu Tong frowned and shook his head. I can't make the decision. This price is too low. If I go back and ask, I will say that the Tang dynasty and the Japanese Empire are friendly. Let Li Dongzhu sell it even if it's a loss. Please, Lu-san. Abita Nakamaro was very uncomfortable when he heard the words, Japanese Empire. A few years ago, they also felt that the name, Japanese Empire, was fine. Later, they felt that it was discriminatory, so they changed it to Japan. However, the Tang dynasty called you the Japanese Empire. Even if you were unhappy, you had to accept it. The others also bowed together, hoping that Lu Tong would help more. In fact, this amount was only 80,000 tons at Li Yi's time. What could 80,000 tons of cement do? They still had to ship it back. If it rained, the cement would be soaked by the rain. Even if there was no rain, the sea was very humid, and the cement would be in contact with moisture. Everyone, let's get on the boat. It's not time to open the bridge yet. Let's go up. If we take the boat from above, it will take 2.5 days to reach Hoku Waterfall. Lu Tong invited 555 people to take the boat from here to Hoku Waterfall, which was nearly 300 miles upstream. It was already good enough to travel 10 miles in 2 hours. If it was Li Yi's goose boat, they wouldn't be able to travel far even if they were exhausted. Not to mention the goose boat, even an iron paddle boat would take more than 10 minutes to travel 2 miles, and it was still on the Yellow River. The Yellow River's current was fast, and it needed to offset some of the work. If it was on the Yangtze River, it would be able to travel 6 miles in 2 hours, which was far faster than a boatman pulling a rope. Of course, if it was a propeller and went against the Yellow River, it would definitely be more than 30 miles in 2 hours. After passing through the turbulent areas, the speed could be increased to 40 miles per hour. If Li Yi were to bring out the steam engine, if he made the diesel engine, the Japanese felt that speed was good. They had already drawn a picture and written a description. The picture they drew was different from Li Yi's. The difference was huge. Li Yi drew a 3-dimensional picture. When the Li family Zhuangzi's craftsmen saw the picture, they knew what to do. Everyone got on the prepared boat and pedaled by themselves. If they could change people, they pedaled with all their might. They wanted to test how fast it could go. Lu-san, I heard that there's another kind of boat that looks like flying. Fujiwara Mayang spoke at this time. Yes, there's another kind of boat from the Li family Zhuangzi. It's faster than this. Lu Tong admitted. They had envoys here. It was impossible that they didn't know about the amazing boat that day. Can you let me take a look? Bring it up for me to see. Fujiwara Mayang requested. Lu Tong shook his head. No, it's a national treasure. Dr. Li won't agree. There's no need to think about it. It's useless to ask the Prime Minister or His Majesty. Not even His Majesty. Should he be beheaded? Fujiwara Mayang said as if he was thinking for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Kill him and you'll make good things for the Tang dynasty? Do you know how many good things Li Dongzhu has made? Why would His Majesty agree to it? Lu Tong's face turned ugly. You still want to sow discord? Do you know the relationship between His Majesty and Li Dongzhu? His Majesty can't wait to hold court in the Li family Zhuangzi. It's safe and worry-free. You're just an envoy from the Japanese Empire. Why are you so troublesome? Chapter 951. Everyone, let's eat. I'm going to vomit. My stomach is uncomfortable. Li Longji, who was being sowed discord by the Japanese Empire, was dividing the watermelon. He cut the watermelon and couldn't eat it himself. He called a few officials to eat together. He had porridge in the morning, and now his stomach was uncomfortable. So he drank a lot of saline water and went to vomit. He still had a fever. Li Yi didn't give him any medicine to lower his temperature, only physical cooling. He vomited, and with the warmth in his stomach, he didn't feel so disgusted. Now, he took his temperature. His body temperature didn't drop, but his actual temperature dropped. He vomited, and the heat was taken away. Your Majesty, why is Li Yi's medical skills? Song Jing saw that Li Longji had a fever. He felt that it shouldn't be. Brother Yi said to let me have a fever. He gave me an electronic thermometer. Look, 38.6 degrees. It's fine. I'll eat watermelon. I won't eat here at noon. I'll go back to the Li family Zhuangzi. Brother Yi will adjust the treatment plan. Li Longji held an electronic thermometer in his hand and looked at himself. Bai Gu's heart ached. Sometimes, he treated Li Longji as his own nephew. So he asked, Your Majesty, Xiaoyi won't treat you? Of course, why not? Brother Yi said that I haven't been sick for a long time. It's not easy to fall sick, so he wants me to immunize myself. He said that I felt too uncomfortable and didn't want to endure it. He cured me in one night. My illness isn't contagious. If it was contagious, he would have cured me long ago. Otherwise, it would have been passed to the children. Li Longji finished eating the watermelon. He ate 2 mouthfuls and felt comfortable again. Su Yi held the watermelon but didn't eat it. He asked, Your Majesty, how many days will it take? Today is the last day. It can't take more than 3 days. I'll drink more water. I still have a fever at night. Brother Yi will give me medicine. Li Longji actually felt a little dizzy and comfortable. He didn't have any psychological burden. His body was sore and numb. He wanted to go back to the swimming pool. The water temperature in the swimming pool was less than 20 degrees Celsius. Soaking in the pool would reduce the overall temperature. Yesterday, he even wanted to sleep. Li Yi did not give him an ice pack because he had conditions. Swimming pool. The ice pack was for local cooling. It could be placed under the armpit or on the forehead, or it could be added with alcohol to wipe the body and quickly exchange heat. However, when the conditions were right, the pool would be the place to cool down. The entire body would be soaked in the water, and the heat exchange would be more comprehensive. The doctors at Li Yi's place would never let people with a fever soak in it because they didn't have the means. She could soak in the bathtub if someone was watching her. There was a bathtub at home, so there was no need to rub it with alcohol or ice pack for a fever. Just soak in it. If the water temperature was slightly higher, it would be a hot spring. The temperature of the tap water was not high. Hearing Li Longji's words, the 4 people were relieved. They believed in Li Yi's medical skills. Your Majesty, is the Sulu rebellion against the Tang dynasty, the Abbasid Caliphate and Tubo serious? As the Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu shouldn't have interrupted Su Yi's words. However, since Su Yi didn't say it, he said it. Li Longji swallowed the watermelon. Some people have to die. Send them a batch of malaria prevention pills, compressed biscuits, and dried seafood. When the cotton is harvested, send them the cotton clothes. I will not mistreat anyone who fought for the Tang dynasty. Li Longji wanted to compensate them. The ones who rebelled were the outside tribes, and the ones who fought were the outside tribes. He didn't know that it was because of this that the Anlushan rebellion happened. Using the outside tribes to fight the outside tribes, and at the same time, giving the regional commanders great authority. Today, it was Sulu who led the tribe to rebel, and the other tribes fought. When it was Anlushan's turn, Anlushan was too powerful, and the officials told Li Longji that they couldn't do it. At that time, Li Longji didn't make the right decision. Actually, the Lushan in history was the current Sulu. The only difference was that the current Sulu had someone watching over him. And Lushan had someone watching over him, and Li Longji didn't believe that he would betray him. At the time, Lushan had been far stronger than Sulu was now. Li Longji wasn't sure. He still used the outside tribes to deal with the outside tribes, and he felt that many of them could be trusted. Not only him, but the entire imperial court felt the same way. It wasn't that they were stupid. It was because of the limitations of history. Old Mao could disintegrate, and the empire where the sun never sets could weaken. Li Yi's country also almost went down the wrong path. If anyone knew what would happen tomorrow, the first thing they would do would be to buy lottery tickets. If Li Yi's lottery tickets could be faked, it would be useless to buy them. At the very least, they could buy stocks. With leverage, it would definitely hit the upper limit. With 10 times leverage, one hit the upper limit would double the profits. Who didn't limit the upper limit? If they knew what would happen tomorrow, they could buy it in advance. Who knew how many times the profits would be? If they could buy international gold, they could directly use 100 times leverage, and the price would rise by 7%. That would be 7 times the profits. Why wasn't it 10 times? Because 7% was already the upper limit. If they knew the lower limit and added in off-site financing, it would be hard to evaluate how much they could earn in one transaction. Everyone wanted to return to the past, even if it was just for a day. Li Longji and the others didn't know the future, so they could only rely on the current situation to analyze. Li Yi, who knew the future and knew how to compare the data, was much more relaxed. The future could be changed, but technology was always the priority. Don't worry, they can't beat us. The hot air balloon is floating in the sky, and the enemy's shape can be seen clearly. I'm not afraid of them snatching the binoculars. It's useless even if they snatch a few binoculars. Li Yi was talking to Empress Wang and Princess Yongmu in Zhuangzi when the little fellow woke up. He washed his face and even applied some skincare cream. When he saw his mother applying it, he felt that it was good stuff, so he wanted to apply it too. He gave him some, and after applying it, he was happy. He didn't need to apply anything on his skin. A child's skin was the best. Third brother's gastrointestinal tract is not good because of the cold, and he always wants to vomit. It's the human body's self-defense mechanism. He uses vomiting to reduce the pressure and temperature of his gastrointestinal tract. When third brother comes back later, he will definitely want to eat cold noodles. But we can't give it to him. He still wants to vomit after eating it. It's an extreme reaction to the temperature difference. In order not to stimulate the stomach, we can't eat rice or fermented noodles. We have to use hot noodles. At the same time, the stuffing has to be light. Then, we have to use heavy oil when making it. We'll fry it in the box and give it vegetable soup. Li Yi was making a box with watermelon inner skin and pork lean meat. He put egg white instead of yellow. As for the soup, he hadn't made it yet. It was shredded radish soup. He used chopped green onions to fry the pot, and then added some ginger foam. This was Chinese medicine. It was carried out from the details of the senses and the human body's reaction. It wasn't about what the patient should eat or supplement. No, it was about what the patient's current physical condition could accept. Then, he would try to adjust it when it met the patient's appetite. Western medicine at that time would tell the patient that he should supplement his protein. But the patient couldn't swallow it. He felt disgusted when he saw it. How could he supplement it? Eat it with his teeth and then vomit? He had a fever. The truly awesome Chinese medicine doctors knew how you felt and what you wanted in terms of taste. Then, they would adjust it according to your taste. Protein needed to be ingested. What was more important was that you had to eat it. Not vomiting it out was the first step. Li Yi was like this now. He didn't give you anything that made you noodles. He didn't stimulate your gastric acid secretion. He didn't give you cold food. He didn't stimulate your gastrointestinal tract. He knew that you wanted to eat meat, so he used heavy oil when frying it. But he knew that your stomach couldn't take it, so the inside of the fried food was light. This was called food therapy. Chapter 952. Giddy up, 6 horses, urgent report. Liangzhou was less than 20 miles away from Liangzhou's governing center, Guzhang. 6 horses were galloping. At the second last relay station, the horses were left outside. The courier was wearing a military coat and basking in the sun. The weather was still a little cold, but the grass on the ground had grown. Change yourselves. The courier did not care and called out. The 6 people did not say much. When the horses approached, each of them threw out a sign. The courier raised his hand to catch it and took a look. The 6 people had already dismounted and ran to the side of the horse that was strolling. They did not use the reins or the stirrups. They put their hands on the horse's neck and their feet left the ground. They exerted force on their waists and landed on the horse's back. They clamped their legs. Giddy up. The courier hurriedly threw the sign back. When the leader caught the sign, the horse rushed out. When he pulled the reins again, the horse had already sped up. Good skills. The courier praised loudly. Brothers, the last relay station. It's only 5 p.m. now. The person holding the sign did not care about the tiredness of the continuous journey. They were excited now. It was too comfortable to travel 10 miles to one relay station. On the way, they grabbed a handful of meat floss from the horse and drank water. It was considered a meal. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at another relay station. The horses here were good. Sometimes, horses bullied people. Those who were not skilled needed others to hold the reins to fix the horse. It was difficult for them to raise their legs and step on the stirrups. As long as such people wanted to get on the horse would slowly dodge, and the person would step on air. There was a video of Li Yi. Every time he raised his leg, the horse happened to move to the side a little. That was bad. When they encountered people who did not need to touch the reins and stirrups, the horse cooperated. When it ran, it was even more desperate, like the wind. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the city. There was a moat outside the city gate, and there was an arrow tower above the gate. The arrow tower of Guzhang city was written with the words Liangzhou. There were people going in and out of the gate. There were 50,000 to 60,000 people living in Guzhang city of Liangzhou. If there was a war, the people of the other counties would run to Liangzhou city. There were more than 100,000 people. In theory, this place should not have been conquered. However, in history, Tubo took it. In 763, they had just finished dealing with the Anlushan rebellion, so the Tang dynasty did not have enough military strength. At this moment, Liangzhou was bustling with activity. When the commoners saw a fast horse approaching, they hurriedly stepped aside. 6 people rushed in and went straight to the Jidushi's official residence, the Jidushi courtyard. Before long, they saw Guojian. After handing over the documents from the imperial court, they were allowed to rest. Guojian checked the seal and confirmed that it had not been opened. He then took it out to look at it. Men, prepare to deploy the troops. Guojian didn't dare to delay after he finished reading. The entire Liangzhou began to move. Guojian had over 70,000 soldiers under his command. The order given by the imperial court was for him to fight Juku. At that time, Li Yi belonged to the Huangnan Tibetan Autonomous Prefecture. Juku was actually the closest to Longyu Jidushi. Longyu Jidushi also had over 70,000 soldiers. However, it was Liangzhou's Heshi Jidushi who sent out the troops. That was how it was fought in history. Li Yi knew what it meant. If Longyu's troops didn't move, Tubo's troops would think that nothing would happen. In the end, the troops that really went to fight came from behind Longyu Jidushi. Even if they didn't win and ran back, Longyu would be able to catch up and Tubo wouldn't be able to chase after them. If Longyu Jidushi didn't win and ran back, Tubo would chase after him and occupy Shanzhou, directly threatening the rear. Next to Shanzhou was the Huangshui River. There were ships going up and down to transport supplies. Once Tubo occupied it, Tubo could even go down the river to fight. This was the ability of the Tang dynasty's border generals at this time. They had thought of everything. In history, Guizhiyan didn't get the imperial court's order to send out the troops. He saw that Tubo's troops were empty, so he discussed with Longyu Jidushi Zhang Zhongliang. Longyu Jidushi didn't move, and Heshi Jidushi's troops attacked Tubo's Juku just like that. Chang then couldn't do anything at all. The general didn't take orders from the emperor. According to Li Yi's estimation, even if the imperial court didn't give the order immediately, when Su Lu moved, Tubo and the Arabs would move. When Guizhiyan realized the situation, he would still send out the troops himself. In fact, he was indeed preparing. The intelligence came from the northwest, passing through Liangzhou and using the relay stations from Liangzhou to Chang'an. When the battle started, he had to tell him. Once the imperial court gave the order, there was no need to think too much. The troops were gathering. They were wearing leather clothes, military coats, and carrying bags. The bags were packed with compressed biscuits, carrots, chopped green onions, salt, pepper, and dried meat floss. There was also a small bottle of alcohol, cotton wool, and gauze. These things were sent over from Chang and before, and they usually couldn't bear to eat them. An hour later, the troops finished gathering. They rode horses, drove carriages, and held torches. They circled around from the south and rushed all the way to Longyu Jidushi's location. The carriages were equipped with hot air balloons and diesel fuel torches. Originally, they were filled with alcohol. Later, they switched to gasoline for training. Gasoline was more dangerous, so they switched to diesel fuel. The carriages also had small whirlwind cannons, bags of explosives, and homemade grenades that could be assembled. Wang Juankue sat in the carriage and said to Guizhiyan, "If this battle goes smoothly, we can take the land of 9 bends in one fell swoop." In front of the two of them was a map drawn by Li Yi. It was more than twice as good as the original map of the Tang dynasty. "I heard that the ships have been used. If we take Juku, the ships can sail back and forth." Guizhiyan agreed with the deputy. He pointed to the west. There were 2 freshwater lakes at the source of the Yellow River, Zhaling Lake and Erling Lake. The 2 lakes were connected by a river. If they took this place, they could get another Jidushi. No, not just one Jidushi. There would be at least 3, and more troops would be stationed there. They could take the entire Yellow River from the source of the Yellow River. Baggage from the rear would be transported by ships. This would be enough to stabilize the situation. Now the main target was the land of 9 bends. The land of 9 bends originally belonged to the Tang dynasty. When Princess Jincheng married Tubo, Yang Ju, the general of the left guards who accompanied her, took a bribe from Tubo and said that he would give the land of 9 bends to Princess Jincheng as a birthplace, which was also her dowry. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty allowed it. As a result, the land of 9 bends became Tubo's base. In order to strengthen his strength, he frequently sent troops to attack the Tang dynasty. 2 years ago, Tubo led 100,000 troops to attack the land of 9 bends, but he was defeated by the Tang dynasty. Then Yang Ju committed suicide. It was he who accepted the bribe and gave the land of 9 bends to Tubo. Now the Tang dynasty would continue to fight, and Tubo would definitely not be safe. Let's see how we fight. We should make full use of the advantages of good weapons, especially the hot air balloons. Guizhiyan was very confident about this battle. The things given by Chang'an were too good. There were also binoculars. Tubo could arrange the battle formations however he wanted. He should transfer a lot of troops to attack the 4 towns and huge stone city. He hoped that they could hold on. As long as he won the battle here, Tubo would definitely come back to help. If we don't lose too much, we can join forces with Zhang Zhongliang and Long Yu to defend and not give Tubo a chance to recapture. Wang Juankue was thinking. He was considering whether it was okay to station the troops here and not return to Liangzhou temporarily after the battle. He would wait for the imperial court to make arrangements. I'm afraid that the logistical pressure is too great. It's difficult to continue in Longyu. Guo Zhiyun was a little worried. What he didn't know was that just as he was sending troops, the Salt Gang of Shu Di organized again. Chapter 953. Quick, quick, let's run. Organize the men. This time, we'll transport to the north. It's more than 1,500 miles. 50 coins per person a day. The people of the Salt clan were commanding. The money Li Yi took out was used to buy things. After the imperial court sent the urgent message, Li Yi also used the same channel to send a letter to the Shu lands. There were enough horses. From Shithan to Liangzhou, it took 1 day and 1 night. From Chang'an to the Shu lands, it took less than 1 day and 1 night. In history, the lychees that Yang Guifei ate were from the Shu lands. At that time, the lychees could be delivered in time. Now, it was even faster than reaching Liangzhou. When Yang Huanjin received Li Yi's letter, he immediately arranged it. The entire Izhou was mobilized. Countless supplies were loaded onto the carriages and traveled by land. All the clans with enough status participated. They didn't want those who weren't strong enough. They needed to travel quickly. Each person carrying a pole was paid 50 coins a day. Each person pushing a wheelbarrow was paid 120 coins a day. 2 people were responsible for 1 cart. The price for driving the cart was different according to the livestock. The first batch of troops had already set off. Now, the second batch was about to set off. It seemed that 1,500 miles was a bit far. It would take a month for the troops to arrive. When they encountered mountain ridges that were difficult to travel, they needed to unload the goods on the cart and carry them over. However, the war wasn't over in a day. Yang Huanjin sent people to other provinces in the Shu lands to continue the transportation. The logistics had to be continuous. When the front arrived, the baggage flow would be completely formed. The soldiers at the front persevered for a month. After that, they wouldn't lack anything. The people who reported the news quickly advanced north. They went to the counties and villages in the north and bought things there. These things weren't sent forward. Instead, they were supplied to the baggage flow team along the way. In addition, they hired local people to repair the bad roads. Everything was to better support the front line. In fact, many people in the Shu lands were willing to help transport things even if they didn't pay. In addition to their loyalty to the king and patriotism, if they lost the land above, the Shu lands would have to face Tubo. If Tubo attacked, wouldn't they fight? Now, others were fighting, and they were helping. Looking at Li Dongzhu's appearance, he is very confident in this battle. Huang Xianrong saw that the sky was dark, and wiped the sweat off his face. Ever since he received the letter in the morning, he had only drunk a few mouthfuls of water. He was tired and hungry. Let's eat hot pot tonight. Take out the chili Li Dongzhu gave us and drink some wine. We still have work to do tomorrow. Yang Huanjin said while rubbing his stomach. A group of big shots from all walks of life were eating hot pot at the headquarters of the Salt Gang in Izhou. The 500,000 yuan was given to them without raising the price. When the time came for them to contribute their strength, they would contribute their manpower and resources. Last time, when they were fighting against the barbarians of the southwest, they had worked together once. If they sold goods to the capital office, they would be exempted from paying taxes. Furthermore, they could also exchange coupons from the capital office to spend. The commoners of Shu County loved it. Copper coins were very heavy. The Li family Zhuangzi of Baishui mobilized again and hurriedly followed. Even if he had to pay a little money, it was worth it. Li Dongzhu was a trustworthy person and got along well with the prime ministers of the imperial court. If there was any business that was blocked by the capital office, it would be useful to look for him. Looking at the situation, the imperial court wants to fight a war and seize the land of Juku. The head shopkeeper of the cloth trade analyzed. It has nothing to do with the imperial court. Li Dongzhu paid for it. It's Li Dongzhu who wants to get Juku. The head of the grain merchant spoke. Once we take Juku, we can also get Jialing Lake and Erling Lake in the west. The grassland is rich and beautiful, and we can raise more cattle, sheep, and horses. When the time comes, the commoners of Shu County can eat cheaper meat. It can't be much worse than the price of the capital office. The giant merchant in charge of 1/5 of the meat trade in Ijo spoke. He didn't care about the price of meat. As long as he killed and sold it, he could profit from it. Once the price of meat became cheaper, the commoners would eat more meat, and he would earn more money. Next time, whoever goes there, ask Li Dongzhu. Other than making pickled vegetables and various kinds of peppercorns, what else can we earn more money from here? Fu Jia, who was in charge of part of the transportation in Shu County, looked at Yang Huanjin, meaning to ask him. He didn't have any contact with Li Yi. Shu County produced a lot of things, and the transportation needed increased. He could profit from it. I'll write a letter and ask the relay station to help send it. Yang Huanjin agreed. He also hoped to develop the transportation business. The person in front of him was not only in charge of both water and land transportation, but also in charge of building roads and bridges. If the road wasn't good, it would delay things. Building roads could help him gain a good reputation. Can chili be grown in Shu County? The person who had planted a lot of peppercorns wanted to add a new crop. Huang Xianrong, take over. Li Dongzhu still hopes to make more money from chili. He won't give you the seeds now. But when he grows more and buys it at a cheaper price, he will agree. Okay, third brother, you're completely recovered. Eat more meat. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li checked Li Longji and congratulated him. It was just a cold. It wasn't viral and wasn't contagious. If it was viral, it needed to be treated with morpholinidine hydrochloride. At the same time, there were antibiotics for inflammation. Viral colds could kill people, so it was important to take it seriously. Li Longji was eating braised pork ribs. In the past, pork ribs were taken out directly. But since Li Yi, they ate it in the Li family Zhuangzi and found that it was more delicious than meat. The people knew that pork ribs were delicious, but they didn't buy them. They bought meat because it was more fatty. After Li Yi bought things in the East Market and made them himself, the people in the Li family Zhuangzi would go to the East Market and West Market every day to buy pork ribs and ask for some meat. Pork ribs and lamb ribs were fine. Other than the free soup, the people in the Zhuangzi ate the rest of the ribs. Children loved to eat the ribs, and their faces were oily. After eating a piece of pork ribs, Li Longji put down his chopsticks. Brother Yi. Li Yi also put down his chopsticks and sat up straight. He knew that there was something important. Brother Yi, are you plotting against the Juku region? There are 2 big freshwater lakes over there. Li Longji asked. Li Yi sent a letter to the Shu lands. Normally, the West River Jidushi would send troops once, and they didn't need the help of the Shu lands. Last year and in the first 2 months of this year, they sent a large number of supplies to the Jidushi prefectures. The Jidushi prefectures already had reserves, and the extra supplies were enough to fight 2 or 3 wars. How much baggage would they need to mobilize the Shu lands? I wrote a letter to Zhang Shua, asking him to help collect supplies in Hunan province and transport them to Chang'an. Li Yi didn't answer about his own plans, but he said that he did it secretly. Li Longji was stunned. How come I didn't know about it? You even bought things from Hunan province? Big Brother knows. Big Brother's Workers' Alliance is making use of the time to build ships, and Zhuangzi is making propellers. Li Yi explained. I told Big Brother, but he didn't tell you. He was probably too busy building ships. I didn't see Big Brother transporting more things from the Yellow River. Occupying the whole area. Li Longji was sure that there was not enough supplies in the Shu lands. If he continued to buy, he would definitely continue to send supplies there. If they didn't occupy space, why would they send supplies? Your actions are too big. If we occupy the Yellow River Basin, we can slowly swallow the Yangtze River Basin. Li Yi admitted. The source of the Yellow River Basin was at the Twin Lakes, while the source of the Yangtze River was at the west of the Tanggula Mountains, and the other was at the west of Xiluo Sarenbama. There was also a lake there, Dole Jeko Lake. However, there was no need to occupy it, as long as the downstream was guarded, Tubo would be pushed back. Chapter 954. Li Longji was stunned, and a map appeared in his mind. He was stunned. Li Yi waited for a while before picking up his chopsticks and continuing to eat. After Li Yi finished 2 pieces of braised pork ribs, Li Longji came back to his senses. He picked up his chopsticks again. Can Guojian occupy it? There are still a lot of garrison troops and provincial governors behind. The provincial governor of Heshi will be at the front, and there's no need to defend the rear. He needs baggage. Li Yi believed in Guojian. Without advanced weapons, Guojian could break through Tubo Dam. Now that the necessary equipment had been prepared, they knew how to use the generals at the front lines. The main use of gunpowder was to scare the enemy's horses. Horses that had not been specially trained would definitely panic when they heard the sound of explosions. They were not pandas. Pandas would look curiously when they heard the commotion and would not run away. They were like silly roe deers. When the hunters chased them, they would run away. When the hunters shouted, they would stop and look back. If Guojian did not make good use of gunpowder weapons, he might as well kill himself. Do we need to form a fleet of ships? Li Longji said as he picked up his bowl and drank the yellow wine. The propeller fleet will enter the Yellow River and the ship fleet will enter the Wei River. When they reach the source of the Wei River, they will be supported by manpower. They will take the east and west land route and send them to the Yellow River. Li Yi could not wait for the man-made canal to be completed, so he sent people to send them first. If they went ashore at the source of the Wei River, they would not have to go through the Yellow River. The ship in front will send the goods to the soldiers and smoothly return to the position before the Yellow River. They will load the goods and turn around to send them again. The propeller ships will go through Hukou Waterfall and are very fast. They will also load and unload the goods before the Yellow River. There are things to buy and sell in the northwest region, and the war will not affect domestic commerce. The other ships will go through Hukou Waterfall and transport goods to and from Huayuan and other places below. This will solve the needs of the people at the Yellow River. Li Yi told Li Longji about his plan. It was a sin not to make good use of the water power of the Yellow River. Li Longji put down his bowl. Who will be sent to replace the provincial governors? Once the place is occupied, we will need 3 to 4 provincial governors. Li Longji inquired about names. Who was more suitable? There were many Northwest Jidushi, one after another. The purpose was to give the regional commanders more autonomy. If one person controlled too much, everyone would have to listen to him. The exchange of information took up a lot of time. By the time he learned of the situation, it might be too late to respond. With a few more regional governors, they would be in charge of a small region. Once something happened, they would be able to react immediately. They could either act alone or work together with other regional governors. For example, Guojian had cooperated with Longyu Jidushi once. The imperial court can arrange for people. Find people who know how to fight and teach Guozi's generals. You don't have to worry about any of them suddenly rebelling. If they dare to rebel, I'll personally deal with them. Li Yi couldn't give a specific person, so how could he know who was stronger? Guozi was powerful, but Guozi was still young and had winged knights with him. Geshu Han was amazing. Geshu Han was 14 years old this year. Wang Zhongxi was amazing. Wang Zhongxi was 12 years old this year. Those who knew were all young, so he could just casually send them. They shouldn't be too bad. The Tang dynasty didn't lack capable generals. The Tang dynasty currently had a military system, and the generals learned the same thing. As long as the generals weren't too idiotic, they wouldn't lose. Fine. Li Longji didn't ask anymore. He thought that Li Yi was giving face to the prime ministers. Otherwise, if Li Yi had the final say, what would happen to the prime ministers? The two of them ate dinner and discussed how to conquer more of the Tang dynasty's territory. On the other side of the battlefield, it was the place where someone had reported that a battle was about to break out. This morning, a group of 10,000 Tang dynasty cavalry was moving swiftly. Each person rode 3 horses, and they belonged to the Anxi Protectorate. The leader wasn't Tang Jiahui. Instead, it was Zhang Shaosong, who should have been imprisoned for corruption but hadn't been arrested yet. Zhang Shaosong had been crazy before. He had conquered more than 100 cities and even massacred 3 of them. Then, someone said that he was corrupt. It wasn't clear if he was being corrupted or if he was being schemed against. Li Yi didn't agree. If he was corrupt, then so be it. He continued to stay there. He wasn't able to suppress Su Lu even though he was there. Instead, the battle started earlier than in history. When Zhang Shaosong saw that the battle had started, he asked for 10,000 cavalry. He brought his things and took a detour. He didn't care about Su Lu. He still didn't care about Tubo. He went to find the Abbasid Caliphate. The Abbasid Caliphate had sent out 20,000 soldiers. Zhang Shaosong brought 10,000 cavalry. He felt that it was more than enough. In the western regions, who could play better than him? 10,000 cavalry wasn't afraid of battle at all. He was following Zhang Shaosong. If I had such good weapons last time, I would have been able to fight to the end. Even running into the forest wouldn't have been enough. Zhang Shaosong held a hand grenade in his hand. He was confident that he could defeat the Abbasid Caliphate in a single battle. He weighed the hand grenade in his hand. It wouldn't explode if it fell to the ground. He then shouted, "Your Majesty has made me a kingdom knight. In this battle, I don't want anything. Other than handing it over, we will split it amongst our brothers." His personal guards shouted as well, telling the whole army to boost their morale. Indeed, the 10,000 soldiers seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They were eager to fight. The troops moved very quickly. As they walked, the grass on the ground lessened. Zhang Shaosong ordered the troops to stop. He took out his binoculars and looked around, raised the hot air balloon. Following his instructions, someone took down the boxes from the horses and started to assemble them. After half an hour, the hot air balloon could be lifted off. There was a rope tied to the bottom. "Get a bannerman to follow me up." Zhang Shaosong went up himself. He wanted to look at the terrain, mainly the grass. He was familiar with the terrain. A messenger went up, and the hot air balloon rose. Zhang Shaosong looked through his binoculars. After looking for some time, he said to the messenger beside him, "Move southwest, 20 miles. Go down." The signal bearers made the signal, and the men on the ground looked through their binoculars. They passed down the order, and the troops moved southwest. The men below retracted the rope and pulled the hot air balloon down. They couldn't run on the rope, as it would cause the balloon to lose its balance. The hot air balloon landed on the ground, and Zhang Shaosong kept the torch. He then led his men to chase after the troops. When they arrived at their position, there were patches of yellow soil. There wasn't much grass around. They needed a rain before the grass could grow again. It was still very cold, and the further they went, the colder it would get. "Eat your meal. Raise the hot air balloon. If you see any enemy, descend immediately. Do not let the enemy see the hot air balloon. The rest of you, take the explosives, grenades and slow ropes and follow me." Zhang Shaosong gave another order. He then walked forward. He didn't ride a horse. If he did, he would leave a trail. The group of men followed him. The slow ropes were his own invention. The grenades and explosives had to be lit, and there was a wire. The wire was relatively short, so he used oil to soak a thin hemp rope, dry it and extend the fuse. He felt that it was better to bury this thing to scare the cavalry. It wasn't defending or attacking a city, so such a short wire was useless. After walking for a full hour, a protruding grassland appeared in front of them. It was mainly because of a small stream flowing through it. The stream in the northwest would always change its course. As it flowed, it would disappear, and a new stream would appear from somewhere else. It was the same for large rivers. It depended on the direction of the wind and sand. Where there was water, the grass would be dense, and there was a large patch of grass. Take a shovel and dig. Dig together with the grass, Zhang Xiaosong ordered. Chapter 955. When Zhang Xiaosong and his team finished processing, they made a few bitter grasses that looked like they were naturally piled up by the wind. He took his men and left to meet up with the main force. The team moved to the southeast, 40 miles away from where he was just now. They set up camp in a straight line from east to west. There was also grassland here, and the horses grazed on their own land. The soldiers took out the powder ground from the bags on the backs of the horses and spread it on their palms to feed the horses. The raw beans at the crucial moment could not be used to feed the horses. The horses ate grass and would easily have diarrhea if they ate raw beans. The hot air balloon rose and looked into the distance. Next to it, someone began to set up a 10-foot-high wooden frame with mortise and tenon structure. When it was dark, the lookout stood on the frame to watch. The hot air balloon could not be raised. At night, the hot air balloon looked like a big lantern. Zhang Xiaosong did not set up camp. He directly rested. He did not intend to rely on the camp to defend. He was a pure cavalry. Cavalry needed a stronghold. When it was dark, the horses were fed. The hot air balloon came down without torches. Everyone put down the horses in their military coats and slept against the horses. The horses could also sleep on their sides. Sometimes they felt very comfortable. The stars in the sky blinked. The moon had already set. It was the beginning of the month, the first quarter moon. It rose early and set early. Zhang Xiaosong had an extra blanket. He did not use it as a bedding, but rolled it up and used it as a pillow. He called the young generals to squeeze together and sleep. The furry hats that could be put down were tied on their chins. Their bodies were curled up and they relied on their military coats to keep warm. They had leather coats inside, all sent from Chang'an. Even so, their noses would be frozen red. It was really cold at night. The soldiers were very content. They did not have military coats and thick hats in the past. When they marched, they ate whatever was available. Now they even brought canned bamboo food. Compared to before, it was a world of difference. The sentries who stood on a few lookouts and looked through binoculars chewed pork floss in their mouths. Pork floss was pork floss. Now the Confucianism had entered the Tang dynasty, but not many people believed it. Otherwise, Li Yi would have a hard time preparing food. He had to consider other people's beliefs. Now that no one believed in it, the soldiers ate pork floss. It was quite delicious. There would be no more letters in the future. Li Yi would absolutely not allow the Islamic religion to enter again. Time passed, and when it was almost midnight, a lookout was the first to see the troops marching with torches lit at night. Although he said he saw it, it was more like there were many small dots of light. If the distance was too far, the enemy scouts would be 20 to 30 li away. Otherwise, how could the team rest 40 li away from that position? The use of the binoculars came into play at this moment. The messenger slid down the rope from the slightly swaying watchtower. He found Zhang Xiaosong and said, "Patrol, patrol, they're here. The Arabs are here. There are torches, small dots." Just as this person finished speaking, another soldier ran over. "Patrol, they're here." Zhang Xiaosong quivered and sat up. "Pass down the order. Get ready. We are indeed marching at night. If we don't hurry, the horses won't have anything to eat." Zhang Xiaosong took out his water bag and poured some water to wash his face to wake himself up. As for whether his cold face would dry out at night, that was not within the scope of consideration. The others were woken up one by one. They also washed their faces and prepared for battle. The horses were also not to shout. Some of the horses had already been standing, and many of them were huddled together for warmth. There was no need for Zhang Shaosong to give any further orders. The soldiers knew what to do. There was a large patch of grass there. When the Arabs arrived, the horses would not be able to bear it and would eat there. The Arabs would also rest there, cook some food, and wait for dawn to arrive. If the Arabs were to set up camp somewhere else tonight, then, that would be impossible. There would be no water. Unless the distance was very far, but if they could not arrive together in a coordinated battle, their allies would be finished. The troops set out. They did not bother with the watchtower and rode their horses slowly. It was still a journey of 40 li. They did not light torches. The horses were very careful when they landed, afraid that they would step into a pit. On the other side, although there were 20,000 of them, there were only 16,000 white-clothed Arabs. They were indeed resting. Zhang Shaosong was all too familiar with the habits of the enemies in the western regions. The Arabs had many more horses than men, and they used them to carry weapons and supplies. While the horses were eating grass, the men were eating meat jerky, beef jerky, and mutton jerky. They were fetching water from the stream. They were very tired from the journey, so the scouts were sent out so that they could eat in peace. Zhang Shaosong's troops were gradually recovering, and they were no longer so tired. A cold wind would wake them up. The horses were the same. After some exercise, they would gradually adjust. An hour later, when they were about to encounter the enemy scouts 20 li away, Zhang Shaosong ordered, "Scouts, advance. Shoot and kill the enemy scouts." In truth, the generals had seen through their binoculars that the Arab scouts were being illuminated by torches. Through the binoculars, the torches were far too obvious. The scouts dismounted from their horses and quickly ran forward with crossbows in their hands. 15 minutes after they had left, Zhang Shaosong ordered again, "Increase the speed. Keep up. Prepare for battle. Fire arrows." The soldiers changed their arrows. The arrowheads were wrapped in incendiary items and fired from the crossbows. In a little while, they would light the arrows with lighters and fire. The arrows were mainly used to light up the fuse on the other side. There was no rush for a large-scale battle. The scouts with crossbows gradually approached the enemy scouts. The Arab scouts were more relaxed. They did not think that they would encounter the military forces of the Tang dynasty here. In their minds, the military forces of the Tang dynasty should have just reacted. However, they did not know that the Tang dynasty had already said that Su Lu was getting stronger and should be attacked. None of the generals guarding the borders of the Tang dynasty were free, including Wang Zhongxi in history. He said that An Lushan was going to rebel, but Li Longji did not think that was possible. In the end, the generals from the Kaiyuan to Heavenly Treasure era were all more sensitive and had a better grasp of the situation. A good hand had been ruined by Li Longji. The current generals of the Tang dynasty, just like when Li Yi had just destroyed the Japanese Empire, each of them could oversee a region. Even after defeating the national army and establishing a country, they were still so strong. However, they were directly dealt with by that person instead of drinking a cup of wine. When the Tang dynasty scouts approached, the horses were the first to react. Unfortunately, the people on the horses did not feel the danger and continued to stroll slowly. Weng weng whoosh 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 whoosh. A volley of crossbow bolts flew over, hitting both the men and the horses. The cries of the tensome white-clothed Arab scouts gradually died down. Not a single one of them had escaped. Zhang Shaosong and his men saw the situation and urged their horses on. The sound of hooves became louder. When they reached the place, the scouts mounted their horses and moved with them. The Arab scouts further away did not care. They did not have time to react. At 20 li, the horses sped up. At 10 li, they changed horses and sped up again. At 5 li, the sound of hooves could be heard. It was obvious that 10,000 horses were galloping. Get ready. The enemy is here. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty is here. "Get on your horses." The Arabs understood that such a loud sound must be the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. In their panic, they got up and went to find their horses. The horses were still eating grass. Horses were not humans. A bowl of noodles could be sucked in easily. If they were eating cold noodles, a bowl of cold noodles could be swallowed in 10 seconds. They did not even need to chew. Horses could not. They were eating grass. Just as they were eating comfortably, a battle was about to break out. Chapter 956. Zhang Xiaosong's team changed horses again when there were only 3 li left. Some of the other horses were left behind to lead them, and nearly 8,000 cavalry charged forward. A few dozen cavalry charged at the front, then suddenly stopped, took out their lighters, and lit their torches. Then, they began to jog, extending their torches to the side. The people behind them passed by, and the fire arrows flickered on their torches, lighting them up and increasing their speed. The Arabs had just finished gathering, and before they could split up, the Tang dynasty's army entered their shooting range. Using the momentum, the fire arrows shot into the air. Some landed in the crowd, some landed in front of the Arabs, and some landed where the bitter grass was. Some even landed directly where the explosives were. Boom! Boom! After the fire arrows were fired, the Tang dynasty cavalry immediately circled around, not intending to charge in, but the explosives exploded. One by one, the explosives blew up the earth, emitting sparks. Neigh, neigh. The horses were frightened and began to run in panic. They collided with each other, raised their front hooves, fell to the ground in fear, opened their mouths to bite the horse next to them, and so on and so forth. The Tang dynasty cavalry split up and circled around. They threw away their crossbows, switched to bows, and fired arrows continuously. 3 battalions, follow me, Zhang Xiaosong shouted, and the messenger passed on the order, directly specifying the battalions. His was a reinforced battalion, with 1,000 men. The 3,000 men split up and regrouped 3 or 4 li away. Attack in echelons, 500 men in each group. Pierce through, Zhang Xiaosong shouted again. The cavalry automatically split into groups, and under the light of the enemy's torches, one group after another charged forward with bows drawn. When they reached the bows, they first fired a rain of arrows, then slung their bows, drew their scimitars, and charged in. They constantly urged their horses, not caring about the position of the enemy. They just chased through and cut down the enemy with their scimitars. This was the first time they were using this tactic in a real battle. Li Yi taught them, and the Mongolian cavalry did the same. They charged in echelons, first firing a rain of arrows, then chased through. After piercing through, they ran a certain distance, circled around, and did it again. Now, the Tang dynasty cavalry used the content of their training, using this tactic to split up and not give the enemy a chance to regroup. This was the first time the white-clothed Arabs had encountered such a tactic. Their horses were startled, and they were stunned by the slaughter. The soldiers do not know the generals, and the generals do not know the soldiers, so there is no way to coordinate. Zhang Xiaosong's echelon hadn't even been completely used up, but the white-clothed Arabs had already been routed. Run, I don't want to play anymore. Those that couldn't escape were surrounded and killed. The horses didn't cooperate with the white-clothed Arabian master at all. The cavalry chased after the fleeing soldiers. 2,000 men with horses split up and led a dozen or so horses to chase after them. The Abbasid Caliphate's horse couldn't even fit 2 people, and it had been ambushed when the horse was tired and grazing. It was the same for humans. They had just eaten something and had not yet digested it. The blood would gather in the stomach, and the fatigue from the journey would not be recovered yet. Now he was in a state of excitement, running around like a headless fly. The killing and pursuit continued until dawn. However, the battle did not stop. When dawn came, the Tang dynasty's cavalry changed horses and continued their pursuit. These 10,000 soldiers were soldiers who had followed Zhang Xiaosong to conquer hundreds of cities. as long as they were led by Zhang Xiaosong, their combat strength would explode. This was a kind of pride that said, "I'm stronger than you, I can easily beat you." After conquering hundreds of cities, just how fast was the tempo of the assault? Now they were chasing after someone and keeping an eye on them unless they surrendered. When the sky was completely bright, the horses that had lost their masters began to look for grass to eat and stopped running. The corpses of the Abbasid Caliphate lay on the ground, many of them with their eyes wide open. And the pursuit continued. The horses were connected, so they could change horses. Even if the Abbasid Caliphate used a saber to stab a horse's butt, the horse would still be unable to run. In the end, it would fall to the ground and die of exhaustion. The Tang dynasty soldiers who did not pursue gathered the corpses of their comrades together and prepared to bring them back. More than 4,000 Abbasid Caliphate captives were using their sabers to dig holes to bury their dead. On the side, the Tang dynasty soldiers raised their crossbows and stood guard. Dissect the dead horses and have the captives carry them back. If you're too slow and the horse meat spoils, kill them. Zhang Xiaosong was expressionless. He didn't look at his dead brothers, nor did he care how many of his enemies died. Today, there was almost no resistance from the Abbasid Caliphate, so they could become captives. If too many of his brothers died and the Abbasid Caliphate put up a fierce resistance, all the captives would be killed. Just like 2 years ago, he had raided 100 cities and finally met resistance. When the city was breached, he had slaughtered the entire city. The surviving non-commissioned officer of the Tang dynasty did not appear mournful. They were also fighting with their lives on the line. How could there be no deaths in war? Life and death were fated. Perhaps next time, they would be the ones to fall. There was no need for others to cry. As long as their families could receive enough compensation, it was fine. Only by fighting with one's life and killing the enemy until they were afraid could there be peace. Moreover, the families of the dead brothers would have good days. Besides the normal compensation, they would also receive extra money from His Majesty. At noon, all the pursuers returned with the corpses of more than 200 of their brothers and the captured horses of the enemy. Then, they started to head back. There were more than 6,000 captives. They buried their dead men and carried the bloody dead horses on their backs as they marched forward. They didn't dare to be slow. If they were slow, they would be killed. Some of them fell as they walked, and the Tang dynasty soldiers would give them a stab. The items would be carried forward by others. There was a group of cavalry that traveled several dozen li and then ascended a hot air balloon to continue observing. 2 hours later, the people on the hot air balloon sent a flag signal. The people on the ground received the signal and reported the situation to Zhang Xiaosong. Leave 2,000 men to guard and send them back. The rest, come with me. When Zhang Xiaosong received the news, he ignored his fatigue and quickly led his men away. The people on the hot air balloon discovered that the Anxi Protectorate was fighting with Su Lu's men several dozen li away. It could be considered a scout battle. Scouts from both sides were constantly joining in. In the end, it was a small-scale battle of several hundred against several hundred. The scouts on both sides were running in circles while shooting arrows. Another scout was running back to report the situation. In other words, both sides had their main forces. Zhang Xiaosong found another opportunity. He wanted to conceal the battlefield. He wanted to use his own men as scouts and kill all the scouts of Su Lu's assault cavalry. He wanted Su Lu to become blind. That way, he would lead more than 7,000 men and patrol the periphery of the battlefield. Su Lu would definitely cry. More than 7,700 cavalry, 1 man on 3 mounts, were watching from the side. You said he was the main force, right? He wasn't. The main force was the Anxi Protectorate's army with infantry. You said he wasn't the main force. He could pierce through your formation at any time and chase after you if you ran. Who wouldn't be dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of such a powerful force? This was what Zhang Xiaosong wanted to do. There was no need to talk about his commanding ability. He had already destroyed a country. A group of people charged over just like that. The general held a telescope. The Anshi Protectorate naturally had telescopes as well, including the scouts. There were clearly more Tang Dynasty scouts on the battlefield than Sulu's scouts. This was because the Tang Dynasty scouts had telescopes and reacted first. Chapter 957. Report. The Anshi Protectorate's hot air balloon soldiers have requested for us to go 20 li southwest to help them. Someone in Zhang Xiaosong's group looked through binoculars while riding. They saw the hot air balloons that the Anshi Protectorate's main force had sent to deal with Sulu. The other party had also seen their group. Then, the other party signaled for them to help. Quick, change horses. Keep changing horses. Charge over and surround Sulu's men. Zhang Xiaosong didn't hesitate at all and led his group to charge over. He wanted to cover Sulu's battlefield. His own battlefield couldn't be covered by the enemy now because of the hot air balloons. Who could cover 100 li? If it was a few dozen li, the people on the hot air balloons would be able to see it, even if it was just a small dot through binoculars. The group changed horses and sped up. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at their position. The enemy scouts were still fighting with the Tang Dynasty scouts. When a large group of cavalry appeared, the first thought of the enemy scouts was to run. The Tang Dynasty scouts immediately urged their horses on. Run. Our men are here. Stay here, little guys. The wind direction is suitable. The wind isn't strong. Let them release 2 hot air balloons. Zhang Xiaosong sensed the direction of the wind and gave an order to his flag signal soldier. The wind was blowing in Sulu's direction, and it wasn't strong either. The Tang Dynasty people didn't react to this situation, but he did. If he didn't release the balloons now, when would he? As for the fact that it was easy to die if they flew over, so be it. He was leading his group to charge over. It wouldn't be good to die if he died. The signal soldier jumped onto his horse and waved the flag with both hands to convey the order. After repeating it twice, there was a hole in front of the horse. The horse jumped, and he fell into it. Help, he shouted. A horse rushed over from behind. The person on the horse caught him and threw him back to his horse. We were almost finished. Thank you. The signal soldier thanked him and followed Zhang Xiaosong's horse. He was ready to listen to orders at any time. The others took a look and continued to charge. This was a normal operation, whether it was standing on the horse waving the flag or falling and being caught and thrown back. For them, this wasn't difficult. All cavalry should be equipped with this. Actually, it wouldn't have been a problem even if they were a little later. The cavalry behind them would have scooped them up like how they scooped up sheep. Request for release. When the flag signaler on the hot air balloon saw this, he waved his flag downwards. The subordinates passed the message to the commander-in-chief, and the hot air balloon requested to be released. You are allowed to fly. Pay attention to your safety. The general felt the wind and found that it was indeed time to release them. Immediately, the people below the 3 hot air balloons loosened the ropes, and the hot air balloons floated out. As they floated, they retracted the ropes, and when they came back, they threw the ropes to the people below to catch them. The 3 hot air balloons moved forward with the wind. The people on the hot air balloons picked up the explosives, ready to ignite them and throw them down at any time. Since they were already flying, they would definitely pass by the enemy's troops. Why didn't they throw something at them? What if the enemy general was killed by the explosion? Then, he would have made a meritorious contribution. Zhang Xiaosong cleanly disposed of the enemy scouts. He glanced at the hot air balloon in the sky and continued forward, leaving the area where the scouts from both sides were fighting. He wanted to annoy Sulu from the flank. Nearly 8,000 cavalry suddenly joined the fray. Would you, Sulu, care about it? Sulu was indeed dumbfounded. If there was a medicine for regret, he would definitely buy it and eat it. Why were the hot air balloons of the Tang dynasty so disgusting? They flew so high, and they even had binoculars. At the same time, he felt sad. The Tang dynasty didn't treat him well. Although they gave him their salary and supplies every time, they didn't give him any hot air balloons or binoculars. This meant that the Tang dynasty was always on guard against him and didn't trust him. Why were the people of the Tang dynasty so smart? They knew that he would rebel. Yes, why was the Tang dynasty so powerful? Those people were once two-legged sheep. Don't send any more scouts. Retreat. Su Lu ordered. He knew that the scouts were useless. The hot air balloons of the Tang dynasty were starting to float in this direction. It was time to hide. The 3 hot air balloons were a few li apart from each other and slowly floated over. There were even people throwing grenades down from the balloons. It was just a can. They lit it and threw it down. With a boom, it didn't hit anyone, but some horses were startled. It was too disgusting. The people below had to hide. Who wanted to be hit? As soon as they hid, their formation was disrupted. The flag signal soldiers on the hot air balloons immediately sent out messages. The main force of the Anxi Protectorate's cavalry began to charge forward, gradually accelerating. Zhang Xiaosong also received the same message. Fire, crossbow, echelon. Don't charge. More than 7,000 cavalrymen held their crossbows and split into 2 groups, charging toward the charging cavalry. You're in disarray. If not you, who should we attack? Su Lu wanted to cry. He finally understood the power of the hot air balloons. The hot air balloons couldn't kill many people. But their existence was to attack the mind and transmit information. They threw down explosive things that could kill a circle of people. Should they hide when they were in formation? If they didn't, the generals might be killed. Once they hid, the formation would be disrupted, and the enemy would take the opportunity to attack. Especially this cavalry that suddenly appeared. How did they react so quickly? They had just started to charge when the situation changed. Who was the general leading them? Reporting, I know. The white-clothed Arab army has been wiped out. The people who ran over said that it was Zhang Xiaosong's army. Finally, a scout ran over to report. His voice was very loud, and everyone in the surroundings heard him. Su Lu hated that he couldn't kill this scout, but at the same time, his heart turned cold. The white-clothed Arab army was ambushed by Zhang Xiaosong and completely wiped out. That was a matter of the past. Now, the army he was about to ask about was led by Zhang Xiaosong. God of Death. No wonder they reacted so quickly. This was an existence famous in the western regions. It's over, it's all over. Su Lu wanted to wait for Tubo's army to arrive. Unfortunately, Tubo's army hadn't arrived yet, so the white-clothed Arab army couldn't come. What he didn't know was that Tubo's army was entangled. The Karluk tribe's troops met Tubo's troops with grenades. Then, the Karluk tribe's death warriors put on heavy armor. Their horses also put on heavy armor. After charging for a short distance, they ignited their grenades and exploded in the midst of the Tibetan army. Their death startled Tubo's horses. The Tang dynasty's cavalry took the opportunity to charge. Tubo's cavalry lost their mobility and suffered heavy losses. They had no choice but to retreat and defend. Thus, no one came to support him. Moreover, Tubo's army was about to be ambushed by Guijian's army. From the beginning of the war, the outcome was destined. Horses that hadn't experienced gunpowder explosions couldn't compete with the enemy at all. While Su Lu was pondering how to deal with this, Zhang Xiaosong's cavalry began to shoot arrows rhythmically. A rain of arrows rained down, and the soldiers of the assault cavalry fell one by one. The hot air balloon continued to approach, as if looking for a target. Su Lu's heart was bleeding. Tears flowed out of his eyes as he shouted, "Retreat, retreat!" The soldiers of the assault cavalry seemed to have received an order. They adjusted their direction and ran, retreating. The cavalry was the fastest. They ran first, and then Zhang Xiaosong's cavalry chased after them. The infantry were straightforward. They threw down their weapons, knelt on the ground, and surrendered. I can't outrun you. I have 2 legs, and you have 4 legs. Some can even fly. Chapter 958. Kill. Capture them. Don't move. Treat the wounded. Quick, alcohol. Prepare to suture. Bite the wooden stick. There's no wooden stick. I'll give you some grass. Bite it. The cavalry chased after them while the infantry collected the captives and treated the wounded. Save me. I've lost a lot of blood. The wound is big. I'll die if you don't save me, a captive with a big wound on his leg begged. Then go to hell. I'll give you a quick death. The non-commissioned officer of the Tang dynasty was about to raise his knife. Save him, quick. Ask Li Dongzhu if he wants the captive and sell him to Li Dongzhu. A squad leader came over, glanced at the captive's wound, and ordered treatment. Save him immediately. When the person in charge of saving the captive heard that he could be sold for money, he quickly found something for the captive to bite and began to wipe the wound with alcohol. Then, he wiped the needle and thread. He wiped his hand with an alcohol cotton ball and stitched the wound as if he was sewing a mattress. The captive trembled in pain and sweated profusely. His fingers dug into the soil. Quick, bring the saline bottle. Our brother's intestines are out and need to be cleaned. I'll suture it and see if he can survive. A non-commissioned officer shouted. A soldier of the Tang dynasty had his stomach cut open and his intestines flowed out. Basically, he should be dead. It was useless to stuff it back in. However, the team had brought something with them. They had filtered salt with yellow mud many times and mixed it with normal saline by themselves. Without distilled water, they steamed it directly. They took a big porcelain bottle and steamed it as if they were making canned food. They steamed it together with the stopper and quickly stuffed it in. Whether the method taught by Li Yi was effective or not depended on fate. There was no guarantee of death. If they used it, they might survive. They washed it, stuffed it back in, rinsed it, and sutured it. They left a small opening for drainage. When they returned, they would insert a steamed straw, reed tube, or goose feather tube. Then, they would drink medicine. If they survived, they would be lucky. If they didn't, they would be compensated. As for other external injuries, it was not guaranteed that they would not be infected. But even if they were infected, they could continue to wipe it with alcohol when they saw pus and blood. For example, the captive's intestines were another treatment. They heated a pot at the side and added salt based on their feelings. When the water was warm, they covered the captive's intestines, sucked, and sutured. The other captives were dumbfounded. Was this how the military forces of the Tang dynasty treated their injuries? How did he sew up such a big wound? What kind of cloth was wrapped around the outside? It looked very clean. Some people were groaning in pain, so they poured some warm water and some medicinal powder into their mouths. After a while, they stopped groaning. Good medicine. In fact, there were not many wounded soldiers of the Tang dynasty who groaned. In the past, when they were injured, they groaned because they thought they were going to die. Now that he believed that he could survive, he gritted his teeth and persevered. If he really couldn't, he would drink some anesthetic. One by one, soft stretchers made of folded canvas unfolded, placing the wounded and dead Tang dynasty soldiers who could not move on them. The dead Tujue had the captives dig holes and bury them. Others were chasing after them, so the team with the injured should rush back first. Only when they returned could they receive better medical treatment. Zhang Shaosong led his men to pursue and kill Su Lu's Tujuesher, which lasted all the way until nightfall before they finally returned. The Jidushi's men once again cleaned up the battlefield and brought back a large number of captives, horses, military equipment, and injured soldiers. Zhang Shaosong did not return. He lit a fire and set up a pot. Everyone ate a meal of cooked horse meat, restocked their supplies, and stayed in the area. Early the next morning, he led his men and set off again. This time, they were going to fight Tubo. Tubo was delayed. He, who was used to long-distance raids, felt that he still had a chance. He was a forgotten man. After fighting Aduada, he was still a patrol officer. He did not have any patrol officers, but he did not do much work. When he fought Aduada, he organized more than 10,000 miscellaneous soldiers. Now he was leading elite cavalry. He felt that it was not worth it for him to go back and fight another one. Therefore, in history, it was clearly a war where both sides won and lost, but in the end, he defeated and annihilated the enemy. The Jadushi wrote a battle report and sent it to Chang'an. He felt that he had made a great contribution. In Chang'an, Li Yi was mobilizing resources to assist the front line. He still did not know what the people who were not captured by him had done. The people who dug the canal had been transferred over. The prisoners on death row and those who were going to be exiled were in charge of the most dangerous work. The others were thinking about their salaries and were happy. After building a ship, they immediately loaded it with things and transported it to the source of the Wei River. Then, they transported it to the Yellow River by land. You spent a lot of money this time. How do you want compensation? Li Qingqi finished arranging the shipbuilding and ship modification and ran to the Li family Zhuangzi. The 500,000 yuan that Li Yi left in Shu was gone. Shu had used a lot of manpower and material resources. He would only stop when he had spent the 500,000 yuan. At that time, the imperial court would be able to connect with the transportation from the Yellow River. Obviously, Li Yi had paid a lot of money to mobilize resources from Shu and other places. If it were someone else, they would not have so much money. They would not have given tens of thousands of yuan. Li Yi sat there and thought for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, "It's meaningless. If I want money, it's nothing more than money from the imperial court. If I want land, it's too far away. I can't take care of it. If the capital government gives me land, I will still do it for the benefit of the people." Li Yi could not think of what he wanted. He only felt that expanding the territory of the Tang dynasty gave him a sense of achievement. The soldiers risked their lives, and he paid for it. Between countries, it was not as if others would not hit you just because you did not hit them. Take the Abbasid Caliphate for example. If you don't believe in their religion, they will hit you until you believe in them. The Abbasid Caliphate on land was easy to fight. It would be easy to fight in the future. The most difficult thing was to trade with other countries. When the big fleet comes out, as Li Yi thought about it, his thoughts drifted to other things. He didn't even consider the actual compensation he would receive. Brother Yi. Li Qingqi had no choice but to call Li Yi back to reality. Ah! Tax exemption. Continue to be tax exempt. When the tax money is equal to the money I took out, I will pay the tax again. I have my own accounts. Li Yi casually said. He had many things that were exempt from tax. The bicycle and the business in the south of the city, the production of the place where the surrendered families were settled, and the advertisements in the newspapers. He might as well exempt them all and save the money himself. Good, tax exemption is good. Li Qingqi also felt that it was a good idea. Although the Li family Zhuangzi was exempt from tax, they still had to pay a lot of taxes in other areas. However, it was likely that Baigo was having a hard time. Their financial income had decreased once again. It was equivalent to the Tang dynasty's imperial court paying the soldiers at the border in installments. The advantage was that there was no interest. After this year's cotton harvest, we still have to make a lot of military blankets and military coats. During winter, the source of the Yellow River is very cold. Li talked about the arrangements after occupying Juku. Juku could be reclaimed this year for grazing. That place was most suitable for developing animal husbandry. It was not suitable for industry, and the third industry was not available. The people of the Tang dynasty would not go there to play, even if the scenery was beautiful. The more animals there were, the more beef and mutton the people of the Tang dynasty could eat. If it was the cattle, they could slowly come back. It was equivalent to the people buying farm vehicles at a cheaper price. Raising cattle was cheaper than raising horses. Ordinary people could not afford to raise horses. Chapter 959. I didn't expect cotton to be so useful. Li Qingqi still remembered that he was the one who got the cotton seeds. The rich people of the Tang dynasty raised cotton as flowers. They knew that white rice was made of cotton, but no one planted it. Firstly, they didn't know how to plant it. Secondly, they occupied the grain fields. Secondly, they were used to raising silkworms and planting hemp. Now, the people finally understood what cotton could be used for. Cotton was secondary. The most useful thing was to use cotton as a warm filler and to make cotton thread to sew clothes. Leather clothes were warm and had little leather. Clothes were expensive and made of military materials. Especially the quilt. It's heavier than silk but lighter than leather. It's warm. Li Qingqi mentioned the quilt. In summer, he also used a thin quilt. After this year's harvest, bring the cotton seeds to the northwest. Plant, harvest, and weave there. There are people there. Li Yi didn't want to promote cotton planting in the good lands of the Tang dynasty. Once it was released, people would definitely think that it was better to plant cotton instead of food prices. No matter how low the price of food was, the people had to plant it or other cash crops, excluding cotton. For example, sugar and oil from sugar cane, rape, and sesame. Will it delay the planting of food? Li Qingqi was worried that there would not be enough food if cotton was planted there. If there was a war there, the cost of transporting food would be high. Recruit people from other tribes and pay them a high price. Let them replenish their supplies. They will have free time when they are hurting. Li Yi had already prepared for this. The border of the Tang dynasty was chaotic. Some tribes were fence-sitters. They could betray or surrender at any time. The main reason was that their betrayal and surrender were forced by the situation. No matter what, they always lived their own way. It was just a matter of whether to fight or not. Some small tribes didn't want to fight. It was not worth it to die as cannon fodder. The Shatua tribe was one of the representatives. They were originally close to Tubo. Tubo asked them to fight against the Tang dynasty. When they saw that the situation was not good, they quickly ran away and surrendered to the Tang dynasty. Then, they stayed in a corner and reproduced. In history, they reproduced and became a country. Others had destroyed them. If the tribes wanted to sincerely surrender, they must change their way of life. Livestock could continue to be raised, and there was land to grow crops. The income from crops was stable, and with land and houses, they did not need to rebel. There were also the various races in Li Yi's Mongolia. They ate meat, drank milk, drank tea, and drank wine brewed from milk all day long. They did not farm at all. Instead, they migrated to the Tang dynasty in exchange for tea leaves. Sometimes, they would also exchange for some rice to cook and eat. It was unrealistic to expect them to settle down and stay in one place all day long. If he did not live with the people of the Tang dynasty, how could he have a sense of belonging? Big brother, farming together is the best way to promote ethnic integration. We can't continue to let them do as they wish. We must guide them. Li Yi mentioned the relationship between stability and ethnic integration. Otherwise, with their different living habits, the other party wouldn't have come over today. In the spring, they would take their livestock to a place hundreds of miles away and not return for many months. For those people, the place where they spent the winter was not their home. Their home was their tents and their loved ones. What if they don't want to? Li Qingqi felt that Li Yi's words made sense. However, just like how the people of the capital government planted greenhouses, no one planted them in the beginning. Even though the Li family Zhuangzi made a lot of money after planting, the people still watched. It was not until pilot projects were set up in various counties and the people really received income that others followed the trend. According to the method of the people of the capital government, if the seeds were collected and sent over this year, it would take several years. Li nodded. I've thought of it. Give them money and hire them to plant. Give them 20 coins a day, and they'll be willing. Or we can use fermented tea and barbecue seasonings to exchange with them. Then, we'll go and collect them. If the price is high, they'll think, can the things I plant be sold for so much money? Needless to say, they'll be willing to plant the second year. The price for the first 2 years will be higher. When more people plant the seeds, the price will naturally drop. However, there will still be a lot of profit. Li used another method to deal with the people over there, which was to entice them. Once they planted the seeds and got used to it, they would feel that it was more stable. Even if the price was much lower in the future, they would still insist on it when they saw that it was easier to graze. If they could grow cotton, they would naturally try to grow vegetables to eat. How could the wild vegetables in the grassland outside be more delicious than vegetables that had been cultivated for many years? At least, there were no cucumbers, cabbages, eggplants, cowpeas, and so on. Li Chengqi listened carefully and decided to tell his third brother later that it was beneficial to the rule of the Tang dynasty. The people of the capital government were working hard. The bean worms had come out, no, the moths had come out to lay eggs. At the same time, the newspaper reported the situation of the war. Su Lu had led the Turks in a rebellion and led the Abbasid Caliphate and Tubo to attack the Tang dynasty. However, the Tang dynasty also sent out troops and would definitely not let the enemy succeed. The soldiers at the front line were protecting the Tang dynasty from being bullied. Everyone should work hard to grow more food and send it to the soldiers at the front line. In the past, when there was a war at the border, the imperial court did not tell the people, so the people did not know. Only when the great Tang had won a battle and brought back news of the battle would the people be able to hear the good news while riding their horses and shouting. Now, it had changed. The newspaper would say it in a very emotional way to cultivate the people's thoughts of supporting the army. When the bean worms came out, the people began to look forward to it and did not disturb it. When the bean worms laid eggs, they would raise them according to the method described in the newspaper. The people who grew grapes were also waiting for the moths in other people's bean fields to fly out and lay eggs. They could not let the bean worms eat all the grape leaves, but they could selectively raise some. The newspaper said that when growing grapes, they had to be sharpened, also known as rubbing the buds. When the fruit was ready, they had to pinch the sharpness and throw it into the mouth and eat it. It was sour. People did not eat it and used it to feed the bean worms. The bean worms said that it was the same as eating eggs. What we can do now is to watch. Before the moths lay eggs, don't drive them away or catch them. Even the moths can be eaten. Shaolan's Zhuangzi had 20 mu of soybean fields. Princess Yongmu did not go to Wentianlan Pavilion today. She was resting. After delivering the baby carriers, Wentianlan Pavilion opened for 2 days every 10 days. The people all knew about it. The more it was like this, the more noble Wentianlan Pavilion was. They did not need to open for business every day. Princess Yongmu had been living a happy life recently. She was free and did not need to stay in the palace. Sometimes, she would teach the children in her Zhuangzi. Sometimes, she would go to the shop. Sometimes, she would run to the Li family Zhuangzi. She was not worried about earning money and treated life as a game. Other unmarried women would imagine what their future husband would be like. What if they married the wrong man? She did not think about it anymore. She knew who it was. Now, she taught the neighbors how to raise insects. The neighbors listened and asked, not afraid of being wrong. The neighbors already knew who this beautiful neighbor was. Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu's woman must have learned the true skills. She would not be bad. After the eggs are laid, when you can see the small insects, pluck the bean leaves to feed them. You have to pluck the leaves on the shady side. Plucking the leaves on the sunny side will affect the growth of the beans. Princess Yongmu continued with a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 960. In order to increase the number of bean worms raised, reduce the loss of soybean leaves, and reduce the yield of soybean, the cowpea leaves in the vegetable field, Princess Youngmu used cowpea leaves as a substitute to feed them. Now, the cowpeas were about to be harvested. Batch after batch, the cowpeas climbed up the frame. Cowpeas had many leaves, and they were densely planted. When the small bean worms grew a little bigger, they could be moved to the basket and fed with a lot of cowpea leaves. When they became insects after the third stage, they would be fed on the bean sprouts. The loss of leaves would not reduce the yield of cowpeas. If the family did not have a bean field, they could even raise some bean worms themselves and feed the cowpea leaves. Raising a few thousand of them would cost a lot of money, including the green bean leaves. There were indeed some neighbors who did not have a field at home, and they were working as craftsmen. When they heard that they could raise them, they discussed with other neighbors that they would go to other people's cowpea fields to collect cowpea leaves and bean worm larvae. There were cowpeas in their yards, which could almost be used to raise the worms. When they grew up, they could give the other party 10% of the big worms. Raising worms did not necessarily mean selling them. Li Dongzhu said that eating them was good for the body, and they could be treated as meat. If the bean worms could not be finished in a short time, they could be buried in soil and eaten as they pleased. Compared to raising other eastern and western provinces, it was like raising silkworms. Mrs. Li, Su Lu is attacking. Can the imperial court win this time? After Princess Youngmu finished explaining how to raise bean worms, someone asked about the war. Princess Youngmu blinked and said with certainty, yes, our Tang dynasty also sent troops to attack Tubo. It was not mentioned in the newspaper, for fear that Tubo's envoys would report it. She estimated that even if Tubo's envoys knew about it now, it would be too late to send a letter. Tubo's envoys could not change horses at the post station. They could only be allowed to rest at the post station and then sell them fodder. Mrs. Li, is there enough fodder for the war? Another person was thinking about the issue of food for the soldiers. Enough. Li Lang sent a lot of things last year and this year at the beginning of spring. He also gave 500,000 yuan to the Shu Salt Gang. The Shu Salt Gang will find people to raise the supplies. Princess Youngmu mentioned another crucial thing. She was not worried that the Tang dynasty would lose the war. The surrounding neighbors heaved a sigh of relief, completely relieved. It turned out that Li Dongzhu had already made the arrangements and even gave him 500,000 yuan. Li Dongzhu was indeed worried about the country and the people. Moreover, Li Dongzhu was really rich. He could take 500,000 yuan just like that. At this time, the commoners did not keep it a secret, nor did they think about keeping it a secret. They told the good news to others. That night, Tubo's envoy, Bo Bo, fell ill in the Honglu temple. The imperial physician went to take a look at him and said that he was suffering from excessive internal heat, which was caused by his anxiety. There was no danger to his life and he was prescribed some medicine. When the medicine was ready, Isinba personally carried it to Buizhu's bed. Drink the medicine. You can't fall down. We have to stay alive. Isinba didn't feed Buizhu. Buizhu had already sat up with several blisters on his lips. There were even more bubbles in his mouth. He had suffered a blow that he should not have. The Tang dynasty had secretly sent troops without any information. What was even more frightening was that Li Yi had given a large amount of money to Shu County in advance. How much baggage could such a large amount of money provide? How big of a war was the Tang dynasty going to wage? Now they only knew that the Tang dynasty's troops had gone out, but they didn't know where they were going to fight. Why didn't they send the intelligence report? Would they be able to send it in time? Tubo had followed Su Lu to fight Huge Stone City and other places. Would the rear be empty? Questions appeared in Buizhu's mind one after another. He felt that it was difficult to breathe. He picked up the bowl and blew on it to test the temperature. He raised his head and drank it. He felt as if his stomach was overturning and his mouth was full of bitterness. Did you find out which army was sent out? Buizhu endured the discomfort of wanting to vomit and asked in a very soft voice. Isinba shook his head. Those who can ask don't know. The prime ministers probably know, but they can't ask. What about the envoy of the Japanese Empire? Buju asked again about the plan to sow discord. During this period of time when he was sick, he thought that a miracle would happen. Isinba still shook his head. The envoy of the Japanese Empire said that they know we're at war with the Tang dynasty, so they won't get involved. Isinba felt helpless after saying that. The envoy of the Japanese Empire was not stupid. Why did the people of Tubo come here to speak ill of Li Yi? It's just that Li Yi has made hot air balloons and big kites that can carry people. You're afraid that Li Yi will continue to come up with new things, so you want to kill him with a borrowed knife? Alas! Buju sighed. Then his stomach churned and he vomited a pile of medicine that he had just drunk. Isinba hurriedly took it. Buju coughed. I'm fine. I'm not feeling well. Give me another bowl. When the other envoys in the other courtyards learned about the situation, besides some pity, some gloated. After all, their territories were not at war with the Tang dynasty, so the Tang dynasty would not send troops. On the other hand, the Turkic envoys were more worried. The Tang dynasty had sent troops too quickly this time. As soon as Su Lu made a move, they followed suit. Logically speaking, the troops should be sent to fight Su Lu's Turkic army, not Tubo. This showed that the Tang dynasty had the confidence to defeat Su Lu's allied army and had enough troops to take the initiative to attack. It seemed very sudden, but the Tang dynasty dealt with it calmly. More importantly, Li Yi had sent 500,000 yuan over. Li Yi is indeed Tubo's biggest problem. He has schemed against Tubo and the Turkic people time and time again. In the Four Quarters Embassy, the envoy of the Japanese Empire who had also received the news of the Tang dynasty and Buju's illness were talking about this matter. Takagi Junichiro had already told his colleagues about Li Yi's situation. Li Yi had done a lot of things to deal with the border. This included the surrender of the Khitans. Li Yi is rich. How can he make so much money? Shimoto Shinbei thought that the emperor was rich enough and that most places in Japan had to pay rent to the emperor. Now he understood that the emperor was not good enough. The emperor could not afford to throw away millions of yuan. In all of Japan, no matter what they did, no one could compare to Li Yi. Li family Zhuangzi was still so big. He raised hundreds of villagers, thousands of students' families, and managed more than 10,000 outsiders. There was also the matter of the Zhang family's village, nearly 12,000 southwest barbarian captives, and more than 220,000 Tiela 10 clans surrendered. Li found jobs for the people of the capital. Hunan province is also affected. The provinces to the north of the capital are also affected. This person, Fujiwara Ma Yang, could not find the words to describe Li Yi. He was simply inhuman. More importantly, Li Yi was not even 20 years old. He could still live for a long time. Years after years, what would the Tang dynasty be like? Japan wanted to learn from the Tang dynasty, but why did it feel like it was impossible? It seemed that they could have everything except for Li Yi. Abita Nakamaro said, "Why don't we find a chance to meet Li Yi and ask him what he thinks of Japan? If he is hostile, there is no need for Tubo to sow discord. We will fight to the death." He stopped. Everyone knew what he meant. Chapter 961. Have a cup of tea before you go. It's a long way. Why don't you take a boat and go with the flow? By the river in Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian was greeting passers-by. It had been 9 days since Bo Xie fell, and the weather was getting hotter by the day. After the winter wheat was harvested last year, Zhang Sun Xian bought a lot of it and hired people to peel and grind it into powder. He also made black bread and sold it for a coin. He didn't want to go back to the court. What was the point of it? It didn't make money. His position as patrol inspector could not be taken away by others. He bought 3 neighboring villas in Lantian County and connected them. Later on, he bought land from the government. He continued to build houses and courtyards. This way, the area was bigger. There were fake mountains, small lakes, and pavilions in his house. His family started several businesses. There were textiles, embroidery, sweaters, and farming. His wife bought some barren land and treated it according to the methods taught in the newspaper. With a test paper, he knew whether the land was alkaline or acidic and what was suitable for planting. The capital office didn't have much saline land. He bought a few hundred mu of saline land. The saline level wasn't high. After soaking it in water, he planted dandelions. Dandelion roots were medicinal herbs. Dandelion leaves could be eaten. The leaves were used to make free soup. It was better than tea leaves and mung bean water. The local people said that the soup was delicious. There were meat bones in it. Zhang Sun Xian's wife discussed the meat bones with the butchers in the county. They only wanted big bones with a little meat. The price was cheap. After boiling the free soup for others, the bones were soft. They were crushed into powder and fed to the poultry. The entire Zhangsun family realized industrialization and scale. Now that the people came to peel, they left him some extra bran. His position as patrol envoy couldn't control people. He didn't care. He stood guard and talked to the passers-by. The passers-by were obviously outsiders. They were different from the people in the capital office. How much? The older one of the three asked. We don't want money. You came from there. Didn't you drink free soup or water on the way? Zhang Sun Xian was surprised. He was in the north of Lantian County. They came from the south, passing through the village and the county. They didn't drink water. From their accent, it seemed, they were from Lingnan. Zhang Jiuling's hometown. No, how could Zhang Jiuling's fellow countrymen not know the rules of the capital office? You really don't want money? A young man in his 20s asked. His lips were a little chapped, obviously dehydrated. Zhang Sun Xian nodded her head. She looked at him carefully and smiled. Is it a father who brought his children to the capital? Going to Chang'an? Have some soup. I'll give you some black bread. Yes, I'm from Luzhou. The woman was not surprised that Luzhou recognized her. Even though she felt that her acting was very convincing, in reality, she was always recognized by others along the way. It's so far away. You must have suffered a lot. Sit, don't be afraid. This official is Inspector Zhang Sun Xian. Everyone knows that, right? Zhang Sun Xian invited the three of them to sit down. He was afraid that they would die of thirst or starvation. It was agreed that the capital magistrate would not allow such a thing to happen. It was Li Yi's will. Even after the construction of the Tenli relay station was completed, as long as one walked along the line of the relay station, one would not die of thirst or hunger. As for not following the route of the relay station, why? Instead of taking the official road, he wanted to pave the mountain road himself. 3 bowls of soup were served first. The three of them blew on the soup and drank it slowly. They knew they could not rush the soup. Tell the madam if there are any wontons in the house. Bring 100 of them here. When Zhang Sun Xian heard that they were from Luzhou, he did not want to give them the black bread anymore. His servant scurried away. The three of them had just finished half a bowl of soup when the servant returned on his horse. I've frozen the ones I made the day before yesterday. 100 large wontons with bone meat and scallion fillings, the servant said. Zhang Sun Xian shook his head. The madam always likes to freeze things with the ice stored in the winter. It's a waste. Put them in the pot. He knew what bone meat and scallion was. There was some meat on the big bones he bought, and he shaved some off. It should be called minced meat. He dug an ice cellar in his house that was used to freeze things. Unlike other ice cellars, this ice cellar could store things. His wife always put some things in the ice cellar to freeze. She said she could make more at a time so they did not have to make more when they were eating. It would be fine even if the food was frozen for 10 days to half a month. Doing accounts saved time. Unless they were selling ice, they might as well freeze things. After the 100 wontons were thrown into the pot, Zhang Sun Xian asked the three of them to pour away the unfinished soup. Did you come all the way to the capital to look for work? Did you run away because you can't pay the rent? Zhang Sun Xian asked. No, we're here to ask the court to open a department of shipping. They opened one in Guangzhou, and everyone went there. No one from Luzhou went there. The woman was unhappy. We're not running away, and we don't pay the rent. Do you know who you're looking for? Don't tell me you want to see His Majesty. It's not easy. Zhang Sun Xian smiled. Do you think you can find him just because you want to? You can only go to the Yamen, such as Wanyan County. Will the court officials see you? You've seen him. The woman was not convinced. Zhang Sun Xian nodded. You can tell. Apart from being an inspector, I'm also the Minister of Imperial Clothing. I can walk around the imperial city. I don't believe it. The woman was doubtful that the person she met on the side of the road was an inspector and a Minister of Imperial Clothing. What was a Minister of Imperial Clothing? Could he meet the Emperor? What's there to not believe? Everyone, say something, Zhang Sun Xian said to the commoners beside him. Everyone laughed and nodded one after another to show that Zhang Sun Xian was right. Miss, Inspector Zhang Sun is indeed the Minister of Imperial Clothing. The Minister of Imperial Clothing is in charge of His Majesty's clothes and table. Inspector Zhang Sun can't go back now, but he hasn't been demoted. He's still an inspector. If you want to see His Majesty, the only one who can help you now is Inspector Zhang Sun. The commoners helped to speak up. That's right, everyone knew about this. They also knew that Inspector Zhang Sun tried to use the Qiangong step bed to go back, but he did not succeed. The wontons are ready. Bring a big bowl, the servant called out. The big bowl was brought over. The servant filled it with wontons. They were big and there were 33 wontons in each bowl. There was an extra one placed on a plate in front of Zhang Sun Xian. Zhang Sun Xian picked it up with his chopsticks and blew on it. He took a bite and blew on it again. Only then did he finish half of it. He was worried that the others would be afraid when he gave them wontons, so he ate one first. Inspector, you don't have to do this. The older person understood and cupped his fist. Eat it. I know you can eat on the way. Zhang Sun Xian nodded and ate the other half. Such a big wonton, if it was a normal person from Li Yi's time, 10 wontons would be full, except for those working at the construction site. The three of them didn't stand on ceremony and ate with the soup. They basically ate one wonton in one bite. It didn't take long for them to finish the soup. From the looks of it, they could eat another bowl. You can't eat too much at once. I don't lack a few wontons. Zhang Sun Xian said to the girl because the girl's eyes showed that she hadn't eaten enough. It's better than boiled rice. The girl praised. The boiled rice she was talking about was rice from rice. After it was boiled and dried, it could be stored for a long time. When they came out, they brought this kind of rice. When they were hungry, they would find half a bowl of water in the river and soak the rice in it. They just needed to add some salt. Chapter 962. Take the boat over and get off at the Li family Zhuangzi. Tell Li Yi that if you want to eat wontons, Li Yi will make them for you. Zhang Sun Xian began to look for a job for Li Yi. He had a wicked sense of humor. Lu Zhou's people want to open a department of shipping. Are you going to open one? Lu Zhou has a provincial governor as well. Let's see what you can do. We're not going to other people's Zhuangzi. We're looking for someone who can manage things. The young man looked at Zhang Sun Xian and said. He hoped that this official who had met His Majesty could help. Zhang Sun Xian nodded. Li Yi is the right person. If he says he can, Lu Zhou can open a department of shipping. If he doesn't agree, you can give up. The people at the side immediately chimed in. That's right. Let's look for Li Dongzhu. His words are useful. Even the Grand Chancellor is going to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask about politics. Opening a department of shipping isn't a trivial matter. Go. Li Dongzhu is easy to talk to. Don't ask for wontons when you reach the Li family Zhuangzi. Go to the cafeteria. There are many dishes there. The people chimed in one after another. They agreed that Inspector Zhang Sun was right. Which Li Yi or Li Dongzhu? The old man looked and listened. He seemed to have thought of something. There's only one person in the capital who dares to talk about Li Dongzhu, the pageboy said. Ba Shui Li Dongzhu? The one who gave money to repair May Pass. The old man asked. Yes, Zhang Jialing was the one who repaired it. He didn't want to be an official anymore. It was Li Yi who sent people to give him money. That money is more than my family. Zhang Sun Xian felt depressed as he spoke. He had worked hard to earn money, but he felt the gap between him and Li Yi was wider. A few days ago, Li Yi gave Shu country 500,000 taels to support the front lines. How many years would it take him to earn 500,000 taels? Alright, let's go look for Li Dongzhu. Who will we look for when we get there? The older man was relieved. The news had already spread among the people over there. There was a river next to Chang and called Ba Shui. To the east of Ba Shui, there was a Zhuangzi called Li family Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi's Dongzhu gave a lot of money to build roads. There's no need to look for it. Just shout and someone will ask. Zhang Sun Xian was very happy. She felt that she had given Li Yi a little trouble. Okay, thank you very much. We will remember this meal. The older man stood up and walked along the river with his children. Hey, don't walk. Take the boat. Oh, pay the boat fare. Zhang Sun Xian ordered the servant. He realized that the other party should have no money. The manservant led the three of them to the dock at the side. There was a boat that was not full and was waiting. The manservant handed over 5 coins and said, since it's going with the flow, it's not tiring. It's fine if the locals pay 1 coin each, but the outsiders charge 2 coins per person. I'll give you a discount for the 3 of us. The boatman tossed the 5 coins onto the shore and started the boat. The 3 people from Luzhou looked at the boatman. They did not understand why the boatman did not charge them. Why doesn't he want the money? The woman could not figure it out. You're sent by Inspector Zhang Sun. He doesn't want money. We've eaten a lot of his salted vegetables and bread. He doesn't want money for a few slices of bread. The boatman gave a reason. There was no love or hate for no reason. Also, the soup is free. The woman thought the soup was delicious. Soup? It doesn't matter. There's free soup everywhere. The boatman did not include the soup. Is it really free? The woman looked regretful. When they arrived at the village in Lantian County, they saw free soup at the entrance of the village. However, they did not believe it. They continued walking and saw many places that offered free soup. They still did not believe it. Now, they understood that it was not a lie. If they had known this would happen, they would have soaked the rice they brought with them. They traveled with the flow. In half a day, they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi's place. The people on the boat disembarked. This was the terminal. The 3 of them went ashore and asked around. After finding out the location, they went to the bridgehead. Is there anyone from the Li family Zhuangzi? The 3 of us came from Luzhou. We have something to discuss with Li Dongzhu, the older man shouted. Swoosh! Many people looked at the 3 of them. Swoosh! Many people looked at the farmer. I am. The farmer who harvested wormwood and tea walked over. We want to see Li Dongzhu. The older man knew he had found the right person. The farmer sized up the 3 of them and asked, do you have a household register and a public inspection? The 3 of them shook their heads in unison. No, they did not. What are your names? The farmer was more patient. Tan Shide, Tan Hai, Tan Shui. The older man directly said the names of the three of them. The farmer recalled the knowledge Dong Zhu had taught him and asked again, Lu Zhou, the leader of the great mountain people tribe? How do you know? The woman, Tan Shui, was curious. How did the farmer know about them just by saying their names? Lu Zhou has no household register. Women have to carry their surnames and given names. You can't do this unless you're from a great tribe. Moreover, the three of you can speak in official language. The farmer's way of judging was taught by Dong Zhu. The Li family Zhuangzi is indeed powerful. Tan Shi heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought the rumors of Li Yi and Li Dongzhu were fake. He did not expect a random farmer to be so powerful. He lived up to his reputation. Then, can we see Li Dongzhu? The woman was anxious. She was hungry again. She had not eaten anything for a long time, and her digestion was fast. Moreover, wontons were not filling. I'll inform him. The farmer did not give a definite answer. He turned around and ran away. The three of them waited as they sized up their surroundings. This was the market. However, no outsiders crossed the bridge. The clothes that could cross the bridge had a unique symbol on them. There were tents nearby. The non-commissioned officer was standing guard at the bridgehead. There were a few big pots nearby. Soup was boiling in the pots. When the wind blew, they could smell the fragrance of meat. Sure enough, free soup can be found everywhere in the capital office. Tan Hai was envious. He was from a large tribe and was more knowledgeable than the average person. He knew what it meant to have so many free soups in this place. The commoners could drink it anytime and anywhere. They would not starve to death. Of course, when outsiders came to the territory of his tribe, they would say that they were hungry. The tribe would also bring food and drinks back. However, the two were different. One was to ask for help, while the other was to be readily available. This showed that there were many rich people in the capital office and many people who did good deeds. Stealing in the capital office, you can't find a reason to say that you are hungry. Tan Shi thought of something. Normally, if you were caught stealing food, you would not be beaten. The other party was hungry. Now, there were free soups. There was oil in the soup and vegetable leaves. You would not starve to death. No one would believe you if you said that you were hungry. On the other side, the farmer ran back and found Li Yi. Dongzhu, there are 3 people outside, he explained the situation without adding any personal thoughts. Tao Hong, go. Li Yi turned to look at Tao Hong. Tao Hong followed the farmer. She knew what she had to do. Search the woman. What if the 3 of them wanted to assassinate her? How dangerous would that be? Although it was a search, it was actually to take the 3 of them to the bathtub to bathe and change their clothes. When they were done, the 3 of them saw Li Yi. They saw him in the canteen. The 3 of them were instructed to get food first. There were dozens of dishes. Even the people from the big clans were dazzled by the sight. How could the villagers of a village eat so much food? The key was that they had never seen it before. What kind of dishes were they? How did they cook? They looked at the farmer and learned how to scoop. They scooped up a portion and went to Li Yi. If Tao Hong did not say that they could scoop more after they finished eating, they would have piled the food on their plates into a small mountain. Chapter 963. The 3 of them sat down. Someone stood behind them. Li Yi had a casserole pot of mutton and radish in front of him. The main dish was a fried flatbread the size of a plate. It was dry fried without adding any oil. He realized he had grown taller recently. His nutritional requirements were high, but he did not gain any weight. He had to replenish his body. He ate mutton for nourishment, but he was worried he would get angry, so he added radish. He ate flatbread because it digested quickly. When he felt full, his body would be digested quickly. Most importantly, the soup was the first to be absorbed. I heard you're planning to set up a shipping agency in Luzhou. Didn't you go to Provincial Governor Liu? Li Yi drank some soup to warm his stomach. He said it's none of his business. Indeed, he can't do anything unless we rebel. The woman was dressed in women's clothing. She looked quite pretty. We don't pay rent. If there's work to be done, we'll see if it's busy. If it's not busy, we'll cooperate with the authorities. We've already paid the tribute to His Majesty. The man, Tan Hai, explained Lu Zhou's situation. Provincial Governor Lu Zhou had too little power. He could not control the mountain people. Although they were mountain people, they were tribes. The large tribes with the surname Tan could mobilize tens of thousands of people. If they did not rebel, they would be good citizens. What was the point of paying rent? He did not even have enough to eat. Do the locals have anything to trade with barbarians? Li Yi approved of setting up a shipping agency. Lu Zhou was by the sea. There were many mountains here, and the rivers were not connected. The roads were too difficult to travel. How were they going to transport goods if they set up a shipping agency? Were they going to travel by sea from Luzhou? What was the difference between that and Guangzhou? Yes, we have things to trade as well. If we're allowed to set up a shipping agency, we'll build our own roads, Tan Shida promised. He knew how difficult it was to transport goods. However, if they could earn money, they could build roads together. There were very few relay stations now. There was only one for dozens of miles. If something happened, Provincial Governor Lu Zhou would need more than a month to send news to Chang'an. If there was a heavy rain, it might take 2 to 3 months. If other places could build roads, they could build roads in their own places. It all depended on whether they had enough money. Li gestured for them to eat. He spoke as they ate. He could save them if they choked. What's this? It's delicious. The woman was eating shredded pork with garlic sauce. Shredded pork with garlic sauce, Li Yi said. There's no fish. Is this fish meat? The woman was puzzled. She picked up the shredded meat with her chopsticks. Fish-flavored shredded meat, Li Yi explained. There's no smell of fish, the woman said seriously. Her family was in Luzhou, and she had eaten many fishes. That's because the pickled pepper wasn't made well. Small rice peppers aren't very suitable to be made. Also, you guys eat sea fish. This one usually tastes like river fish. Li Yi knew the reason. The taste of the ingredients was different from that of other places. No matter how they prepared the fish-flavored shredded pork, the people of Guangdong and Guangxi did not feel that the fish-flavored taste was right. The woman seemed to accept this explanation and nodded. That's delicious too. Li Yi ate a mouthful of mutton and swallowed it. He said to Tan Shida, how many people can you organize to repair the road? If you have more than 100,000 people, you'll be able to open up the Department of Shipping. Tan Shi frowned, my tribe has more than 12,000 people. We can find the other 2 tribes nearby, which would add up to 30,000 people. It won't be easy to find more. He was troubled. They were still far from 100,000 people. He could only mobilize so many people. Li Yi felt sorry for Provincial Governor Lu Zhou. Just look at how powerful the mountain people were. They could easily mobilize 30,000 people. Provincial Governor Lu Zhou would have to coax them. The mountain people in these places were not ordinary. Back then, even the locals dared to overturn the law enforcement chariots. The local families were powerful, but they did not have 30,000 people. I have a pill that treats malaria. Do you accept the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons? Li Yi tried to think of a solution. If there were fewer people, the speed of repairing the road would be slower. The barbarian merchants were unwilling to trade with Lu Zhou. If there were more people, they would be able to repair a road in no time. The road was not a highway, national highway, or provincial highway. It was a walkable road. The surface would not be muddy and would be paved with gravel. There could be steps and slopes. If it was too steep, they would have to dig up the mountain. When Tanshi heard this, he knew Li Yi was helping. He was using the malaria medicine to search for people. At the same time, Li Yi was willing to pay for it. He hastily said, "I've seen it before, but I've never used it. Give it to us. We'll accept it. We're willing to spend it like it's money. What other difficulties do you have?" Li Yi had resolved the matter of gathering people. At the same time, he gave Tanshi more authority. Initially, Tanshi could only mobilize 30,000 people. However, with the malaria severance pill and money, he would have the right to speak. Tools for work. We don't have much iron, and we still use wood to plow the land. The woman did not think she was asking for too much. She was only thinking about how to get to work faster. Li Yi nodded. Pick, shovel, drill, hammer, chisel, and thin iron rod. I'll give them to you. Anything else? The woman widened her eyes and looked at Li Yi. You're that rich? Aren't you afraid that we'll cheat you? Even if we cheat you, we'll just take them to help you live a better life. Are you going to throw them into the sea? Li Yi smiled. What could he cheat them of? He would not repair the road and distribute the tools for them to use. With the tools, their quality of life would improve. There was no problem. Aren't you afraid that we'll turn the tools into weapons and rebel? A hint of slyness flashed in the woman's eyes. After this meal, I'll bring you to see His Majesty's private army, the Winged Knights. I know you're good at fighting in the mountains and forests. Help me evaluate the Winged Knights fighting in the forests. If you think they're good enough, I can bring the Winged Knights over to help you if you need anything. Li Yi knew the situation on Lu Zhou's side. These three people were considered tall, but they were not more than 1.7 meters tall. They were shorter than him. Most of them were more than 1.5 meters tall, just like the average height in the Japanese Empire. Although they were short, their combat strength was not good. During the Ming Dynasty, there were Guangxi's wolf soldiers. No matter how powerful the wolf soldiers were, could they compare to the special forces? If the locals really used the tools he provided to turn them into weapons and rebel, he would have to do it himself. Are they powerful? The woman was slightly unconvinced. They eat meat every day. They can eat as much as they want, Li Yi said from another perspective. That means they're strong, right? The woman seemed to understand. She liked to eat meat as well, but sometimes, she could not eat it. Although she was the daughter of the chief could not ignore others. If he did not catch fish, he would be satisfied with meat soup if he caught something to eat in the forest. As she spoke, she thought of the 1,000 bull guards she saw at the bridgehead. They were all tall and strong. They seemed like they could fight. Hence, she asked, can the Winged Knights defeat the 1,000 bull guards? They might not be able to fight barehanded. The 16 guards are training hard now. They're still not good at comprehensive combat. Li thought about it and gave a pertinent answer. If it were the 16 guards in the past, the Winged Knights would be able to crush them. The 16 guards knew they had to train. They had a good foundation, especially the 1,000 bull guards, who were tall and strong. They had been training seriously for almost 2 years. They were not on the same level as the shorter Winged Knights. The Winged Knights were too short. They would not be able to defeat the 1,000 bull guards in barehanded combat. However, when it came to bows and crossbows, those with short statures who could be chosen as featherwood flying cavalry were almost all divine archers. They did not rely on aiming when they shot arrows. They relied on their instincts. When it came to guns, their instincts were even stronger. For example, Guazhi was given a sniper rifle. Chapter 964. Everyone continued eating. Li Yi ate slowly while the three of them ate quickly. After they finished eating, they went to get more. Their appetite was indeed huge. It seemed like they were tired from traveling. When they were full, the three of them looked satisfied. Li Yi sent someone to arrange for them to rest. After all, they had to sleep and eat in the open. If they did not rest well, they would fall sick. Li Yi checked. Luzhou was a small place at the entrance of Qinzhou Bay. In Guangxi's Qinzhou Wu Leiling, there were 494 households and 2,674 households. The numbers were not accurate. It was written by the people of the future. Nobody knew which period they were referring to. Clearly, the numbers did not include the mountain people. The mountain people did not have a household register. The local tributes were silver, hawksbill turtle, sassafras, jade feather, and beetle incense. Guangxi had silver. The hawksbill turtle was a turtle-like creature in the sea turtle family. Sassafras could not be found by normal means. However, sassafras meant incense. The jade feather referred to jade feather grass, a medicinal herb. Beetle incense was a snail, a medicinal herb. Li Yi analyzed the situation. The local sassafras referred to fragrant bark. Guangxi had fragrant bark trees and medicinal herbs. He understood now. Apart from silver, everything else was medicinal herbs. Which mine did Lu Zhou get his silver from? It was not from the Fenghuang Mountain silver mine. The Fenghuang Mountain silver mine was in Longtan County. It could only be from the Zhongsu silver mine in Bobai County. If there were any scattered silver in the area, it would be collected as tributes. I don't think there are any silver veins in the area. If we want to develop, we need someone who's willing to go and point out the veins. Li Yi was thinking about how to make the locals willing to build roads. Sea trade alone was not enough. There were many mines in Guangxi such as bauxite, lead, zinc, tin, tungsten, manganese, antimony, gold, copper, and coal. As long as they could point out the good stuff, the locals, no, outsiders would be willing to help build roads. Naturally, there might be people who wanted to send the goods to the beach and transport them by sea. However, the mountain people would not agree. It was not easy to find something valuable, and they wanted to use it to build roads. What was the point of using the sea route? The quality of the coal mine is good, but we'll have to build a well. It's dangerous and slow. Let's burn charcoal in the short term. Transporting coal is fine, but where should we transport the coal from? Guangzhou? Is there any coal mines in Guangzhou? There are coal mines in Fujian. Li Yi hesitated. All the coal mines in Fujian had to be drilled. Why not do it in Guangxi? Furthermore, the quality of Fujian's coal was far inferior to Guangxi's. Fujian belonged to the east of Jiangnan and was a coastal area. The lives of the people in the coastal areas of the Tang dynasty did not seem to be very good. Hangzhou, Yangzhou, and Suzhou were not bad because they had canals. How about we transport the coal from the coal mines around the iron mine on Mount Ma Anshan and then take the Yangtze River to the sea? Li Yi thought of a place. The people from the Tang dynasty's inspection team had gone there, but they did not know what was going on. Li Yi knew where the largest open-pit mine was. Hedong Road, Shuo Province. There was a lot of coal in Antaibo's open-pit coal mine back then, but it was too close to the outside, so it was not suitable to take it out now. In fact, there were people in the area who were digging and picking up some coal to burn. There were many coal mines in Hedong Road, and there were also many open-pit mines. While Li Yi was considering how to motivate others to build roads, Tan Shida's family of three strolled around Zhuangzi. The Li family's Zhuangzi was clearly better than their stronghold and their main stronghold. The ground was made of cement, the ditches were filled with cement, and the water from the imperial plantation was still flowing. There were even small fish in the water. There was no debris on the road. There were livestock moving in and out, but no feces were left behind. The clothes of the villagers were clean and tidy. Those who wore dirty and old clothes went to the workshop area. Father, the people in the capital office are richer than us. Tan Shui touched the new clothes he was wearing. Looking at the appearance of the manor, he could tell. Of course, the place where the emperor lives is better than where we live. If we don't come here ourselves, nobody will care about Luzhou, Tan Hai complained. He complained about the provincial governor Lu Zhou. He did not care about any work. Whenever an order was sent to the stronghold, he would definitely send people to work. Also, when it was time to pay tribute, those who were registered in Lu Zhou's household could not gather so many things. In the end, the stronghold had to pay for it. He did not know how much it was, but it felt like it was getting more and more every year. He heard that the government paid for it, but Lu Zhou's yamen did not pay. Fortunately, he did not have to pay rent as well. They were even now. The woman saw a merry-go-round. Some kindergarten children were playing there instead of attending classes in the afternoon. Some of the children were blowing bubbles. A breeze blew, and a group of bubbles flew to the woman. She reached out to catch them, and they exploded in her hand. "Father, there's a river in the stronghold. We should build one when we get back." "How should we build one?" The woman looked at the merry-go-round and wanted to play as well. Tan Hai glanced at them and said to his father, "Father, should we give the things to Li Dongzhu?" The things he was referring to were the silver tails that the three of them had brought along. They could not bear to spend them along the way. They carried the rice on their backs and looked for water to drink. The silver tails were used to bribe people. They wondered who the officials in the imperial court were looking for to use the silver tails to pave the way. "I'll give it to you during dinner. Let's see if we can settle the matter." Tan Shida was not sure if Li Yi was just making a casual remark or if he was truly willing to help. The three of them went on a merry-go-round before they went back to sleep. They only woke up when the sky turned dark. Their bodies were sore. They had been worried throughout the journey. Once they relaxed, fatigue overtook them. When the three of them came out, they were brought to the small bathing pool. The father and son shared one pool, while the other pool was occupied by Tao Hong and Tan Shui. The water was taken from the hot springs of Mount Li. The bamboo tubes were cut open and sections were placed on top of each other. The water was poured from the top of Mount Li, and eventually flowed to Zhuangzi to save time. It was then heated up to help the body recover. It wasn't until 7:00 in the evening that the three of them changed their clothes to eat. Li Yi was waiting for them. He was hungry, so Li Yi ate some dried fruits and preserved fruits in advance. That night, Li Yi treated them to hot pot. It was a clear pot of duck soup, with mutton and vegetables as the main ingredients. There was no spicy food. Li Yi did not know if they ate spicy food. Based on the geographical location of the other party, they should not have eaten spicy food. The three of them went to retrieve their bags and brought them over. They sat down and looked at each other. They opened their bags and took things out. Dong! Crash! A pile of silver objects of different sizes and shapes fell onto the table. Li Yi was surprised. "What's going on?" "Pay for the meal." Li Dongzhu, about the road construction. Tan Shida pointed at the silver and said. Li Yi was so angry that he laughed. "Huh? You're bribing me with money to build the road? Do you know how much money I have to spend to provide you with the tools? How much can the malaria prevention pills be sold for? How much do you need to spend to hire people? I'll exchange the silver for coupons. It's convenient for you to carry them around. You don't have to give them to me." Guyen came over and put the silver in his clothes. He weighed it and exchanged it for the coupons. "I feel that this matter needs to go through the imperial court." "Li Dongzhu, you don't want money. What about the officials in the imperial court?" Tan Shida was a little embarrassed. "They don't want it either. I've already fed them well. If they want money from outside, humph." Li Yi snorted as he spoke. He had always given the officials all kinds of benefits. He would give them whatever they needed, even to the emperor. If the officials were not honest enough, he would get rid of them. Chapter 965. The three of them were stunned by Li Yi's words. They looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. You think you can control other officials?" You're an imperial censor. The only thing Tan Shui knew was an imperial censor. I'm the Guanglu physician, the deputy captain of the army. I'm skilled in both civil and military matters. Li puffed out his chest. The palace maids and eunuchs quickly lowered their heads and pinched their noses. They were afraid they would laugh out loud. One of them was a civil official, rank 2, and the other was a military official, rank 9. How could they be used to brag? Ha! Tan Shui did not know the secret. She was impressed by the two officials. One of them was a civil official, and the other was a military official. Then, do you know how much we should pay as tribute? We're getting more and more as the years go by. Tan Shui recalled something. She felt something was amiss. A province's tribute can't exceed 50 rolls of silk. At the same time, the government will buy them, Li Yi answered. That provincial governor is called Pang Renqing, Tan Hai reminded her. Yes, Pang Renqing. Before we left, he said he'd distribute the items to our villages. Our large village has about 30 rolls of silk. Tan Shui knew how to calculate this. The provincial capital collected the money and asked the villages to pay. In total, there were more than 200 rolls of silk. Moreover, the government did not pay them and took them for free. Very good. Good job, Pang Renqing. Let's do it this way. The villagers will suffer. When the time comes, they'll support him as the provincial governor and the Tang dynasty. Li nodded and praised Provincial Governor Lu Zhou. There was nothing wrong with bullying the minorities. When the time came and the minorities were scared, they would not rebel. Tan Shui felt gloomy. She knew Li Yi was being sarcastic. What could she do? After breakfast tomorrow, I'll have someone bring all of you to the Government Affairs Hall. You can talk to the chancellors about the road and the things I want. You can also mention this to them. Li gestured for them to eat hot pot. The mutton rolls would be melted soon. Oh! Tan Shui thought Li Yi would say he would take care of it. She did not expect him to look for someone else. Tan Shida and Tan Hai were not as clueless as she was. How could Li Dongzhu bring someone to the Government Affairs Hall to meet the chancellors? Thinking of this, everyone ate together. The palace maids and eunuchs ate the Mandarin duck hot pot. Some of them didn't want to eat spicy food. Li Yi told the three of them to eat less. If they ate too much, their stomachs would be uncomfortable at night. The more they ate, the hungrier they would be in the morning, and it would be easy for them to have acid reflux. While they were eating, a group of 20 riders was running. The sky was dark, and the moon was in the last quarter of the moon, and had not yet risen. The horses were not very fast. They held torches to illuminate the road, and the road was smooth. At this moment, they were about to reach the last courier station before entering Chang'an. Seeing the light in front of them, the rider shouted in a hoarse voice, "Great victory for the Anxi Protectorate! Great victory for the Anxi Protectorate!" More than 29,000 enemies were killed, more than 17,000 prisoners were captured, and countless horses were captured. When the night guard heard the commotion, he leapt out of the relay station and ran back to pick up a bundle of torches. "Hurry up and come out. It's time to switch horses." "A great victory for the Anxi Protectorate," he shouted. The rest of the guards, who had been sleeping in their clothes, suddenly sat up, rubbed their eyes, and hurriedly ran out to lead the horses. "I have enough torches. I won't change." The person from the Anxi Protectorate shouted and threw out his waist token. The night guard threw down the torch, caught the waist token, looked at it, and ran back to hand it over. The 20 horses were led out, and the 20 people changed horses and galloped away. In less than half an hour, the group arrived at Chang'an, and they shouted to increase their speed. There were street lights in Chang'an, and the people who didn't know how to walk in the middle of the city at night deserved to be hit and killed. By the time the 20 riders arrived at Xingqing Palace, many people knew that the Anxi Protectorate had killed and captured many enemies. Victory! The Tang dynasty had won another victory. Li Longji, who was sleeping, was woken up by Gao Lisher. When he heard the news of a great victory, he immediately fell asleep. He put on his regular clothes and personally went to find the messenger. The person on duty in the political affairs hall arranged for someone to ride a horse and call for the 3 prime ministers. When he arrived, the 20 people were supported by others and couldn't stand up. They had been riding horses for many days, and other than stopping to go to the toilet, they hadn't walked on the ground. Now, when they walked, their legs were the same as when they were riding horses. From time to time, someone would feed them warm soup. After drinking a few mouthfuls, someone would come over and wipe their faces with a wet towel. When Li Longji arrived, the people around him greeted him as, "Your Majesty." The 20 people had never seen Li Longji before, but they still had to salute him. "Rise." Li Longji waved his hand, took a towel from someone, and carefully wiped the face of the messenger in front of him. "Have a good rest. Don't force yourself. The Tang dynasty can't do without you. We are counting on you to guard the border," Li Longji said as he wiped the face. The messenger who had traveled a long distance and hadn't complained once. When he heard Li Longji's words, his eyes instantly turned red, and tears fell down his cheeks. Did the brothers suffer a lot of casualties? Li Longji wiped the tears of the soldier in front of him. He didn't ask how many enemies they had killed. Instead, he asked about the situation of his own people. The messenger shook his head. "No, not much. When we fought, they were defeated. Don't talk anymore. Take care of your throat. Go and get the throat-soothing pills that Li Yi made." Li Longji nodded and ordered. After drinking a bowl of soup, the 20 people were carried away with the throat-soothing pills in their mouths. Just like the previous 20 people, when they fell asleep, someone massaged them, and they also took a bath. Li Longji took the report from the Anxi Protectorate and carefully read it. It wrote, after learning that Su Lu had led his troops to attack, this subject gathered the troops to respond. Patrol envoy Zhang Shaosong led 10,000 elite cavalry, Li Longji read from the beginning to the end. Zhang Shaosong led 10,000 elite cavalry to escape, then ambushed 20,000 white-clothed Arabs and captured many prisoners. Turning around, Zhang Shaosong led his men to search for Su Lu's troops. When they found them, they worked together with the hot air balloons to defeat the Turkic soldiers and pursued them. In this battle, they killed 29,600 enemies and captured 17,600. Currently, there were 858 casualties on their side. There were also some injured that needed treatment. Zhang Shaosong led his men to search for Tubo's troops. He wanted to work together with Ashina Xian and Kerala's troops to attack them. Zhang Shao Song, Li Longji said word by word. He had almost forgotten about this person. He had been too busy. Back then, when Li Yi said that he couldn't touch him, he didn't touch him. In fact, he even gave him an additional reward. If he wanted to be greedy, he could be greedy. For a year and a half, Zhang Shaosong continued to stay there. Who would have thought that Zhang Shaosong would seize the opportunity to ambush and sneak attack Su Lu's first attack? Together with his own army, Zhang Shaosong defeated them. Even so, he didn't withdraw his troops and continued to charge forward. As expected of a general who can take down 100 cities and slaughter 3 cities with 10,000 soldiers, Li Longji was in a good mood. Look, I didn't punish Zhang Shaosong for his crimes and even gave him money. Now, how many people has Zhang Shaosong killed? Tubo's troops are probably finished. If even the miscellaneous soldiers can kill so many people, the elite cavalry would naturally be even more impressive. Now, we just have to wait for Guijian's troops to fight the Juku army. If they succeed, we can settle the Yellow River's source in one battle. Li Longji mumbled as he sipped on a bowl of soup. The weather at night was stuffy and hot, without the slightest hint of coolness. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.